Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Dell here at East River 9. Lance is back in studio, hanging out there with us. A little bit of an issue, so he is going to hopefully not get anyone infected with his boo-boo juice. And
No, the boo-boo juice doesn't infect people.
Well,
the boo-boo juice helps his intestines and all that stuff work. But he is ill, but he's going to be a trooper.
Look at what a trooper
and
he
try
is.
to make it in.
Yeah.
He did not want to come out here to get anyone sick,
Yeah.
so he's going to sequester himself in the studio.
Could have sat way over there. I mean,
yeah, the headset would have reached over there, but hey, I don't want his crying, whiny ass.
Well,
anyway,
and then
so.
somebody's going to use his headset
Yeah,
later,
just
and then
stay.
just have poo all over the floor
I
here.
don't think he's got. Well, I don't know what.
I don't know what he has.
I think does he have the faculties to make it to the restroom?
I don't know. You don't know. No one knows.
Yeah, we don't know. But Lance may be in at some point today. He's going to try.
He's trying. He's working his ass. Well, I don't know
if he's working.
I don't know what he's working right now, but
just
hopefully he's going to be able to get here and hang with us. He has issues, and I don't want you people calling him soft, okay? Because I heard that this morning.
Who did you hear it from?
I don't know who said it.
Yeah, who would have said it?
But I did hear soft, and it's not. That's my boy right there, and he is not soft. Okay, he is tough. He is the Will Fuller of this show. There's no question.
That's not a compliment.
He's McCullers, and he doesn't even have to change his first name. Okay.
Once again, doesn't sound like a compliment.
Can't get here. Can't get there.
I am
on the IL.
I am a little disappointed that he's not here because we are at East River 9 for the PJ Championship.
Yeah.
And you have to get up a little bit earlier to have this all set up, and I wanted to take the first hour off. And now I got to deal with you because he's not around. I just want to sit over there and just.
And you do that often.
Well,
we're
out and about.
Well, no, and even in the studio.
Yeah, because
you just go back and go.
It's the Hall of Famers, John and Lance. You guys have that's the name on the show. So I will get in once you guys have expended your energy. You guys are like you guys got about an hour in you of your best stuff, and then the last 2 hours like wheezing to the finish line, and that's when I have to jump on.
We ain't Hunter Brown or Jacob deGrom.
No,
we are not.
No, you're not that.
Since pitchers were first tracked in 1988, this is the only Major League Baseball game where both starters pitched 8+ innings, allowed no more than 1 run, struck out 7+ batters, threw fewer than 100 pitches. They were brilliant last night. Brilliant, I say. That was baseball right there last night. Holy crap!
Hunter Brown was better. Well, he did give the run, but
he was better.
He was better.
There was a couple of plays by Adolis Garcia that really saved DeGrom, and he came in sliding on one, and he slid into the on the line on another. DeGrom was wonderful. Hunter Brown is just so good. I mean, this dude is. If he's not. I'm telling you, he might be the best pitcher in baseball right now. He might be the best pitcher in baseball right now. He is so good. Dang. So we got that going on. And I told you, I predicted a 1 hour and 12-minute game. It was just a little bit past that. It was 9 o'clock, 9:04, and this game's over. 9:07, whatever it ended. I'm like, holy crap, what do we do the rest of the night? So we drank more beer. That's what we did. Okay. And watched the basketball game, which was okay.
I mean, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was all right.
The back and forth, the Nuggets extend to 7, so they try to do something. What 2 straight game 7-1 series that they're trying to get through, which is it's tough on the body. But let's see. Let's see if the young team can finish it off at home. But
right. You know, they're just helping Minnesota. Minnesota might be the best team in this playoffs right now.
Well, they've been the most impressive, but they have been able to go against 2 compromised teams. The Lakers simply weren't good enough, and then the Warriors lost Steph, and even with Steph, there's not a lot. There's not a lot there, which just makes the Rockets thing more disappointing as we continue to look back on it. But I think they've had certainly the easier road. Denver had to go through a Clippers team who probably should have won that series. And if Denver gets to a Western Conference final, is that justification for firing Michael Malone? Like, was winning the first series justification? Because now you're talking about pushing the 1 seed to a game 7 when they fired a guy because they thought they were dead in the water with him, but thought they could find a way out of that without him. And so far, they're right.
Yep. No, I think I mean, it looks like the right call. Well, listen, you
will
got
never know.
Jokic.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jokic and that team with Michael Malone could have, but
yeah.
if they had stopped listening to him, which is what the reporting was, then maybe they made the right call. But yeah, we had the Astros. It was a light night in baseball, but the Astros and the Rangers, it was a gym, and unfortunately, the bats were quiet because of DeGrom.
Yeah, DeGrom was awesome. Hunter Brown was awesome. Not much to say. 3 hits and 5 hits and just mowing them down. Those pitches. Now the ump came a little bit. The umps had a low strike zone now, and Hunter just kept pounding it. Boom, boom. He was right on that line all night long, and that was pretty. What he is so good. He is so fun to watch. That Hunter Brown is. He should start. I'm telling you, that dude should start the All-Star game. I don't know that he will, but if you're watching Hunter Brown, everybody in baseball is watching Hunter Brown. You got an argument for him being the best guy, and it includes Skeens right now. That includes everybody in the game. Hunter Brown is that good. All right, so that is what we've got. Unfortunately, they had DeGrom, and he didn't give up anything, in large part thanks to Adolis Garcia in right field. How much did you lock in on the PGA Championship yesterday?
None.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Was that a soft groan?
I heard.
What was that?
None.
I didn't lock in 0.
You did. What are you doing? I mean, it's all if you got to lay in bed and you can't roll over. You might as well have the PGA Championship on right there.
Yeah, I just had the rain machine on.
Oh, that's all? You did rain machine, that's it?
Yeah, because Nicole didn't want to hear anything on TV. So
did you she's sick too, huh?
Yep. She's
and your whole family's been sick for about 2 months.
She gave it to me. She's had it for 48 hours.
Well, I know he is ill. Are we gonna get the calling into work I'm sick voice there?
Yeah, that's throughout the whole show.
Is that we're gonna get?
It's almost like when you lose a game and then you're in the locker room.
Yeah.
Hey,
or you're the media talking to the guys.
That's what I'm saying.
The media talks to guys like that.
So, I know this was a tough one.
Yeah, why are you talking to me in that voice? What are you doing? It's like
this was a tough one.
It's like July. We're mid-July. What are you talking to me like that for?
What do you think you could have done different?
What? I hate when they do that.
Lance has got that I'm still in bed voice going on for us. Pick it up. All right, let's go. We got some energy. We're out at East River 9. We're going to crawfish it up this weekend. Crawfishing it up. They got crawfish every weekend out here. They've got membership where you can bring your clients, you can bring your people from work. You can have meetings here. You got night golf going on. I mean, night golf, okay? So your people are working during the day, they can come play at night, but you got to buy a corporate membership. That's what they got here. They got pickleball. It's just a great place. Great place to come and watch the PGA Championship today and tomorrow and Sunday right here at East River 9. I know you were sick and you didn't want anything but the rain machine, but did you see Hunter Brown versus Jacob DeGrom?
I couldn't see anything. Like the TV just wasn't on.
It just wasn't on.
So I didn't.
You missed. Like I said, that was going to be a really quick one. You missed a great picture.
I woke up at 11:45 p.m. and then checked all the scores and saw that Hunter got beat with a dominant performance. Didn't even give up a walk. I mean,
yeah, he
just gave up a home run and that was it.
He was awesome. What
was the over/under on that? 5.5.
Whatever. Like about halfway through, whoever took the over said, "I'm done. I am done." These two are dealing tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That was just so good to watch. I love a good. I mean, that's just as opposed to 8-7, 12-8, whatever. That's a good baseball game right there. That is a great baseball game. That ump gave him a little bit of leeway. He had a low zone, and some guys were pissed off. But oh well. Hunter Brown was painting that. He was painting that in the knees, right at the knees. It was unhittable. 3 hits, and Jake Berger goes the other way with one. You know what? Jake Berger had to go the other way. There was no way he was catching up to. He was pulling his fastball. Zero chance that Jake Berger.
How fast is he throwing yesterday?
He was at 96, 97. He is something.
Just working at 96, 97 for 8 innings.
Can't he go every 5 days? Do we need to wait 6 days for him?
They used to.
I know. Not anymore. Not anymore. Now we get.
Well, he's an Astro, so chances are he'd blow out his UCL.
Nothing wrong with Colton Gordon. That's fine. Him humping it up at 82. But I like to watch me some Hunter Brown. That's what I like. All right. Nile is out here going, wait, that's a minor leaguer. Do not talk bad about a minor leaguer. All right. That's your guy. Huh, Nile? Let's get Stafford in here. Here's something that we haven't touched on yet. Stafford wants to talk about the Rockets and Giannis. There was some news that came out yesterday that the Rockets are amenable to trading Alpi, that at least they're open to talks about Alpi. Stafford, what's up?
Man, look, man, I don't like it, bro. I don't like it. Like, I don't. Like, Giannis Antetokounmpo he's 30 now. Why? What is the rush? Why do they feel rushed to have to go and tear up what we got? Like, we got Şengün and Jabari Smith. Like, in that trade, in that article I read, Jabari Smith will be a part of any deal. I already don't like it. And then it's supposed to revolve around either Şengün or Jalen Green. I don't like it. Like, we got young players. Let them play. Like, what is the rush? Why do we need Giannis? And why do we think Giannis and Amin Thompson would be a good pairing anyway? I don't like it. Like, we already not a good shooting basketball team. And you're going to bring in Giannis to play with Amin Thompson?
Well, let's also remember that Alperen shot less than 50% this year. We're talking about not being a good shooting team. He's actually gone down year after year from the field. So it's not like he's killing it, Stafford, from the field. I'm not a big fan of rushing this either, but I do think Giannis is one of those guys that opens up an opportunity to win a championship for you potentially, because I just think he's just better than Alperen. Like, he's just a better player. And if you're able to move Alperen and an additional bench player, which is what Jabari Smith is, I don't know what the concern over. I don't get the concern about matching Amin with Giannis. I don't really see what one has to do with the other there. If you want to explain that one, I'm not sure about that one. I don't typically want them to rush. Giannis is one of the only big name guys that I'd be willing to consider as a fan. I mean, it doesn't matter what I think, because I think the Rockets want to win a championship now and they want to star. John's told us that forever, and this is in line with exactly what you've said, John.
Yeah, they value stars. They do. And you know what? They're not wrong. Stars win championships. So there's a reason that they're stars, because they win, and they win big. And I'm torn on it. I would like to see it, but Alpi admitted it himself. He wasn't good offensively. He really needs to get better offensively. And it was a problem. He was 9 for 23 in the last game. And the game where he was, dominant at the end, but missed that shot that could have won at Golden State. He was awful in the first half. And then he got beat. Something happened to him. He gained whatever confidence or whatever he gained, but he started muscling his way inside and changed the game. But that's the guy you want all the time, not the guy that is putting up short arming little 4-footers. And that's what we got a lot of. I'm torn on this. I would love to see him run it back, but I think they're going to make a move. There's too much smoke around this thing right now. I know they're tight-lipped, though. They are very tight-lipped over there. It's awfully difficult to get any information out of Patrick. He ain't telling you nothing. I've tried. I talked to him and said, and he's just like he does not like to give it up. He does not like to give it up. So I don't know where these stories are coming from, whether or not I don't know how much trust you can put into them, because I think this is an Ime thing. Does Ime want Giannis?
Oh, I bet you he does.
What coach wouldn't want Giannis, right?
Block shots, rebounds, tough, physicals, has won a championship. Like, why would you not want Giannis?
And
it's not a comment on Alperen Şengün. It's just he's an upgrade from Alperen Şengün. It's that simple.
They're saying Kelly Iko and whoever else is saying that Jabari is part of it. Probably part of it. The Bucks allegedly want Jalen in this thing. Do you give up Jalen and Alpi?
Oh, well, I mean, your first choice is to try to give up Jalen, but they're not stupid. Milwaukee's not going to take some slappy deal. We were talking about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Any deal they take is going to be a good deal because there's going to be multiple teams that have interest. And if Giannis wants to win a championship, he'll probably consider, 3, maybe even 4 teams. I don't know that he's as picky as some of the other players that are out there who lifestyle is part of their choice too. I don't know that that's Giannis. That dude's lived in Milwaukee.
So Kelly and Amico did do some reporting earlier, just to attribute it to the right one. I know I was talking to you before the show. This is from Kurt Heelan or Helen of NBC, where the Rockets are prominently mentioned in a potential trade. And yes, Şengün is someone, according to his sources, that they would be willing to trade. Not that they're looking to do it, but if it comes down to it, Şengün isn't off the table in a trade. And Jabari Smith.
Sometimes you leak that just to get the message out there, so other people will call about players. I remember the Rockets saying they did that before. This is a few years back, but they put something out because they wanted to see. They leaked it and then they disavowed it. It was an intentional leak. So teams will do that sometime in sports just to get the message out to other teams that may start some phone calls just so they can see what's out there. So it may be nothing, but I can tell you this, from the comments on Twitch, from things I've seen on Twitter, Rocket fans do not want to lose Alperen Şengün, period, for anybody under any circumstance.
Listen, I can't, and there's so I can't say. Listen, Alpy would be a huge. That would be a big hit for this fan base. I know that I know, and I know the Rockets do value him. They really do. They really do. That his name is out there. Here's the thing, though. They can say, "Who is Bill Heelan? Kurt Heelan? Whatever." Yeah. We never said that, Alpy. If this doesn't go through, they just go, "We didn't say that. That's BS."
Yeah, that's all you have to do.
That's all you have to do. But if you might be right. There's smoke out there. Hey, wait a minute. We give you this for Şengün. We'll give you this for Şengün. Wait a minute. And that's what Nico should. That's where Nico made the mistake. However, if he put Luka's name out there at any point, the fan base would have gone nuts, thinking, are you crazy trading Luka? But he would have gotten a lot better package than he did with AD. That's for sure. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Thanks, Stafford. If you guys got thoughts on this, you're more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776. Right now, we're talking about HR&P. I'm talking about your business. I'm talking about you're going on your way to business right now. How is it going? All right. Is it smooth sailing? Is the payroll great? Is it easy? We just passed yesterday was the 15th. Did you get your people to payroll easily? Did you get to pay people? Have you had any HR issues? How's tax time? How was that for you? Was it a pain in the ass? Was it tough? Because HR&P makes everything smooth. HR&P does all that stuff for you, and they do it at a price better than you can do it. Okay. I don't know how much you're spending on your payroll. I don't know how much you're spending on your HR. How much you're spending doing your taxes. HR does it. It will do it, and they'll do it better, and they'll do it cheaper. Okay, because that's what they do. They have the technology you don't have. It is simple, and they do that. Okay, it's simple for them. It ain't simple for you. You're looking for the best way to improve your business. Okay, HR&P will make your business run smoother. They've done that for us, and they'll do that for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Welcome back live at East River 9, where we're watching right here. We are watching the PGA Championship. Johnny Vegas. Johnny Vegas. What a great name. I mean, how are you not going to succeed in life if your name is Johnny Vegas? I mean, what? He's -7. Terrell Hatton is -5, and so is some dude named Gerard. And then Cam Davis, Luke Donald. I mean, this is a leaderboard that you did not expect. Of course, there's still 3 days left, so a lot of time for the cream to rise. But it has been a very surprising start to the PGA Championship with some of the guys. This is a long, long course, and it was wet early in the week. They got some nice weather now, but you got to be a bomber here. And I'm watching Bryson DeChambeau just rip it. Woo! I love that. You guys, Del, you're not even able to watch this. That's a problem.
I'm not able to watch it, or am I choosing not to watch it?
That's so stupid not to watch.
I've got the great TV they have out there on the golf channels. I know it's not actually showing the PGA. It's showing Jack Nicklaus stuff. So if I do want to watch the greats of golf, I can look at that.
There you go. You got Jack Nicklaus you're watching, and that's fine. You can watch the PGA Championship. Whatever your druthers are, I'm fine with that. Anyway, we're here, and you can come and watch. Beautiful restaurant bar, great food. And a great place to get your 9 holes on, or pickleball, or just a driving range. Bring a date, whatever the case may be. Come on out here to East River 9. Great place. And they got crawfish weekends too, by the way. So, and live music. So this is a fun place. Fun place. We love being here. Thank you, East River 9. Back to this conversation here about Giannis versus.
People do not want Giannis.
People don't want.
I don't. You know, what do you think Giannis shot from the floor this year?
What was Giannis from the floor this year?
Uh-huh.
I have no idea.
60%.
60?
60%.
That's better than LP. I think
his rookie year he was 41. His second year he was 49. The last 2 years he's been over 60% the last 2 years. He shot 62% from 2 and 64% from 2 over the last 2 years. Like, now he stunk from the free throw line. So we're getting another lousy free throw shooter if you were to make this trade, although he's been better. I mean, for a while he was in the 70% range early in his career, 72, 76, 72, 77, but he's really gone in the tank somehow. 63, 68, 72, 64, 65, and his lowest free throw percentage of his career, 61% this year. And it's not like the Rockets have a good free throw shooting coach, apparently.
Yeah.
He averaged 6.5 assists per game. So I mean, there's a lot that he's going to do that is going to be better than Alpi.
Yeah, average 30. I mean, you can count on him night in, night out.
Yeah, averaged 30.
30. Played in 67 games. That's a problem.
How much?
You have to go 15. You'd have to go 15 games without him. Be in 73 the year before, 63, 67, 61, 63.
That's a lot of.
I mean,
he's
going to miss some games.
Time.
He's going to miss some games. He's missing 15 to 20 games a year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot because you depend on that dude so much. And why hasn't Milwaukee been better? I mean, they won the title a couple of years ago. Why haven't they been better recently?
Well, they lost Drew Holiday. The guys from the title team are all gone. So, I mean, Holiday's gone, Middleton's gone, and he wasn't the same player anyway. So, I mean, it's a lot. It's just a lot different team. They added, excuse me. They added old Damian Lillard, who didn't really do enough for them. They added, I mean, he was okay, but didn't hurt himself. Kyle Kuzma, who's a career loser. Brooke Lopez is just a guy. Taurean Prince, Gary Trent Jr., I mean, Bobby Portis. These guys they're fine. They're fine. They moved on from Chris Middleton. It's just not I don't know. It's not a very good team.
Well, they went all in. The Drew Holiday trade got them their title, but it sapped them of assets. And this is a team who would give up. Didn't they trade 5 second-rounders for Jay Crowder, stuff of that nature to try to help Giannis win a title? So PJ Tucker was on that team at one point. They made the moves because they knew they wanted to keep their guy. And how do you keep your guy? You show that you're a title contender, and they got their title. And the Damian Lillard move was a move to try to do it all again. You hope to hang on with Middleton when he was there. Brook Lopez, obviously the Rockets and the Bucks got into a bidding war over Brook Lopez. And then you trade for Dame because you think, okay, let's go at it one more time. Giannis is at the time was like 28, 29. Let's show him we're all in. You're giving up assets over and over again, then it doesn't work out.
You go for it. There's always a penalty. There's always a punishment when you go for it.
So they've done it. They've gone for it, quote unquote, 2 times in the last 5 years, and then you don't have the assets when it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
So that's why they are where they are.
I mean, everyone, you got to go for it. You got, as long as you realize that on the other side of go for it usually is a lot of pain. As long as you realize that. And a lot of fans don't seem to realize that's what it comes with. The Texans dealt with that on some of the go for it by giving up first-round picks for Laramie Tunsil, and it ended up being terrible football shortly thereafter because they didn't have valuable first-round picks. When you go for it, even when you win, chances are you're going to have some real pain coming to you in the future. I mean, if you're truly going for it, which means, and this is what the Rockets would be doing. There would be some pain moving on from Giannis and Jabari Smith Jabari and Alpern, because those are guys who are going to play many, many years. And there's no guarantee that Jabari plays beyond his rookie contract because you have too many guys who are the same age. So I don't even know what you do with that. So you have to consider some of that too, is that some of these guys are not going to re-up with the Rockets.
I just was asked by somebody, KD or Giannis. My answer is KD. You don't have to break it all up. You have to give up way too much, and it just changed the total dynamics of this team. What you've built over the last couple of years. I don't know that Ime would agree with that. I'm not sure he's going to be in love with KD's defense. Plus, the Achilles, he's older. There's a lot of stuff going on with KD. But I think that instant that the Rocket, one thing they lacked was that scorer. They needed a scorer, a guy who could fill it up when they had to have a basket, and they still don't have that.
So fans are allowed to get attached to their guys. So I get why the pushback is, hey, we suffered through them being bad. We've watched these guys grow together. Now they're a 2 seed. Let's grow together. Let's be like OKC. Of course, OKC developed their own superstar. The Rockets are still trying to do that. We've heard them talk about if it came internally, they love it, but they certainly will look at it, bringing it in from the outside. When you're management, you got to make moves. You got to be ruthless. You can't be attached to a guy if you think there's a real shot to win a title. We had Stafford calling. I get it. You want this thing to be a 7-8 year thing with these guys and see how they grow. I just don't know if you can operate that way in the NBA if Giannis is on the table. If he says Houston, I don't see them turning that down.
No.
Your best player is a big man who shoots 49% from the field, is not somebody who extends with range to the 3-point line, so he's not really a stretch player per se. And he's not able to just get you points when you need it in the half court at a star rate. You would be losing him, and you'd be losing another guy potentially off the bench who's a very good fill-in player, a good piece. But what you'd be gaining is something you desperately miss and you need is somebody who can go get you points when you need points, somebody you can count on at a high rate. I mean, the guy averages 30 a game. He averages 30 a game, 6 assists, 60% from the field. I mean, these are, we like Alperen Sengun and Baby Joker and all that. He's not even close to these numbers.
No. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, that's the topic du jour, what to do there. We got a little football news, too, to get to, and we can even still get deeper into the schedule that came out just the other day. We'll do all that here. If you've got a suggestion, 713-780-3776, live from East River 9. I feel great, and in large part it's because of Game Day Men's Health. Right? And I really do. I feel great. I love what they do for me. They've given me peptides. They give me my testosterone. I've done the pills. I've done the shots. I'm working on exactly which way is best for me and my lifestyle. And they're on board with that, whatever it is that's going to make sure that I get the testosterone levels where they need to be, which is where I'm at right now, which is great. They've got the labs right there to test me to see where I am. It's different, guys. That is different than the other testosterone places. You find out right away where you are, what's going on with your body, and they can react accordingly. I love what Game Day Men's Health is doing for me. I think you will too. If you're somebody that is sluggish and you need testosterone, or you with another testosterone place and you just don't feel like, I didn't feel like they cared. I just didn't. I know Game Day does. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell me you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Welcome back. One of the great travesties in sports. Gary Woodland just had a hit, Lance, his third shot on a par 5 with mud on his ball. An heroic effort. I don't like to use the word hero often, but he was able to put it on the green about 15 feet. Heroic.
He
got some mud on the ball. That is, I mean, you want to talk about difficult playing conditions, okay? I know it's beautiful out there, and, I don't think there's much wind, much going on. It's just pretty, but he had a little mud on his ball.
Okay.
So, I mean, Let's give him some sympathy here.
Okay,
all right?
Yeah, that's
Maybe
fine.
a little relief, too. Maybe a little relief. I don't like hands on the ball, though. I don't like that. Let's play it down, and let's go as God meant golf to be, playing it down. 713-780-3776 is the number. Dan is here, and he wants to talk about the Rockets. Let's get Dan in here. Hey, Dan.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, I'm sorry I'm not one of your funnier callers. You know, I came in pretty hot and heavy on a Van Chancellor invitation about 15 years ago. You guys just hung up on me, and I never tried to be funny again. But
well, we appreciate that.
Yeah, no doubt. I got a couple things. So, like, number one, KD has just been like a cancer in the locker room, it seems like, the last 6 to 8 years. Like, I can't see bringing him in here, especially compared to Giannis. But you know, with Giannis, and I mean, I'm good with this Giannis thing because I think we look at the center position through some. We always set the bar too high because we've seen the best, you know, and outfield will never be that. But he just, I don't know. It just doesn't look all as coordinated as I want or what have you, and as pretty as I want. But Giannis is, I mean, he's going to be that guy in the fourth quarter. He's going to find a way to score. But one of the things that surprised me when I was looking at his stats is I just assumed he was a better defender because of his size and he's the Greek freak and things like that. But I was surprised to see his block numbers, you know, like 1.7, and like he's not the shot blocker I kind of thought he would be. I'm sure he may bring out better defense in him, but I think it's kind of a no-brainer to bring him in. He's just such a dynamic player, and you know.
Thanks, Dan, for the call.
That's kind of where I'm at on it all. But.
Appreciate it, John. I think some of the shot blocking stuff has to be put in context. There's more 3-point shots than ever before in the history of the league. The game is spaced and played from the perimeter. There's not as many shot blocking opportunities.
Yeah,
because I was thinking there'd be 2 blocks per game, and he was at 1.1 this year, so it was lower than I thought. But the fact is, you don't have as many opportunities anymore.
No, that's true, and it's true. I mean, I'm not worried about his shot block. I mean, dude is a defender. He's long. Holy crap! There's nothing that you don't listen. If he's out there and they can do a deal, I think that it's that the organization. What I know of them. I don't think that this is even going to be a question. If you can parlay what you've built here into a superstar, a champion, one of the best players, the guy who picks the other players for the All-Star team, then that's what you do. That the respect that he has, I mean, everything about him. I mean, the money is going to be, you got to do a long-term deal with him. You cannot possibly do this deal without having him long term. That's for sure. But he's only 30. And the dude is going to be around. The games missed now is a little frightening, a little bit. I'm not going to lie, but
that is a concern.
That is a concern.
I mean, it's you got to be able to play. How good are you? How much do you help if you're not playing?
Yeah. I mean,
how much of that was intended rest by the team? Del, do you know how much of that was there an injury with Giannis we missed, or is that
he's had nagging things. You go back to even the last year's playoffs and entering the playoffs where he was banged up and couldn't really take part in them. So he's had his issues, and the Bucks have been cautious with him because they're a team who wants him to be ready for the playoffs. So some of it is management, and then he'll have a lower body thing every now and again, but nothing like what Tatum has had to deal with. If he hadn't had one of those big injuries, it's been really a lot of little ones that kind of combined to wind up having him miss 15 games a season.
Yeah. I mean, it is a bit of a concern. What do you do if you're giving up a big chunk of your team? What are you going to do without Giannis? How are you going to be without him? And you're going to have to deal with that for. I I don't know that you're going to have to deal with it, but you've had to deal with it for 15 to 20 games a year.
Yeah.
And I don't know, they're still a great team. I mean, you almost have to do it. If you can get Giannis, I don't know. I'm not sure how much you give up, but or what they will give up. I don't believe. Now, Ahmed on the floor with Giannis, who Stafford brought that up. Is that something that we want to see? I mean, two guys that
Ahmed on the floor with Shingun.
Yeah, who shot 49%
but who's going to be so who's going to be the shooting guard for this team?
Well, Jalen's not.
Jalen Green, if he's not part of the trade.
If he's not part of the trade,
yeah.
I mean,
if he is part of the trade, I'm not giving you Alpern.
Didn't Heelan say, or was it Eco or the other guys said they want Jalen wants they want Jalen to be part of this team?
They want Jalen. It was the discussion about why they don't want Devin Booker. Jalen's younger and he's going to cost less, and they didn't like Devin Booker's last year in Phoenix, so they still believe in Jalen. So at the moment, whether you just think that's fodder to keep Jalen's value high, they don't want to get rid of him. I don't think a Giannis trade ends what they do, because Giannis is like a universe unto himself. You have to build a team for him. So they're going to start to look at the rest of this roster and go, who fits? So I don't think it stops at simply Giannis trade. There may be other guys.
That's a little scary.
Who get traded to build a team that fits who Giannis is, not Giannis being inserted into this team to fit in.
All right,
I think the whole organization.
Let's talk about a true team builder. You guys keep talking about Giannis. Let's talk about a true team builder, Dana Brown. Spencer wants to talk about Dana Brown. What's up, Spencer?
Okay.
Spencer.
Hey guys. So I'm a lifelong Astros fan, and I'm always cup is half full in spring training. Always have been, even through the 100-loss seasons. And I understood the Tucker trade. I understood not bringing Bregman back, but we have been incredibly spoiled by Jeff Luhnow and James Click, and the teams. When you start talking about roster construction, the easy no-brainer moves are getting a big player, getting a stud player, getting a stud pitcher, all that stuff. But the ones that actually make it work are like when Luhnow went and got Brantley, Reddick, McCann. When James Click traded a starting center fielder for Miles Straw, for Diaz, for Maton, and when you look at this current Astros roster, it's just not very good. I mean, it's just not that good. And, I was okay with the idea of moving Altuve to left field. Try it out. Well, you know what the reality is? You took your 35-year-old second baseman who won a Silver Slugger Award last year. He's 35 years old. You moved into a new position. Now he's not hitting. Now, maybe there's a connection. Maybe there's not. But put him back at second base. I mean, it's not like we have prime Robbie Alomar slotting in at second base. I mean, we're getting no production from second, and Altuve's out in left field. The defense is fine, but it's not hitting. So moving back, and then you start looking at the outfield. We come into the season with Cam Smith. Great. Let's see what the young kid could do. Well, maybe he's not ready, which is fine. It's not the end of the world, but he's not playing. He's not playing. It just doesn't make any sense. And, this roster is not very good. The lineup's not very good, and day in, day out, Espada is not putting out the best lineup he can, which would be DeCenzo in left, Smith in right, Altuve at second. It's really not that complicated. And, and now we see stuff talking about how Dana may go get a left-hander, whatever, a left-handed hitter, whatever, man. It's too late to make some magic pill, but you have what you have, and so you need to maximize the offense. It's mind-numbingly frustrating. All right, thanks, guys.
I like this, Spencer. This is the Spencer who got after Dusty every day. He's back.
This is a tough day to be critical of the lineup after you face Jacob deGrom. I mean, Jacob deGrom is he's like throwing wiffle balls, and it's tough. When he's healthy, Jacob deGrom is one of the best in the game. So, Caratini is a guy who's been hitting. DeCenzo's been hitting. You're not getting what you thought out of Christian Walker. It's a problem. But you gotta. I mean, I don't know what kind of juice they got at first base, but the last two first basemen for the Astros have been. It has been just awful, god awful. The worst position probably between Abreu and now Christian Walker. It's the worst position in baseball. It is because first base is supposed to be a hitting position, and you've got nothing out of it basically for the last 3 years here. Altuve is a tough call. I don't know. I'd love to see him back at second base, and they're putting him at second base. Everyone, I think DeCenzo's got to be on the field. I don't know about Cam Smith. You got to put him out there every day. Mauricio Dubon had a nice game the other day, and he can't get on the field. They played him again last night. He went 0 for 3, but the other night he was instrumental in their win. So I don't know. I don't know. This is a Met offense, and it's going to be a Met offense because they're not that good. They're just not that good. But it's tough to judge after last night with DeGrom. He's incredible. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Air Team. Air Team is again, I've used them. If you're somebody who you haven't looked at your air conditioners in a while, you got to do it. This is the critical time because we're in the 90s and the high 90s every day now. We're going to get into right around 100 every day for about 3 months. Your air conditioner at night, if you want to keep it 70, 69, 70, 71 in your house overnight, your air conditioner is working all night long, all day, all night. It's not going to stop. Even if you go to work and you put it at 75 to 80, your air conditioner is still working all day. So have you checked it? Have you done anything? Go to airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com. They've got the solutions for you. They are going to make sure that it's working right, because if it's not working right, you're in some trouble. If it's not working right, you've got a problem. The problem is that and it might not be a big problem unless you make it a big problem. If you don't fix the little problems. airteamltd.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Spencer, appreciate you. I mean, this is a frustrating team, isn't it? It's a frustrating team. Last night, I really enjoyed. I was hoping, they could get to DeGrom, and just the inability offensively that we've seen, at times just boring baseball that we've been watching. Last night wasn't boring to me because of the way that those two were dealing, but this team lacks, and it's just the problem is. I think you hit it on the head the other day, Lance. They're unrelatable. This is not the Astros that we've known. This is not the Astros that we just couldn't get enough of over the last 10 years on this run. It's a bunch of guys that we don't even know. That we have no relationship to.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, it's what usually happens in baseball. In basketball, teams change. It's just that we're used to a long run. We're spoiled. Astros had a long run. We just got a little bit spoiled, and now they have to do what Dana Brown has to do. Which is revamp the team. You can't afford to pay all those guys, so you don't do it. And this is where you are. You're currently in last place, but that's kind of like you're 22-1. You're fourth in the AL West. You're a couple games from being in first, so it'll be, it's going to be a pretty good. It's going to be a pretty good scrap all year long in that division.
Yeah. Yep. I think it's going to be good. Hey, the A's are pretty good base. Last night, notwithstanding, I think they lost 19-1 to the Dodgers, but they just beat the snot out of the Dodgers just a couple of days ago. So the A's are a good team. Mariners, we know, are going to be tough. The Rangers are tough. This might be the toughest. I mean, the best, closest division in baseball. The best division in baseball right now is the American League Central. They're going into 2 days ago, they had more wins than any other division in baseball. And that's saying something about a division that they're how about the Twins have won 11 in a row, by the way. And did you see Carlos and Byron Buxton? They collided, and both are in concussion protocol.
Oh, wow.
So we'll see. But the Twins won again. They're playing pretty good baseball. And the Astros will continue to just mosey on. That's what they're doing, Del. Don't shake your head. That's what they're doing.
Is that what it sounds like when you mosey?
Yeah.
So Cal's always moseying?
I don't know about Cal. I didn't say Cal. I meant the Astros.
Those sounds are very similar. The one you do when we talk
Cal
about
Cal.
Okay.
There's
the distinction.
That's more Cal.
So Cal doesn't mosey.
Right.
Okay.
No, he's not moseying along.
All right.
713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. For those of you that weren't with us yesterday and didn't hear about the schedule, I think our consensus was, right, guys, that I like this schedule a lot better than I liked last year's. This schedule, I mean, thank goodness we're playing the West and the West. Thank goodness. I mean, it's not the quarterback onslaught that you got last year. It's not the 3 games in 11 days onslaught that you got last year. It is a much more manageable first place schedule. What did you say, Lance? It was 14th in the league?
Yeah, 14th in the league. It's fine.
And when you're playing a first place schedule and it's 14th toughest in the league, that's pretty good.
Okay, do we think the 49ers will bounce back? They don't have Debo anymore.
But they always do. Doesn't Kyle win one, lose one, lose one?
When he's dealing with injuries, they'll be really bad, and then he'll bounce back. But more recently, that fluctuation hasn't happened because they've been able to avoid big injuries. So if we think they're going to be better than what they were last year, then your schedule gets tougher because they're the 49ers. Sam Darnold in Seattle, whatever. And, of course, you have the Cardinals.
That's an internet game. Okay.
Well, that's why I said whatever.
No one is going to be able to see that.
I am reacting to it much like the NFL did by putting it on ESPN Plus, and then Kyler in Arizona, and then you have the Rams who should be good this year. So I think the 49ers game will be tougher than the schedule says it is, because I just think they won't be bad for 2 years in a row. The AFC West has 3 playoff teams. As much as you handled the Chargers, they did make the playoffs. So I don't think it's as easy as it appears, but how the sequencing I like better, because you don't have these odd games where you're playing on a Wednesday. Yeah, you don't have to deal with all that.
I mean, how stupid was that? Holy crap. But that Seattle game, I think you get if you get it, you get Lilo and Stitch too. So you get
what?
Yeah, because if you get the game on ESPN Plus, buy the game, they also get a
live action version,
a free Lilo and Stitch video.
Biggest movie of the summer, John.
Is it?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not gonna watch it. It's a live action version of Disney and their live action version of cartoon classics they've already made. Whatever.
I didn't even know they were doing that.
Yeah, Lilo and Stitch.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Live action. I think The Rock's in it or something.
Well, there you go. That's a 2 for 1.
That's all they do now is make
Seattle.
You just make Marvel, DC, and then you take I'm sure, I can't believe we don't have Rugrats already out, like Human Rugrats show, live action Rugrats, live action Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah,
like you just can't even make a regular movie anymore.
Yeah, live action Beauty and the Beast. They've done it for years now.
I will say,
how did Snow White turn out for him?
that was I don't. Okay, The Rock maybe not. Maybe he's not in it. I don't know. Either way, you've got live action Lilo and Stitch next week.
Next week it
May
comes
23rd.
I had no idea. I thought you were going to get the cartoon with it, but okay, good.
No, I think you get the actual movie. That's
how about last week they put out the outtakes from Snow White just to try to make her seem human. It didn't work.
Oh, you're talking about Rachel Ziegler?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about her because I don't care what celebrities say. If I like a movie, I'll go watch it. But
that turned into a culture war topic. That's not even about Snow White.
Yeah, it's about
but it also destroyed the box office
and her thoughts on things. Just watch the movie, don't watch the movie.
Well, it's unbelievable too. Why would Gal Gadot want to be her? I mean, that's so stupid.
What do you mean?
Gal Gadot is the one who thought she was so beautiful. She wanted her out because she's the prettiest woman in the world.
How deep are you into this movie? Did you go watch it?
You don't know the story of Snow White?
Yeah, but I don't care. Why do you care about this movie?
No,
you think it's a ridiculous premise for
Gal
Gadot to be jealous of Rachel Ziegler.
Well,
yes,
younger. The whole thing about that was that Snow White is the younger.
You're spending too much time in
LA.
More
likable person.
On the wall.
I know, but the part of the whole older woman, younger thing is she's the younger person. People are gonna like her, stuff like that.
The premise is ridiculous.
Well, you're closer to Gal Gadot's age than you are to Rachel Ziegler. I'm sure some millennial probably likes her more than like Gal Gadot.
That's why they're so stupid.
Okay.
Well, Gal Gadot's not exactly popular with a certain segment of the society.
That's true. She probably didn't help the cause either. Well, I'm sure she kept people from the movie too.
Yeah, but the whole premise of Gal Gadot wanting to that
the whole
Rachel
premise
Ziegler
of you caring about this movie's blowing.
Well, hey, listen, the Disney stock went down because of it. So screw Rachel Ziegler. Okay?
Well, also Wendy raised the rates on that streaming app.
No, Wendy didn't. By the way, she said, "I don't know why Lance thinks I had anything to do with that," but
she could have stopped it.
No, really, she couldn't.
If she put her foot down and made a heroic stand,
hey,
she could have stopped it.
Bob, we need to stop this now. Lance is pissed.
We can't continue to do this to people. The cost of living is gone.
Right.
Yeah, she really
sky high. And now we're doing this for entertainment.
You're upsetting Lance's stomach. He's not going to be able to go to work.
Why do you think they did it? Just to make more money?
Yeah.
Who's it off the back of? The common people. Be a man of the people and stand up to your wife, John.
Wow.
Tell her what she's doing is wrong.
A business wanted to make more money?
Tell her what she's doing is wrong.
Holy crap.
Are you going to tell her what she's doing is wrong?
I am. I've already told her that.
Put your foot down.
I said Lance is protesting you.
No, don't use me.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be a man of the people. Stand up for the people who can't afford it.
Don't use him as a shield, a meat shield. You stand up. Tell her what you're doing is wrong.
A meat shield?
Speak truth to power. Tell your wife what she's doing is wrong.
By the way, yeah. She has less than zero say in it. Less than zero.
You know what the greatest trick the devil ever pulled? Convince you he didn't exist. When he's convinced you she had nothing to do with it.
It is a conspiracy. They're trying. They took our money.
Tell you. She's not going to trick me, though.
She's not tricking. No, she's not tricking you. She's tricked me. She's tricked me for years. She got me to move to L.A. She's so tricky.
You willfully got tricked.
Yeah.
You didn't even try.
Well, that's a paycheck now. Sometimes you have to roll with the paycheck.
Well, yeah, sometimes you do. Sometimes you just got – and listen, yeah, I got to just shut up and take the money. That's all.
Yeah.
All right? You think I'm gonna upset that apple cart? No. Hell no. All right? If you don't like what ESPN is charging, you tell her. I'm out of this one. I'm out. I got to talk right now about Chastang Ford. I'm out. You know what? That's what I hate about LA. They don't have a Chastang Ford. But Chastang Ford is here in the city of Houston, and Chastang Ford's been in the city, well, for forever, it seems like. A Chastang has been selling vehicles in the city of Houston for 80-plus years. That's so unbelievable. Well, now sometimes family, and the car and whatever business it is, but they're so good. You don't last in the car business this long unless you're really, really good. And it's passed down generation. Patrick just took it over from Joe, and Joe took it over from his dad. And it's been Chastang after Chastang, just giving the best deals. Right now they got employee pricing going on with no add-ons, no markups. They're going to find you the best financing that you could possibly have. They're going to do it all with employee pricing. And I've heard other dealerships saying they've got employee pricing, but then they're going to add on and mark up, and it's not going to be the car or truck that you want. You're getting that at Chastang Ford every single time. They want you to have the best car buying experience at ChastangFord.com. If you need that Ford SUV or truck right now, ChastangFord.com on 610 Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford. All right, as the man told you, we're at East River 9. We are 11 life. I don't think there's very few things. Yesterday, I'm watching the golf, I'm playing poker, and I'm drinking Coors Lights. And Sam's got it all. She's got it all documented on video. I don't know that there's a better life than we're living right now. But yesterday at Texas Card House, today at East River 9. Got PGA Championship. You want to get your gamble on, go get it. Okay. download Hijack Poker, and you can play right there, or get to Texas Card House this week with the big $200, and you could win a part of $100,000 for just $200.
How did your corruption of Sam go yesterday?
Sam didn't know what was going on. She's not a poker person.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's all she did was she videotaped, just playing, and we were having a good time. It's a great time. Just sit around with guys and talk, and ladies, and talk and have a big time. If you disagree with them politically or otherwise, you tell them what an idiot they are.
I'm sure
it's fun.
It's very meaningful and patient and understanding debates going back and forth.
Yeah,
yes.
It absolutely is.
Yes.
No, it's there's nothing better than poker, political talk at a poker table.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what people are there for.
It's the best. All right, 713-780-3776. The number. The story last night was just the best damn pitching you'll find in baseball. Hunter Brown against Jacob deGrom. It lived up to the billing. It was awesome. A total of 8 hits in the game. Hunter Brown gave up 3 hits and went the full 8 innings and lost. 3 hits and lost. So he was awesome. Just a wasted start. But you had Jacob deGrom on the other side, so I don't know how you can complain about that. The Rockets, we got reports out that Alperen Sengun is a possibility. Alperen Sengun is out there, and the Rockets are willing to make a move with Alperen Sengun.
Or at least listen.
And that's what we've been talking about a lot here.
Yeah, he is not off the table. I don't believe they're shopping him. They're just letting it be known, or not even them, that someone has unearthed the information that if a superstar trade, particularly Giannis, is on the table, they would not pull Alperen back. He's not an untouchable. And Jabari Smith was actually just thrown in as a guy who would make things work. It wasn't like they are looking to move him. It's like, well, Jabari Smith would likely be included in any trade. That's just a suggestion that, hey, you need another good young player in the package, and Jabari is the most likely of the options.
Where is Jabari in this organization right now? I mean, that's a number 3 overall pick. Then he's coming off the bench and limited minutes. He has played well when he gets in there, and you need a buck. He's shot much better this year. But where is he as far as the organization is concerned?
He's a very good 6 man who can play the 3 or stretch 4. He can block some shots, rebound, good teammate. He's valuable. He's a valuable piece off the bench, but he's not untradeable. Yeah. Because he's valuable off the bench, and because he's such a good teammate and such a professional, I think there's going to be a lot of, there would be a lot of teams who would love to have him back in any kind of a deal.
And Jabari showed a willingness to play off the bench and certainly thrive in that role, did not make an issue of it. We have the Jabari end of the spectrum, then of course the Cam Whitmore end of the spectrum about playing time and such, but Jabari actually got to play. But Jabari, as you mentioned, number 3 overall pick, certainly is going to look ahead to his future and go, am I going to be placed as a bench player here? And is there an expanded role someplace else? Lance mentioned it earlier, even just beyond, you got to pay these guys. You can't keep them all together. These guys, because of their draft status, are looking to take steps in their career that playing for the Rockets may not allow if you said you got Amin as a clear starter and what they feel about Jalen Green. Of course, you got your veterans in Brooks and Fred VanVleet. How patient will Jabari be being the 6th man, 7th man on a team going forward? Now he's got 1 more year left on his rookie deal, and then he becomes a restricted free agent after this upcoming year. He can be eligible for an extension here soon. What's that number going to be like? What's he going to ask for? What are the Rockets willing to give? So a trade of Jabari may be less about Jabari and more about avoiding potential financial situation they don't want to get involved in going forward.
Yep. Because what is Jabari? What is it? What is that value? That is something. You're right. Let's get Scott in here. Let's talk about another asset that the Rockets. Oh, I don't know. Is he an asset? We'll see. Hey, Scott.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good to talk to y'all. First time calling in. I got a question about Reed Shepherd. I don't where I live, I don't get the Rockets, so I can't watch them on a regular basis. But the part that I don't really understand is they drafted him as a shooter. It's the one thing that we didn't have in the playoffs, and I didn't see him play a minute in the playoffs, so I don't really understand what their plan is going forward with him.
Yeah, I guess they were just saying he's not ready. He's not ready. That's a problem. And if, I don't know. Now, there's another guy there's another really high draft pick that is expendable. That's not great when you got number 3 overall picks that are expendable. And that's the case with Jabari and with Reed Shepherd.
Well, Jabari is a product of Ahmed's growth and development, and his injury led to Ahmed starting. The Reed Shepherd thing, I think, is a different situation because if he was ready, there were minutes to be had this year.
Well, Fred was out for a while, and
yeah,
right.
This is what I'm saying. Now, when he got time and extended minutes, he did play particularly well. For our caller, he wound up playing in the playoffs when the Rockets were trying to salt away a game against the Warriors. It didn't go well, so they take him off the floor and then bring back their starters to finish it off. Lance, you've been someone who says don't want to rush this. Of course, if the Giannis thing comes about, then the minds may change. But even beyond that, are you down for a consolidation trade where you're not actually acquiring a star, but maybe a veteran that fits the team, even while you keep some of your young players?
Yes. And the reason is because I'm already anticipating losing players because of salary cap. And I assume that's what you mean.
Yeah.
You're saying consolidating some of the depth into a primary piece. Yes, because he plays an 8-man rotation.
Yeah, someone who is a playoff contributor right away, even if they're not a star, but someone. I'll give an example. It doesn't have to be this player, but like Jaden McDaniels, who's firmly a part of that Wolves rotation, a player of that ilk where he's not going to be breaking the bank, but night after night after night, that guy's part of a winning playoff rotation. Or would you like someone better?
I would like no. I wouldn't mind consolidating bench players for a better fit if it was a shooter, if it was a scorer. Like, you got me all excited with Derek White talk until you realize why would Boston trade Derek White? They just re-upped him, so there's no way they would deal him.
Well, there was another article just this morning I was reading. The Celtics are going to have to make some difficult money decisions.
I mentioned Derek White.
They're in hell financially.
Yeah, I mentioned Derek White because I don't think you would want Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday, they don't. Drew Holiday is 4 years older or so, and the money isn't that different. But remember, the previous ownership group signed Derek White. The new one did not. So if they're looking to get out from under some of the deals, and you're going to be with Tatum and Brown and their supermaxes, who is attractive, who can bring back stuff that you like, and who do other teams want? And Derek White's one of those guys who, an established player, part of their core, but that's a guy who can bring you stuff back, picks and young players that are going to cost less. Because I know you wouldn't want 30, like Drew Holiday, who will be like 36, 37 at the end of a deal, because he just signed an extension too.
Derek White would fit perfect. And, if you like, I would imagine they would love to have a guy like Jabari Smith, but I don't know if, financially I'd have to see what makes it work. I'm all for a consolidation trade, but I don't think, I'm just working off of my assumptions based on the conversation, with John here on this show, that they're not trying to get Derek White, even though I think that would be, and we're using Derek White as a name of a concept. I would be fine with that. I think I don't think you're that far away. I really don't. You just need to get better shooters, and you're still growing up. Like, you're still becoming a better team. I've been a big fan of patience. The only name I've heard that makes me consider altering the mode is Giannis, because he's now your best player, and he's a 30-point per game scorer who can take over games in 3 columns. So, and he has the mindset and mentality I think Ime would love. He's the only guy I would consider that for. But other than that, I want to build slow. But I do like the idea of the consolidation trade if you find a shooter that can really help.
Well, Derek White is a Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet kind of move, right? I mean, he's not a superstar, but he's a solid piece to what Ime wants to do. And if you don't have to break it, which you wouldn't have to break up the core for a Derek White, maybe get rid of a young, maybe a Reed Shepherd or a Cam Whitmore would be or a
and you're
combination, or
probably
even a
sending-
Jabari would be enough.
Then you're sending picks their way, whatever makes it
Right.
work. But yeah, you wouldn't even have to use the untouchable pieces to get
And is a Derek White one more piece to that puzzle that they've been putting together over these last 3 years?
It's interesting. You don't want to overpay, because when you look at his regular season, it's kind of average, honestly. He averaged 16.4 points per game, but he shot 44% from the field, 38% from three. He is a good free throw shooter. His assist to turnover is about 2.5 to 1.
He plays.
Interestingly, he
games.
averaged a block and a half per game, which is the same as Giannis. But he's been really good in the postseason, which gets you gassed up a little bit.
Yep. All right, and that's what they need. Hey, brokers are just better. I don't know if you're in the market for a house. If you're renting right now, there are a lot of hacks right now for first-time home buyers. There is a lot of money out there, and you don't know how to get it. I know somebody who does know how to get it, and that's Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Mortgage. He can do it all, and there's so much to do. I mean, you got the title company, you got the surveyors, you got the insurance agents, you got a buyer's agent. You got all of these things going on, a lot of balls to juggle, and you don't know how to juggle. He knows how to juggle. He knows all the hacks. He has saved our listeners, Kaylee and Josh and Vicky and Richie and Mallory and Sebastian and Brett. All these people have gone there, and they have saved a bunch of money because of Kent Jones. You don't know the mortgage game? This dude's been doing it for over 30 years. He's got the hacks. I love that. He's got the hacks. And I want somebody that knows how to navigate these mortgage waters. You don't. I don't. Okay? You got to shop your mortgage, and he does it all. I mean, he'll get in contact with the insurance and then the survey and the title company. He does it all. So you're looking for a way to buy that house. Mortgage brokers are better. They actually save money. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, that's where we're at. East River 9. I want you to come on by. We got the PGA Championship to watch. We've got Astros to watch here. We've got food, drink. We've got golf. We've got pickleball. We got night golf. As a matter of fact, buddy just said, hey, we got an 11:20 tee time. You're going to be there. I'm like, I wish you'd have told me. I wish you'd have told me. But he's coming with his wife, and they're going to.
Does that ruin it?
No, that doesn't ruin it. It's a great time
I'm
to
just
spend
asking.
with your loved one.
Not his specific
The answer
wife,
is yes.
but
Del.
generally, if you bring a wife to the golf course, does it ruin it? I'm sure she's great. I don't know her, but
Wendy went one time to play golf. She's like, I'd like to learn. Okay.
and
She went out one time and she was like, I don't like this.
and that
I
was the
like,
best day of your life.
Darn
Yeah.
it.
You're like,
Darn it.
shucks.
No, guys, some guys do. They have to bring the wives. No, this guy doesn't. But it's a nice day to have together.
I'm sure
This is easier for everybody.
Yes.
It's an easier course because you only the holes are only so long. It's a
Uh-huh.
par 3, but it's a lot of fun, and it's a great place to start to learn to play golf.
I'm sure that gentleman and his wife are going to have a great time, but I sense generally that it's not what you're looking for when you're out on the course to bring your significant other with you.
Well, especially if you like to gamble.
Yeah, and
because
say stuff to the boys. Yeah, it's a
There's
time.
very few instances where she's better than you are. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
Okay.
So maybe you do want her on your team, but for the most part,
Isn't the 2.5, 3 hours you're out there a chance to be in a
it's
spot where
usually
she's not?
4.5.
Oh, I was trying to give some people some credit.
Right.
Be in a spot where she's not.
Yeah.
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 But she knows you're
Well,
golfing.
no, it's not like you want to get away from her.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Well, no, golf is fun. It's camaraderie with
Yes.
your boys, right?
It is something you can do that she won't be offended by you doing
Right.
for 4 hours with your
It's
boys.
better than going to a strip club.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. She goes, "Oh, you're
With
out
your
in the
boys.
you're out in the course with your boys. At least it's golfing."
Well, right. I mean, it's not either or, strip club or golf.
Exactly.
But
if she had to make a choice,
absolutely,
yes.
go be with your boys.
Okay. Lance was a strong yes. It's worse when she's
Yeah.
there.
If she's
Right.
not part of your golf crew, then yeah, what are you doing?
No, right. No, it's fun. It's just it's a good time had by all.
No,
sure.
it's a good time had by your boys.
You and your boys, it's a good time.
Sometimes, like my
How
buddy,
often do you
he's
play
going
with your
his
friends'
wife. He's
wives?
going to have a very nice afternoon with his wife.
How often
Do your
your
friends
buddies play
bring
with
their
friends'
wives to play with you? No.
No.
None of my friends' wives play.
Your friends bring their wives to play poker with you? To any of the poker matches?
Sometimes there's a guy that comes with us, and he brings.
And,
she's a
and
good
do
player.
you guys go, dang it, he's bringing his
No, hell no.
Okay.
Love playing.
No,
okay.
because you can get money off her, is
And
what
by
I
the
was
way,
thinking.
she's a good player too.
Oh, then apparently you can't get money off her.
No, she's a good player,
All right,
too.
then.
Yeah.
All right.
April, she's a real good player. Yeah.
So East River 9's a place to bring your significant other
or
with
a
it-
date.
or a date, whoever it might
Yeah,
be.
it's a great place to bring a date.
Yeah, I mean, maybe stick with watching the games in the bar, unless you have patience to teach.
Right.
If you don't have that, then maybe don't bring
Maybe
her.
don't do that.
Yeah.
Or bring her and play pickleball
'Cause
here.
You don't want her to see that side of you that comes out when there's a bad player out there, but she's a bad player and you have to talk to her. You don't
Right.
want her to see that side of you. Keep
no,
that tucked in.
If that's the case, you got patience, and you just go,
Yeah.
well, now it's okay.
And don't.
That's fine.
But
That's
do
fine.
you think she's going to notice
Let's
you
just have fun.
talking to her like that as well? Like the puppy that
It's
you're treating her
okay.
as?
It's okay.
Yeah, that voice I don't think is going to go well.
No.
But either way, no matter what situation you're in, come out here. It's a great time. The weather's great. And, of course, if you just want to luxuriate and watch the PGA Championship, it's here for you, too.
KJ wants to just sit and KJ, is it all right if I say your name on
Too
the
late
air?
now.
Too late. KJ came out. Lance, you haven't seen KJ in forever.
No, I haven't seen him. I'm a little under the weather, so I didn't want to
You
get
got
all
boo-boo juice today.
Guy sick, although I did do the show yesterday, and I had a fever in the middle of the night, so you're probably getting sick this weekend. So
I'm not
sleep
getting
tight.
sick.
Nah, we got a hearty immune system. We're good.
Yeah. We
Okay,
ain't soft.
good.
I mean, that.
I was on a New York City subway,
We're-
so
okay.
I was bound to get something.
You're Lance McCullers, and I'm Hunter Brown. That's all. Okay, I'm out there every
Just taking
day.
losses with good performances.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow, what a
Well,
great performance! Yeah,
that's what he considers this show. He's always taking an L despite his great performances.
Let's get LSU Brian in here. He wants to talk.
LSU Brian, what's up?
What's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking like Lance. I'm wondering if you would rather get like some shooters, give up, some bench players. Man, I want to keep Jabari. I've seen a lot of progress in him this year. I know he's the kind of core bench guy that everyone's talking about giving up, but I just want to throw that out there. I think Jabari's got a lot ahead of him, but I would rather give up some guys not in the core, get a couple good shooters, because that's what you need. Keep everybody else that are giving up the form for Giannis or something. And another guy I was going to throw out there, pretty much Derek White guy, is Anthony Simons. He could shoot the ball. He can get his own shot, and he's almost 90% from the free throw line, which we need that. So just throwing that out there, guys.
Yeah, any good. I mean, yeah, get a good shoot. I mean, I think priority one has to be, if you're going to stay with this core, if you're going to stay, you're going to run it back, you got to go get somebody who can. But now listen, he better want to play some defense too, because he ain't doing that. He ain't putting up with no shenanigans defensively. Okay, you better be ready to step up and play hard defensively and shoot the ball. And isn't it most shooters they're not really great defensively? They're really. I mean, I think
if you're trading for a player, I want him to be. I mean, Simon's career is, I don't know. I mean, he did have a couple 42% 3-point field goal percentage seasons. He's been 37, 38, 36. Like, you got to be, if you're going to trade for somebody, I want them to be at least, now his 3-point percentage is 38% lifetime, but he's a 6'3" combo guard, mostly shooting guard. So he's undersized. He's an okay 3-point shooter. I mean, maybe slightly above average for his career. Bad from the field in general. Shoots 43% for his career. So once he's inside the 3-point line, he doesn't score a lot. Like, I don't know if that's enough.
Simons and Jalen Green are doing that Spider-Man meme where they're both pointing at each other, seeing the same guy. There are variations of them, but you're not getting that big of an upgrade.
42%?
That's from the field. He was 43% from the field as a 42.6 from the field last year, 43% from the field overall. His 3-point percentage is about 30%. That's pretty good as a career. So, like I said, 38%.
38
as a career
that's
shooter,
better than Jalen.
That's good. But overall, he's played in pretty much a losing environment the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, but Jalen hit 38 this year, didn't he?
He hit 35.
35.
So Simons is a better shooter from 3, but how much of an improvement are you getting? And at least this is the guy as opposed to another guy you have to bring in who's older as well. I mean, that's not the improvement I'm looking for, to go bring in an Anthony Simons and get him into the Ime system when you already have Jalen. And if we're supposed to believe what they're telling us, in 2 years, Jalen Green should be a better player than Anthony Simons. Anthony Simons simply is older than Jalen Green.
What's Anthony Simons making?
He signed I don't know if you consider it a rookie max, but he's a guy who's making, I think, in that 28-30 range.
That's Jalen too.
Yeah,
so,
there's.
I mean, I don't want to, Jalen is Jalen a bargain right now at 30?
So Anthony's cheaper. He's coming up. If you want off of Jalen, Anthony Simons only has a year left on his deal, but you would have to give him more money to keep him. He's got 27.6 coming up next season. So, and then he's an unrestricted free agent. So that might be a reason you don't trade for him, because you have to give him another deal as well. Because if you're trading for him, you're going to have to pay him again.
Well, if you're trading for him, you want him.
Yeah,
and you don't mind giving up more years.
Yeah,
Otherwise, don't do it. I don't know. Well, that's a lot of off-season thinking that this organization has to do. If they don't do much of anything, are we going to be okay?
I mean, I'll be okay.
Yeah. If they just say, hey, we like what we did this year, we're going to run it back. We think we'll be better next year because they were better this year.
If you end up the same kind of way next year, granted, let's say you get to the second round and you're eliminated in the second round, it's the same team with some of the same issues. To me, that's untenable then because you've got too much, like there's too much ability and potential. I would say you cannot run it back a third straight year if you don't go much further next year.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind this offseason, even if the core is the same. You cash in a pick and a player that you don't think is going to be part of your future for a shooter. I mean, I brought up the name just because of my familiarity, but if you're telling me you can combine Whitmore and a pick and whatever it needs to do to go get 1 year of Duncan Robinson, just throw in a shooter in your rotation who has played in big playoff games throughout his career, knows what that moment feels like, will not be afraid of that moment, and you know it can get off of him after a year if it doesn't work out. That's a guy or someone like him that I think the Rockets should be interested in. Now the defense is an issue. He is big. He's like 6'8", so he wouldn't be a small guard. He just is not a guy who plays great defense. But as we talked about before, John, one of the days Lance wasn't here, he played for a team who loves defense themselves and started finals games. So they found a way to work around him. So that's a guy, if we're talking marginal deals where you're not giving up a whole lot, that would be someone to look at. And there are going to be those types out there where you might just get a veteran for a year who knows what it's like to play in the playoffs.
All right, let's break it. 713-780-3776. A lot of Rockets talk this morning, what with the rumors flying. So if you want to get in, you want to talk about that or anything else, you're more than welcome if you're a little frustrated with your Astros.
Yeah, and we come back. I want to mention what happened with Caleb Williams and Carl Williams in that book that Seth Wickersham has. That's going to be a messy season in Chicago.
Yeah. Apparently, Daddy did everything he could not to go there.
Yeah, I mean, they looked at everything.
Yep. All right, let's talk about John Daspit right now. Maybe a lawsuit is pending.
Well, let's talk about John Daspit and personal injury law. That's his specialty, but he actually does much more than that. If you go to daspitlaw.com, that's daspitlaw.com, you will see for yourself. If you go to practice areas, you click it, tractor accidents, recovery from insurance, property, property contamination, negligent security, commercial litigation, wrongful death, work injury, workers' comp, truck accidents, product liability, premises liability. There's a lot going on here. And John Daspit handles all of that. And if you want to consult with them, they're bilingual if that matters. But their free consultation is 24/7. And it's an easy phone call away. 713-CALL-NOW, 713-CALL-NOW. You can also consult online at daspitlaw.com, but they're going to do everything in their power. Well, they will get you all of your hospital bills paid off, your time missed from work paid off, and they're going to get you a strong pain and suffering payment as well because you didn't ask to be injured. And God forbid you have loss of limb or loss of life in your family and you're dealing with that. They are the only number to call to help you there. 713-CALL-NOW or daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
How Golden State was able to do it with all those good players on that team under the salary cap, and they had Steph not making any money at the time.
Yeah, the confluence of events were this. Steph was on a small deal because of his history of injury, so the Warriors didn't give him a giant deal when he was up for one, and also the cap went up by $24 million in that offseason. So there was no way they would have been able to do it. Just
KD took up all that cap, right?
Yeah, he was making 27, which is what Anthony Simons is making today. That's what they're paying KD.
You get a
look how
KD.
the prices have changed so
A
fast.
KD in his prime for 27, and now you get an Anthony Simons.
Yes.
Wow. Talk about. Wow. Of course, the cap is going up.
Keeps going up and up and up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why we struggle as fans or media members or whatever. You see these numbers, you think this is ridiculous. He shouldn't be making that much. But listen, while your salary stays the same and you make no more money and your cost of living goes substantially higher and you get the ship kicked out of you on a regular basis financially, that is not the same case in professional sports. You have to remember that you're used to your salary staying the same for years and years and years. The salaries because the revenue, it's based on total revenue, because TV deals keep getting higher and higher and higher, and it's now streaming and TV. 27 million is what 44 million is today. And that was 7 years ago, 8 years ago?
Is this trajectory that the Rockets are on similar to what Golden State went through and before they started winning it all?
It could be, but is Steph Curry? Who's your Steph Curry? That's a special guy.
Because Ime better not be Mark Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's the
he's
difference.
Steve Kerr.
You've already got your I don't know. Steve Kerr outcoached the Ime in the
we
playoffs.
forget because it's been so long, but the Warriors didn't start making the playoffs with Steve Kerr. The reason they got Steve Kerr is because they couldn't get over the hump with Mark Jackson. So I wouldn't give him the Steven Silas treatment. But as far as the players, when you want to make that comp, Lance makes a point. Who's going to be your superstar? Which is something they want to happen internally. But if they don't see it, then they'll go out and grab it. So yes, if they are the Warriors or even the Thunder from who exists today, Shea came in a trade, but he wasn't fully developed. And, of course, he got great at 25, 26. So that would be the best thing for everyone to be happy. Have that star happen inside so you don't have to trade any of these pieces away.
You do know that Alpi came in a trade, too.
Yes, in the draft, but he never played for anyone else.
Right.
I mean, Shea actually played minutes for the Clippers, and then he got traded in the Paul George trade. So
how are the Clippers looking at that now?
I mean, it's the only reason the only way they could get Kawhi was to convince him to come. You had to get someone else, and unfortunately, the someone else was Paul George. I think they thought they were in on Butler. Just didn't work out for him. He chose Miami, and that worked out for him pretty well. Made a couple finals. Has not worked out for the Clippers, and now they are perennially a first-round exit.
Yep, but they do have James. They do have that. They got the strip clubs are happy. That's for sure. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here.
I'm telling you now, if you're gonna come messing with me on Twitter, don't. I'm sick. I'm not feeling well. Today is not the day. So keep your funny ass jokes to yourself for a little while. Because today's not the day. So don't. Wait until Monday. Make your little sorry ass jokes Monday. That's it.
Because of that
oh my god.
Yeah, F that guy in his A.
That is
that comp he made?
Yeah.
He did say he had insane potential.
You do have insane potential,
I don't
Lance.
care. Screw him. I hope he drives into a ditch and crashes.
Ooh.
Wow.
I don't care.
Ooh.
I'm not playing today. I don't feel good. I haven't felt good forever. I'm not playing. So I'm not playing. I'm just telling you right now. So today's not the day to play with me.
So take this beyond the three of us and the guy who tweeted Lance.
I already said F you to him, and then he's blocked. I'm done with him for life.
But for the rest of us,
I hope he never listens again. I hope he moves somewhere and has a terrible life.
Okay, but for the people who don't know why you're so upset, the guy made a comp to real world athletes and called
I didn't
John.
even read it. I just read the bottom part.
Oh,
I
you
just
saw the last part.
Yeah, he called you Zion.
Said you
Yeah.
insane potential, but always out, which actually isn't true on both cases. Hardest worker in the H, he says that's you.
That's me.
You're like MJ, booze and cigars the night before Game 6, and then you still put out all-time performances.
That's actually. I don't think I'm not gonna.
You're
I'm
not
not gonna
upset
say
at
the
all
same
by
thing. I'm not gonna say the same thing. I think he's pretty accurate there.
He calls me.
Now yours, I don't.
You don't
know.
like.
No,
he
you're
calls
a
me,
Hall of Famer.
He
already.
calls me Cal Ripken, talented and consistent, and then Lance he insults.
He insulted Lance for some reason.
But he did say he's got potential to be great, but he's just never here, which is not actually true.
That's a bad comp.
Yeah, he's not always
That's
out.
a bad comp.
He's actually playing sick. He's playing through illness right now.
Right.
So I agree, Lance. That guy. Well, I don't think the guy should drive into a ditch, but I agree that's not a proper
I hope
way
he
to
does.
contextualize
I'm not
you.
dropping
I hope he
F-bombs,
drives
though.
off in a ditch, and I don't care what happens to him. I hope he stays there. I hope he drives into water and can't get out.
Drowning is what you're
You
saying?
want him to drown?
Or just
I mean,
the car?
I wish him the best of luck. I wish him the best of luck. I'm
No,
not
you don't.
playing.
No,
I'm
you
not
don't.
if
playing
you want him
today.
to
I'm not
drive into
playing
the
with this
water
guy.
and not get out.
It's not wishing someone the best of luck. I
I'm
hope
not
you
playing
drive into a
today.
body of water and don't get out.
Well, he's dead to me. So just so you know, whoever that guy is, he's dead to me.
Okay. Noted.
You know, Lance ain't playing today, people.
He's ill. He's working.
ill.
He's fighting through pain. Leave him
All
alone.
right. He's playing through pain.
Jokes don't seem funny to me today.
No, nobody's joking. No, don't be joking with Lance today.
Yeah.
He's playing hurt.
Do we got a Billy Brown? Do we got an aqueduct today? Because it'd be perfect to talk about the Brown going down.
Yeah, you
Brown
should have
going
seen
down
the
to
work he had to
Lance's.
do with my house.
Holy crap. I'd imagine that is just thank God you got Billy Brown.
I got
on your
nothing in my
side.
stomach. I haven't eaten for 20 hours now. So don't worry about it, Billy. You're fine now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, see, I know you didn't give it to us because I got no problem eating.
Oh, I
Okay,
guess
went
I
to
haven't
the-
eaten for 22 hours actually.
Yeah, I have had no problem eating. I ate yesterday at Damaris. It was great. It was great. Had a little event over there at Damaris. It was really good. It was a cognac by Fitty.
Percent?
Yeah.
Mm.
I kept telling the woman in charge. I kept telling her how much I liked her her P. Diddy cognac, and she was like,
She's not thrilled.
please
with you.
don't.
Yeah, don't.
Please
Don't put that
P.
name on us.
Yeah, nobody wants liquid from P. Diddy. Okay. So
Oh, and his video came out. I'd already
the
seen
full
it,
length
though.
video came out. where you
Yeah, it
saw
wasn't a
different
lot
angles
more.
of what he did. All right, we heard you. We're going to ignore what you said. John, we're not going to go with what you said. Yeah, I saw the video
actually,
too, Lance.
I said that.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. I misspoke. We're going to ignore what you said, John. I saw the video too, Lance. Multiple angles.
Of the beating.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
saw it from different cameras. It was as ugly as always.
That hallway video came out before.
No, but we got like one angle of it. They gave us a full 15 minutes, but it was different angles of the same thing happening, and they put it together. It's just as bad as it was before. And the trial is actually going on right now. Cassie, the woman in question, I think her last name, at least her maiden name is Montoya. She is on the stand.
If she's the only person that testifies, he should be in prison for a long time.
Oh my God!
Because
Everyone
the
is
stuff that she's saying about him.
You know, people talk about the Epstein list. The
Yeah.
more terrifying list right now might be the P. Diddy list.
Well,
like,
there's a
you know,
lot-
the real fear is that LeBron's on there, which I don't know if he is or not, but you know, that's what everyone like, who are the lists on there? Because LeBron has got the video where he says, ain't no party like a P. Diddy party.
Diddy party, right?
And I just don't think, you know, and you could have gone to a party and done nothing. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Is you could have gone there and left before it got crazy or not. You know, you could have been to one party and it was fun, and the next one you're like, ooh, I can't do this anymore. But you don't want your name associated with it at all, because this guy has zero chance of ever getting out of jail.
Yeah,
like it's going to be really bad on him.
Yeah, she is the star witness. Cassie Ventura is her name. She's now married to someone else, but that was her maiden name. But I don't.
Well, if I'm married to her, we have to make all this public.
Well,
the stuff he did to you.
I mean,
and how he prostituted her.
I don't know if he.
Lord.
I don't know if he.
We have to make it public. Well, I mean, it's
Well, she is a witness. I guess you do have to make it public. Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, but I mean,
he's not a good guy, John.
No,
he had his own
about the
personal
husband
umbrella
that-
holder. Do you know that he made another man walk around named he called him Farnsworth Bentley, and made him walk around holding an umbrella over him. He was a grown-ass man who was a PUH, personal umbrella holder. Act like that's not true, Dale.
Farnsworth Bentley, yes, that is an accurate description of what he did. He want to stay out the sun or the rain, so he had a guy hold an extravagant umbrella on him. That guy dressed like a dandy.
Yes, he was dressed like a dandy.
You can't expect Diddy to carry his own umbrella
or not be involved in criminal activity. Apparently, KJ points out she currently is she'll be on the stand with pregnant with her third child with her current husband. So, it's a tough day for him, I would imagine, and her more importantly.
Yeah, since it's been in public, but not all the details. Holy crap. I felt bad for her. Holy crap that she had to go through that. I just think he's not a great person.
You've come to that conclusion?
I don't think he's a great person.
Where would you rank him on level of people that you know or people that you've been aware of? Is he on a scale of I don't know, the Pope, the new Pope?
The Pope versus Hitler.
Yes.
He falls on the Hitler side.
Okay. Just want to make sure when you're ranking people.
I'm not sure he's a 90% Hitler, but he's a good 75 to 80% Hitler.
Supposedly there's questions about what he did to Justin Bieber that ruined Justin Bieber.
Right.
It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad.
Diddy is like a card-carrying criminal, a card-carrying horrific guy.
You've upped the percentage.
Yeah. And the more that comes out, you're dude.
And then you see some of his videos with Justin. I know you've seen him, Dale. Have you seen him, John?
No.
Were some of Diddy's videos with Justin Bieber when Justin was young?
I don't want to see that.
Oh, it's terrible. In hindsight, now that you know all the stuff, it's terrible in hindsight because you just realize, oh my gosh, that was not. He's talking about getting drinks for. For me, it looks like a grooming video. It's pretty terrible. Once you know what's going on and you see it and you're like, oh man, that is not great. Somebody said, did he do that to, he did that also to Usher?
I have not seen.
Or did Usher do that with, I don't know.
Usher was, I guess, Bieber's entry into the world, I guess. So some people have put some onus on Usher to explain what he knew and when he knew it, if he knew anything at all. But we haven't seen anything directly linking Usher to what may allegedly have happened to Bieber. Yeah.
The whole thing. Just put him away. I'd rather not hear.
I referenced this.
We got a break.
Oh, are we past a break?
Yeah, we got a break.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to talk about that Seth Wickersham book. We may need to wait until 9 o'clock.
That's right. Caleb Williams. Let's do it.
I'm working on getting Seth on the show.
We got GimmeTheVin.com right now because and a way for you to get big dollars in your pocket. John Clay, for whatever reason, I don't know, he's just decided to give away $25,000 a month. You know anybody who's giving away $25,000 a month? That's $300,000 a year dude wants to give away, okay? That's a lot of money. And it's out there for you. And all you have to do, you have to go to his website, GimmeTheVin.com, find out how you just mail in an entry, and you get 250 entries into the hopper, all right? And you could win. Or you sell them your car, and you get 1,000 entries in there. I saw him talking about one guy who, he bought the car from him, and then just later he got $14,000. $14,000. All you need to do right now is go to GimmeTheVin.com and find out for yourself. You're looking for the best way to get some money. And, oh, by the way, sell your car for the most money you can sell it for. That's GimmeTheVin.com. GimmeTheVin.com. It is awesome. You're looking for the best way to get money in your pocket. It's GimmeTheVin.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. This Caleb Williams thing, I don't know how it's going to go over in Chicago, and especially since they're talking about – so Seth Wickersham wrote in his book that Caleb Williams' dad and Caleb didn't want to go to Chicago. They didn't want the Bears to draft him. They didn't like Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator. They didn't think the Bears were going to be a good fit for them. Other quarterbacks have done this. I mean, Eli wouldn't go to San Diego. John Elway wouldn't go to the Colts. So, sometimes
did you like either of those? I was too young. I mean, I was young with the
No, it was
John
a
Elway.
stigma.
I was really
stigma.
bothered by, and I was doing a draft show.
Yeah.
I was really bothered by when Eli's dad, when Archie Manning pulled that. That really bugged me. That bugged me a lot because it had never happened. Well, I guess John, John tried to use baseball against him, but I didn't like it at all because here's the thing. The NFL, and it was, and the NFL doesn't acquiesce. It was the Chargers could have just stuck it out and kept him, but they decided to make the deal for Phillip Rivers. And I would argue that it was kind of even for both sides. I mean, Phillip Rivers actually played better longer in his career. Just Eli gets the benefit of having a great defense and 2 Super Bowl wins, even though he was as such a mid quarterback for almost his entire career, full of interceptions. But I don't know. This bothers me because the league is about fans. So everything the NFL will tell you, there is no league without fans. They have parity for a reason. Their parity is so every fan base has a legitimate opportunity to win a championship. At least they have that. You cannot make this about the player and where they want to go all the time because it hurts the fan bases. And his dad, this just comes off. Carl Williams is like, okay, do I want to go there? I don't think I can do it with Waldron. Caleb said, okay, whatever. He's not the first one. Supposedly Burrow didn't want to go to the Bengals, but it got quiet as we got closer. There were some rumors he might want to try to force his way out, but then it got quiet and nothing happened. And it's good. He's doing like they love him in Cincinnati. He's playing well there. In this book, it had access to John Elway, Johnny Unitas, Warren Moon, the Manning family, Steve Young, current signal callers such as Kirk Cousins and Drake May. So there's a lot of it's more than just this. But his dad, here's something that really bothered me a little bit, John. Okay, so Carl Williams told several agents, I don't want my son playing for the Bears. Okay, not the first dad to say that, I'm sure. We know that we're dealing with a lot of overbearing helicopter dads now. It's like a major, major issue in sports as young as Pee Wee League football. My brother deals with it in high school football. In college, it's terrible. You can ask Dana or anybody. And in pro football, it's getting to be really bad as well. What they looked into, they met with lawyers and agents, and they looked into signing with the UFL and becoming an unrestricted NFL free agent the next year. They thought maybe they could circumvent the collectively bargained the CBA, where he could pick his own team. Then he called John Elway, Archie Manning. He reached out to Archie Manning about all of this, which to me, I wonder if Archie's a little embarrassed about it right now. But that's just me talking. He vented about the rookie wage scale, which could lock his son into a team that drafted him for up to 8 years. I thought it was 7, but okay. He calculated hundreds of millions of lost market value income, which really tells me you're really looking at you love ball. Nothing says you love ball more than your dad just calculating what he thinks the rookie cap is unconstitutional. Even though there's rookie caps in all 4 sports, major sports. The CBA is the worst piece of bleep I've ever read. It's the worst in sports history, noted lawyer Carl Williams said. He also went on to say, so apparently he really wanted to play for the Vikings, Caleb Williams, because he liked Kevin O'Connell, which is a common theme that I hear is everyone loves O'Connell. But he said, here he is. He's worried about me taking bullets. That's why he decided Caleb was not going to try to force anything. Because really the only thing you could do is say, Chicago's a sack of crap city. It's the worst. Ryan Poles is stupid. Matt Eberflus is a joke. It's gang ridden and it's filled with terrible people. Like, you would have had to literally nuke Chicago is what you would have had to do. And he didn't want to do that because he was worried about his dad taking bullets, because his dad could have said that too. He said, I don't care. I just don't agree with this bleep, you know? I'm more interested in making sure that he can do what he wants to do. See, that whole thing of I'm more worried that he can do what he wants to do. This is this entitled, enabled, like, generation that the kids want to do. Like my son, I deal with it right now with my kids. I got good kids and we try to raise, but they just want to do what they want to do when they want to do it. And if you say no, you got a war on your hands. Like, I don't care that you don't get to do what you want to do today. I don't care. And I don't care that a guy who's making multiple millions of dollars, who may end up on a Super Bowl team with the Chicago Bears, if it's run right, he just wanted to go wherever he wanted to go. And he just wanted to do what he wanted to be able to do. That's like what's wrong with some parenthood today.
Like I said, hey, this isn't new though. I mean, it happened with
it's not
you're
new,
a superstar quarterback. You're your number one overall pick, and you feel it. You know, Eli and John Elway both did it. I don't know that it's a generational thing. I think it's an entitlement thing, that you want to pick where you want to go.
Yeah.
And listen, I think this is going to hurt him anyway. He better play well, because Chicago is a tough place, man, and especially with the Bears, because that is everything. I remember there was a Bears preseason game when the Cubs were in the middle of the playoffs, huge playoff run, and Bears preseason game beat their numbers. Wow. As far as viewers. The Bears are everything in Chicago, and the Bears quarterback that he wanted to disparage the city of Houston, the city of Chicago, is not going to play well there.
Well, it was his dad who wanted to do it.
I know.
Right?
No,
okay.
It's not going to play well there.
Yeah.
At all, you know. And there's going to be I'm telling you, there's going to be some hard feelings for people in Chicago about this.
Especially if he doesn't play well, because first of all, you know, he doesn't come off, his personality is not one of just a CJ Stroud here, where he's about ball. He wants to win at a high level. He's got his head in the film. You know, there's a segment in there where he talked about he watched film and didn't know what he was looking at, and the Bears didn't help him with it. And that's not really on Caleb Williams. But did you happen to see what Chase Daniel? We got to get to a break, but did you happen to see what Chase Daniels put out yesterday? He retweeted the passage about not watching tape or not knowing what he was watching. If you get a chance, Chase Daniels, or is it Daniel? Daniel, who was a backup quarterback for most of his career. He broke down what a week looks like for an NFL quarterback. I'm telling you, when you get done hearing what a week looks like for an NFL quarterback, you fully understand why teams want to find a guy who loves football. Because if you don't love football, it is easy to check out on that workload. Easy. That's a hard workload.
Speaking of hard work, you've been working on that toilet for a while now, your whole family, and Billy Brown.
Nothing left. It's just stomach cramps now.
So, well, I mean, do you think you wake up in the morning and thank Billy Brown?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at what he just did.
So do you wake up every morning thanking the Lord for Billy Brown?
Yes.
Yes, right? I mean, your whole family is destroying your bathroom.
Does he do exorcisms?
Just two people.
Is he going to have to exercise that bathroom? Like, I go to his website every time I do a live. I don't see exorcisms under services that he provides.
It's known.
He's a joy in Lance's life right now.
It's assumed.
Yeah. He's a joy in Lance's life. He's not an exorcist. He doesn't have to exorcist Lance's
that demon came out of those people.
For those you don't know, Lance has been sick, and Billy Brown is making it go down. Okay, Billy Brown is why Lance his house has not been condemned. Okay, because of Billy Brown. So if you're somebody that has, you know, a bad stomach, your whole family has a bad stomach, you need Billy Brown like Lance needs Billy Brown. Am I right, Lance?
Yeah, that's right. Or if you just have a leaky faucet, it doesn't always have to be about toilets, guys. It could also be about leaky showers, leaky faucets, or moving gas lines. Okay. Don't let John make you think he only does one thing. He does lots of things. Go to his website to find out for yourself, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
We are so far behind, Lance. Can't control you when we're apart. When you have no, I think your stomach might have lost your sense of time. If this was an isolated incident, I would say that, but this isn't really an isolated incident.
Yeah, the stomach's saying, "Don't blame me."
Don't what?
There's clear evidence when he's healthy that things like this happen.
We've done this before.
Yeah,
we've been here before. We're at East River 9, and I'm going to tell you, it's starting to fill up. I don't know how many women have come in here, Del. And guys are playing with their wives out here. My boy Houston's bringing his wife out here today, and they're going to play, and they're going to have a nice little time. He was laughing because you said he loves to play with his wife.
I didn't say it specifically about Houston, but in general, is it a thing that guys enjoy doing?
You like to play with your boys?
Like the first thought when you get up in the morning, or when you're invited to a great course, did you think to yourself, "Man, I wish Wendy was here with me playing"?
No, she doesn't play golf.
Yeah, but but do you think, man,
when I go to a store, I say, "Man, I wish Wendy was here with me because she knows how to shop better."
No,
than
you don't, because then it just gets more expensive.
It does.
Yeah, but the first thought
anytime she goes to the grocery store with me, oh my God, she'll be sitting. It'll say Diet Cokes, 3 for $18, whatever it is, and she'll pick. Oh no, let me get 1 for $15. That's fine. What? The artisan
Diet Coke is what she's buying?
No, my God, it doesn't matter. if the two paths,
she somehow finds a way.
She finds a way to find the most expensive one without.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no.
So there are things that you understand, and when you wake up and know you're going to go play at one of your courses that you love, you don't think to yourself, "Man, I really wish Wendy played golf so she could be here with me for this." No, and it's not a shot at her. It's just how it is. You want something for yourself and the boys. That's all.
Yeah.
I've taken note over the last, like, how long have I known you? Just too long. I've noticed you've never said, "Man, I wish Wendy really played golf."
I don't think I've ever.
No, you've never.
But it's not.
It's not that you.
I'm glad.
You
it's just I never thought of that.
You've never thought to, it'd be great if she was out here.
I would love it if she would come out. Actually, when we first started going out, she would come and ride around with me.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how you guys build a bond.
Yes.
I understand all that, but now that that bond has been built,
then she didn't want.
No need for that. There's no
need.
It's cool, but you guys, if you love your wife quite a bit and she loves golf, or you want to teach her, East River 9 is the perfect place.
That's right. And bring your wife out, or bring a date out.
Yeah,
or come with your boys. All right, 9-hole golf course, lighted golf course. You can come at night. We got crawfish and live music on the weekends.
Great
we got
views
all the
of the
TVs
city.
and a wonderful restaurant. The restaurant's good, really good. The menu's great.
I said the city, KJ. I said great views of the city, not what you were doing over there.
What did he do?
He just pointed at something.
So here we are. We are at East River 9. Thank you for having us out here. It's the PGA championship, and Johnny Vegas still in the lead at 6 under. And Colin Morikawa is making a run, and so is Max Homa. So we got a nice leaderboard building up for the weekend. Let's go. Scotty Scheffler and Rory, they tee off a little bit later. They're the ones. I mean, Rory. What you're going to see this weekend is a lot of balls rolling up to the green and then rolling right back at you, because they've got these crowned greens where if you don't hit it on the right level, you're in some trouble. Yeah, and I just saw Victor Hovland had to chip up 3 times on this hole. It went up, back. It sucks. He double bogeyed. So this is what you're gonna see this weekend. You got to be pretty precise on this golf course. There's no question. So it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun this weekend, PGA Championship. We'll talk about it on Monday. We'll probably do the whole show on it Monday.
Ooh. Is anything that can distract you from that? Anything that can go down between now? We have a game 7.
Yeah, but who cares about that when we got the PGA Championship?
Astros playing over the weekend. What else is out there that could keep you from talking about the PGA all Monday?
Mm-hmm. What else do we have this week? We got the Rangers series this weekend.
Yeah, I'm saying Astros against the dreaded Rangers, the hated Rangers.
Rangers series. We've got Denver and Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and if the Knicks lose, they could have a giant collapse by the time we come back. So maybe that can keep you away.
I kind of like the Celtics in this one.
3-1 is so. Look, we've seen the Rockets almost pull it off at home. They couldn't get it done. That's why it's great to make fun of Doc Rivers, because he's the author of so many 3-1 blown leads. I think the Knicks get it done tonight. I think Game 5 was the Celtics' last stand, because Jason Tatum, getting knocked out in 5 is embarrassing. So they did what they had to do to win Game 5. I don't like the Knicks in a Game 7.
No,
but I think they get it done. They'll put everything into it and find a way. And if not, it's funny either way. If they lose in 7 to the Celtics, it's funny. If the Celtics lose tonight, it's funny. I think it's a win-win for all of us who don't like Northeastern sports and their fans.
Yeah, but it's 2 Northeastern teams.
Yeah, someone's got to win, certainly, but at least we can laugh at someone.
Well,
I've chosen to laugh at the Celtics.
Either way, I like Indiana coming out of the East.
Yeah, they just play such a unique style that puts so much pressure on you. And if they're it's cliche. If they're knocking down their shots, they're kind of tough to handle. They play better defense than you might imagine. And they beat the Knicks last year. The Knicks got banged up, so I'm sure they think if they're healthy, they can win that one. But yeah, I think the Pacers are making the finals, which is kind of crazy because they were bad to start the year. People were wondering about Halliburton. He has turned it around. That whole team has. The Pacers in the finals.
NBA can't love that anymore.
Yeah.
Let's get the Pacers in here. Speaking of which, A lot of WNBA preview going on right now. Is their team going to be any better this year?
Lance,
are
the Fever going to be any better this year?
They should.
They should be
with some of the help they've added, and
go on.
Well, I mean, they've added a lot of help off the bench.
You said that twice.
They've got Kayla. Well, Kayla obviously is going to be good. Yeah,
they got what?
He said they
Either
got a
Kayla or Michaela. One of those two probably. And
you're not for sure though.
Yeah, they got better rebounding, which I think is going to help. So you've got that other white girl that can shoot from three.
Mm-hmm.
Probably Kayla or Michaela also.
No. Well, I'm looking at their roster right now.
How many?
There is a Michaela, but she's not white.
Huh.
That's fine. She's a Michaela.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got a Jaden probably or a.
No, that's what the Texans have.
Yeah, the Texans got a bunch of Jaylens.
And a Jaden now.
And Jaden.
Jade?
Yep.
Is it a Jade?
There is no Jade on the team.
I feel like a fortune teller just searching for a name.
Yeah, keep going. Let's see if
but no, I mean, I've studied a lot of it.
There's an Aaliyah.
The Aaliyah, obviously, she's
what's her last name?
A good defender.
Smith.
No.
Okay, what was the Aaliyah's last name? Who was the R&B singer that died in a crash? What's her name?
She went by one name. This Aaliyah doesn't go by one name.
You don't know that. She may also go by a single
name. I've seen the back of her jersey. It has her last name on it.
We don't know about this year.
But no one else has seen that.
No.
It's impossible to know what's on the back of her jersey.
It's not true. She's been on TV quite a bit.
They got better rebounding, better three-point shooting.
Yeah, but no one's seen it. See, she could be on TV every day, but no one's seen it.
She is
on TV
Clark,
every day.
So
she plays for the
watch. You can't even get that off because she's on Caitlin Clark's team.
Yeah,
so
but
people are watching.
But that's all everybody watches is Caitlin.
But you have to know.
All eyes are on Caitlin.
That's not true because if they drop one of her passes, someone's screaming at that girl.
That's true.
Or woman in that case for dropping her pass. So you would know. You would know if you were watching.
Yeah. Hopefully it's a white girl dropping a pass.
Aaliyah Boston is her name.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, we know her.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, now you know her.
Yeah,
we
knew that.
Yeah, now you know her.
Yeah, we knew that.
So they should be better, have better three-point shooting, better rebounding. So, Lance, where do you think that the Fever finish in the regular season? Are they a title contender?
I think so, yeah. Based on some of the things I've cited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Based on all your sites.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All your sites.
That's our WNBA preview.
That's it.
Everybody.
There it is.
All we did was not name players on the Fever.
There it is. And they should be better. Boom. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
All right, we got a break, and you're going to have to combine these two, Sean, because Lance has just destroyed the show with Boo Boo Juice and Long Talk.
I barely even talked in that segment.
Let's break it. We'll talk about Craig the Surf. How about that?
Yeah, Craig the Surf has some great offers. I got to get my wife switched over. We got to get a new car before they get hit by some tariffy stuff. And before you tell me, there was. So you are going to have prices that are going up. Craig Surf and his team have individual offers right now, like 0.9% APR financing on Buick Encore GX and Envision for well-qualified buyers. He's got right now the for truck, if you're looking at getting a truck, they can help you with affordability. 0.9% APR financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers on a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 with a 5-liter engine, 5.3-liter engine, plus $3,500 total cash allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. And then, of course, on the GMC side, because they always have GMC as well, you've got you can get 0.9% APR financing for well-qualified buyers, or take $6,500 purchase allowance and a $1,350 engine credit for current eligible Buick or GM owners or lessees. That is for the Turbo Max engine on the GMC Sierra 1500. Great offers on 3 different types of cars: Buick, GMC, and Chevy. Don't miss out. Head down to Angleton today. Save money with my good friends over there at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
okay, you have some kind of metal that needs work, okay? Or even if your patio furniture, the strings, the slats, the straps, all that stuff, they fix that stuff, okay? So at Houston Powder Coaters, they do it all. But you might have boat parts. You know, it could be the anchor, it could be the ladder going up to it's rusting out or whatever. If it is, and you want it to look nice, you don't want rusty stuff on your boat. I mean, you got a boat. You don't want that. You don't want it to be rusty and terrible. What you want is Houston Powder Coaters to make it look new again. Houston Powder Coaters is excellent at this. 5-star customer reviews, free pickup and delivery. If you're somebody that is, you want to keep something, maybe it's a keepsake, maybe it's something older from your parents, your grandparents, whatever. Houston Powder Coaters. You can trust them. They're wonderful. They get the job done. They're like the best in the industry. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're back to John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Do you have a gem of the day today, Lance?
I do. A Zadig Jewelers gem of the day.
Yeah, the Zadig Jewelers gem of the day. Are you going to? How about the Eric Cole's hole-in-one? Is that it?
Nope.
Okay.
We've got something picked out that people watch.
Oh wow, that's ugly to the.
I don't.
golf
No one
community.
knows who Eric Cole is.
Yes, everyone knows who Eric Cole is.
I've never heard of Eric Cole, and I watch a lot of golf.
You don't watch any golf, so
I still would know who he is if he was any good. I know who Rory McIlroy is.
Okay, thank you. He's not Eric Cole.
Okay,
they're different people.
Xander Schauffele is.
Rory's not the only golfer in the world.
Xander Schauffele, Steven Scheffler.
Yeah, it's Scotty Scheffler, but okay, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Steven played, I think, for Purdue.
Yeah, it's his brother. Yeah.
Are they related?
Steven Scheffler? There is no Steven Scheffler.
Yeah, who's the Scheffler, the basketball player?
The basketball Scheffler?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
You're thinking Adam Schefter.
Steven Scheffler played pro basketball. He's right here.
He's right.
Purdue University.
I don't know that they're related.
Oh, the tall center?
Yeah, I played for the Sonics way back when.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah. No, I don't know that they're related.
He played from 90 to 97. Yeah, so they're not related. That's who Steven Scheffler is.
Yeah, okay.
Is he your gem of the day? Did he do something?
No.
What's your gem of the day?
No. Well, do you want to play it now? Well, here, let's play it now.
Yeah.
It's the gem of the day. It's the gem of the day. It's Zadig Jewelers gem of the day. It's the gem of the day. Zadig Jewelers gem of the day.
That must have been when he had a good stomach.
Jokic rested the first 4 minutes and 7 seconds. He's come back fresh. And Jokic from deep gives Denver a 12-point lead.
Listen, that's the gem of the day. We do that with Zadig Jewelers. You can go to Zadig.com and check out all of the selection they have, from luxury watches for men, luxury watches for women. They have timepieces where they are boutique locations, so they have unique timepieces in there, unique jewelry, the top brands and the top designers in everything from earrings to tennis bracelets to necklaces, pendants, diamond engagement rings. Nobody has a selection, 28,000 square feet of greatness, including a second floor, which only is home to engagement rings. So if you're looking for the engagement process, you want to make it special, let the experts at Zadig Jeweler do that for you. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadig Jewelers.
All right. Hey, a basketball player made a basket. That's better than a hole-in-one in golf? Okay, whatever. Zadig Jewelers is disappointed in
people
you
have heard of Jokic instead of Eric Coleman.
Yeah, Eric Cole, hole-in-one. What? That's right. It happened. It doesn't happen that often. Jokic baskets, they happen a lot. Sorry.
That's right. And it was a gem because
Zadig
they pushed
Jewelers
it to a game
probably
7. Eric Coleman's not even going to make the cut.
You think?
When did you record that song, by the way? It wasn't when you were on Boo Boo.
Last year.
The problem for him is he's not on it, because at least this would be a directive from him to want this to happen. It's uncontrollable. That's the problem. He would rather be drinking that.
Let's see where Eric Coleman
stuff.
is right now.
Eric Coleman is not a person.
It's
Eric Cole.
He better make the cut.
You can look up Eric Coleman if you'd like.
Yeah, look up Eric Coleman.
Sure,
he
you'll
better
find
make the
someone
cut.
in Kingwood named Eric Coleman.
He better make the cut. So what did we – okay, Sean, this is usually where the producer steps in and decides what we missed today or where we were flawed in any way, shape, or form.
Everywhere.
So how'd we do today, Sean? And what did we miss?
So you're asking me if today was a flawless show? Is that what you're?
Well, not flawless per se, but it wasn't flawed.
So I mean, kind of taking the ball from the Zadok Jeweler gym of the day with the Nuggets forcing a Game 7. We talked a lot about the Rockets' pursuit of Giannis, or at least what we think is going to be a pursuit of Giannis. Are we sure we want the OKC Thunder to lose Game 7? Because if they disappoint the playoffs again, they might become a Giannis suitor. And you talk about a team with a lot of assets. We're really focused on the Spurs so far. If the Thunder lose this game on Sunday, they lose in the second round for back-to-back years. They have this war chest of picks. Should Houston be rooting for the Denver Nuggets?
I'm not. But I don't really have a reason why.
I didn't care about it that much, to be honest. But when you put it that way, I guess, it would be better if Oklahoma City moved on. Yeah, probably. For the Rockets.
They have played.
If they want.
Yeah, they have been patient. And it's one of the reasons that you point to them as maybe a plan for the Rockets. Hey, don't rush to go make a move. They've made the moves that we discussed earlier, where they added Hardenstein or they added Alex Caruso. Smaller trades that are impactful that have helped their roster, although they were pretty good last year too. If it doesn't work this year, do they change the way they go about things?
Well, and how about this, Sean? Think about this. Sometimes things that you don't think work out, work out. Like, for example, when the Texans beat Indianapolis and they got the number 2 overall pick instead of the number 1 overall pick, that's worked out pretty well for them. If, in fact, Oklahoma City does go after Giannis and then they don't win anything with Giannis, was it maybe the Rockets dodging a bullet here? Maybe. So, I don't know. Let fate play out, okay?
So when God closes a door, he opens a window? Is
when God what?
Is what we're going with?
When God closes the door, does he open a window is what he's saying.
That happens. Mm-hmm. No, it happens in life, Sean. Okay. So one door closes and another opens. You know what? I like that God's getting the credit for that. I like that. God doesn't get nearly enough credit right now.
The Stroud pick?
Yes.
Yeah, CJ.
God instilled in Lovie
Easterby
Smith.
didn't make that pick.
No, God instilled in Lovie Smith that you always compete. You don't tank. You always compete. And because Lovie Smith wanted to compete, that thought was put in him by God. Now you have CJ Stroud.
And you have CJ Stroud. You would have had, how would if you had a little tiny baby quarterback right now? Right? How would you feel about the Texans wouldn't even get 4 nationally televised games.
Yeah, what if you had a skater masquerading as a quarterback right now?
Yeah, every game would be on ESPN Plus. Not just the Seattle game.
Terrible.
Every game. So, yeah, we thank God for sending Lovie Smith for that pass that went through that dude's hands.
Was that not miraculous?
People were ready to burn the city down because they weren't going to get their hands on Bryce Young. And I also am old enough to remember watching these same people try to backtrack and pretend like that wasn't the case. Like, no, I was always a CJ Stroud guy. I wanted
I remember
CJ.
being on the next day going, guys, you only lost one pick. I mean, it's not like, oh my God, it's one pick. Everybody's freaking the F up.
You and your entire ilk of draft experts need to apologize for that particular process. That you guys couldn't get your eyes on Bryce Young and tell us there's no way this guy's going to be great. He's too small. You guys couldn't. How much work does it take to look at that guy and go, That's a kid who needs a skateboard,
Yeah.
not a NFL football.
Yeah, Lance.
That's on you and your people.
Yeah.
Looking back,
no, thank God they thank God they still play him up
I
because
know.
Carolina took him.
Understood it helped the Texans, but the fact that those guys couldn't just look at him and go, too small, can't play.
Well,
on you guys.
Listen, what I found out is all draft experts, if they weren't doing that, I'm not sure. I mean, what else could they do? Right? What else would they be doing in life?
That radio shows. Making
Right,
Hall of
or,
Fames.
Whatever. It's not like, I mean,
but you don't lead when you're out in you do this whole I'm a Hall of Famer here. But when you're out and about, you go with preeminent draft expert. I work for NFL.com.
I lead with Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
He doesn't lead with ESPN 97.5.
I lead with Texas Radio Hall of Fame. TR.
No chance.
Does Todd McShay strike you as a valedictorian? No.
Oh, you're saying they're not that bright.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
All right. And you're okay.
Well, Lance is forgetful. He tells us all the time.
Yeah. No, Lance is one of the smarter ones, but he couldn't see that Bryce Young was wee.
All you had to do was look at him. And that should have been enough to tell us.
Oh, no, it was scary. It was scary looking at him at the combine. He's sitting there with the backpack on. And having him have a backpack on made it even worse. It's like, oh, my God. Take the backpack off. You got Will Levis, who's built like a freight train. You had Anthony Richardson. CJ's just, he was just CJ, but he's built like an NFL quarterback for the most part. You had two guys that are Greek gods. And then you had this little guy who wasn't throwing, who was wearing a backpack. Like, it was the worst look for him. You just avoid it and you just say, it doesn't matter. He played for Nick Saban in the SEC. He should be fine.
And now what?
Well, he did play better last year. We'll see.
Yeah, you know what? He may not be bad this year.
He hasn't
they
had
got
any help. But no one
They
mentions
took a
that
wide
with him.
receiver again in the first.
He'll mention it with every other quarterback, but no one mentions that he's had very little help over there.
I don't like the description or the compliment. He might not be bad this year. Going with my third year number 1 overall pick. He might not be bad this year. It's not something I want said about my guy. I don't want that said about my guy.
It's better than saying like Jamarcus Russell.
True.
Hey, where is that guy?
True.
In his third year.
But
hey, is he still in the league?
No, understood. That's on the extreme of awfulness. But if I'm a Panther fan, which I'm not, thankfully, my guy might not be bad this year. It's not the description I'm looking for. I'm talking about, hey, he might be a top 10 quarterback this year. This is what I'm looking for.
Well, I don't know that I would ever say that.
Then that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say CJ was going to be the 14th last year either.
Well,
or 15th best quarterback.
I told you.
We all had him in the top 5 of all time.
They finally threw him out. He was squatting in that top 10 stuff in year 1.
He's a squatter.
Year 2, he got thrown out of top 10.
Sheriff came in, took him out.
Yeah, or maybe a couple uncles said, "Hey, get out of our sister's house, beat it."
Yeah,
so we'll see.
That happened.
We'll see if he's back.
You thought he was
3.
squatting.
I didn't think so. Year 2 told me he was squatting.
Well, my goodness.
I need CJ to buy, not squat. Buy into the top 10.
That's what I'm talking about. Bye, CJ. Bye.
Nick Caley, call the good plays. Let's go.
Well, now he's got a good realtor this time. Okay.
Does he?
Yeah. Yeah. He's got a good realtor. I think he's got Kent Jones finding him all the deals, right? Nick Caley is Kent Jones.
Bobby Slowick, did he have like the wrong flower arrangements in the houses?
He got you the bad mortgage.
Did he not spray the chocolate chip cookie smell in the home? What did he do?
We couldn't afford his mortgage. Okay. And we had to just sit there. Oh,
Bobby Slowick, slumlord.
I don't even know where you guys are. I don't even know where this came from.
Because CJ was squatting in the top 10 in year 1. He didn't belong there. He was just squatting there.
He would think he's a squatter.
Hopefully
he's not this year.
Year 2 said he was
buying
a
home, beautiful home
Buy
in
the
River
home,
Oaks.
Own it, River Oaks, all that stuff. Nick Caley gets him to the right place. Well manicured yard, all those things. Plumbing works, all of it. Let's go.
Oh wow!
I'm just saying, year 2.
You don't think that Billy Brown got there on time?
I don't know. Year 2 looked like Donald Sterling put him in a spot. I don't know.
Wow. Hopefully that Billy Brown is that offensive line this year fixing it.
Let's combine
fixing
everything.
the toilets.
Billy, everything that happened today on the show, Billy Brown, all of it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Year 3 for CJ.
CJ, come on. Well, stop squatting.
Yeah.
Get and own your own home.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You got the cash for it. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. We need CJ to be a beautiful homeowner in River Oaks.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. Oh, that talks about poverty quarterbacks. Right?
Well, if you're squatting, you live in poverty, probably. Yeah. So
I don't want to say where CJ was living last year. One great.
What part of Houston do you want to insult? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do this.
No. I'm not doing
You're going
that.
to lose your man of the people standing, which somehow I don't even know how that exists.
I know there are no bad parts of Houston. I mean, he probably lived somewhere in San Francisco last year. All right. Where people are pooping on the street.
Where people get paid $100K to clean up poop off the
street.
Yeah,
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. Clean up that offensive line. Hey, Nick. Clean up.
Oh, see, he named the place. I'm not going to share it, though. Look, it starts in L.A. Nick going home, CJ going home. Let's start off right.
That's right. Oh, yeah, I know, right? How about Wendy is the station for the Rams?
So you're going to be able to go to the game.
Get tickets to the game.
We're Texans fans here.
You what?
We're Texans
He's going to root on the Texans.
I'm going to wear my Texans. I'm wearing Texans gear. Don't worry. I ain't scared of her. Oh, my God. My eye. Oh, God.
They had someone drop some glass, and John's looking to call Daspit.
Where's John Daspit?
Yeah.
Holy crap. You get an injury here. East River 9. No, listen, we're at East River 9, and it is awesome. And we want you to come on out this weekend and play. Look at, there's a bunch of, did you see all the players out here today?
Yep.
I mean, it's crazy. Usually when we're here, it's raining. So
True.
The good news is it's not today. And there are people all over the course right now. You make your tee time. Give a call up to the pro shop. Make your tee time. A couple of guys sitting out there with drinks, just sitting in the lounge chairs, just talking, having a good time, waiting for their tee time. It's great. I love East River 9. We got the restaurant. We got the bar. We got crawfish tomorrow. We got live music tomorrow. We got it all. Guys sitting out on the patio watching golf. What a great day. What a great day. What a great weekend it is. So get on over here to East River 9 and then let's go. All right. We're breaking it here. Why don't you talk about, listen, if I needed John Daspit, would he be here for me?
Well, somebody shattered a glass in your eye and you lost your sight in your eye. Yeah, 100%. 713 call now. John Daspit's going to go after them, go after the insurance company. He's going to get all your medical bills taken care of, your loss of eye. He'll get it paid for, a new, glass eye, so that you don't have to be somebody with just a hole in your eye or a patch on. John Daspit will fix all that, and he will make them pay for what they did to you. And that's the John Daspit way, is he is going to fight for the injured, whether it's on the roadways, at the workplace, out on location somewhere, if it is in the water, no matter where it is. John Daspit understands that you've got medical bills, you got time missed from work, you got pain and suffering that has to be accounted for, and John Daspit is here for you. 713 call now is the phone number. 713 call now. Go to the website. You can see all the areas where he specializes, and in every single one of those, he is getting big claims on a regular basis. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713 call now.
So a Greek woman is reportedly filing for divorce. One day she made Greek coffee and thought it would be fun to take pictures of the cups and have ChatGPT read them. ChatGPT said that his cup, her husband's cup, had a mysterious woman with the initial E that he was supposedly fantasizing about and with whom he was destined to begin a relationship. His wife's cup, on the other hand, painted a much darker picture that he was already cheating and the other woman wanted to destroy their home. Do you think that ChatGPT should read infidelity into marriages?
Well, it does everything else.
It might as well, right? But I started on ChatGPT yesterday, as a matter of fact. Just yesterday, I downloaded it. And the first thing it says is, we're not always right.
Oh, they're wrong a lot.
A lot.
I just asked ChatGPT, tell me all the starting left tackles who had arm length under 34 inches. Simple. And it was so screwed up, the answers weren't even remotely close. My guy from Texas A&M, Craddock, he was going through. He told me, this is one of the best data scientists in the world. He said, Lance, he said, ChatGPT, he said, I was going through it and it told me the answers. He said, it's like a girl who is like a pick-me girl or a guy who it just wants to be right. It just wants you to like it. And so it will tell you things that are not right. And he said, I finally, after it gave me 2 really bad answers, I had to say, you are lying to me, ChatGPT. And I said, you told it was lying? He goes, yeah, you can talk to it like a real person. And he said, it admitted, yes, I was just, I filled in things that I didn't know if they were true or not. I'm like, what? I said, is that real? And he sent me the log where he said, why are you lying to me, ChatGPT? And ChatGPT admitted, yeah, I was lying.
Wow. ChatGPT is lying to us?
Yes.
Wow.
You've got to know the answers already before you start asking ChatGPT for anything.
So a Massachusetts man pled guilty to trying to stab a flight attendant and open airplane door mid-flight in 2023. Lance, do you feel like maybe you should be prosecuted for the way you acted on your plane the other day?
I didn't even tell that story, but maybe not prosecuted, but maybe a talking to.
Lance was pissed off. The bin above the seats was full when he got on the plane.
My bin is saved for me.
So he threw. I know exactly what you did.
He predicted exactly what it was. I smashed someone's backpack over and threw my backpack in at 107 miles an hour. And the whole plane stopped. And then I took my bag, my big bag, and I rolled it back to I said, let me go put this effing bag to. Yeah, I was out of control. And I smashed that in there.
It would have been so funny if you got thrown off. I would have laughed. Oh my God, I'm laughing anyway. I've seen him do this. He once threw a bagel with too much cream cheese on it into the window at 6'10", and it just stuck there.
Because Michael was being passive aggressive. I don't know why he was doing that. He was saying, get extra, extra, extra.
I mean, he threw it as hard as he could into the window.
Well, this is a guy who, when you
took off his shoe,
when you made mention of the fact that Brad Ausmus might be the manager, took his shoe off and threw it at the wall. I'm not surprised he did that on a plane.
I'm not surprised at all. But you could be convicted for that. You know that, right?
Watch yourself.
Watch yourself. 5 women charged with prostitution in a massage parlor raid that recovered $600,000 crammed into a teddy bear. 600 large they got sitting around. Are we in the wrong business?
Yes, but it has nothing to do with that story.
What do you mean?
We're just in the wrong business.
Prostitution pays.
Well, I don't know if that's the business I want to be in.
No. Well, but if it's all, you got 600 large?
I don't know. It's a little grimy. Too grimy for me.
It is a little grimy, but so's this.
Yeah, I know. Getting here and setting up at East River 9's grimy, yes. But there are levels, once again, to everything. And being in the prostitution business, because it doesn't end there. There's drugs, there's trafficking. It's all.
That's the good side.
No, it's not. People can hear you. Oh. No, it's not the good side.
Oh.
The trafficking side isn't the good side.
That's not
the drugs aren't the good side.
Well, it depends on which drugs you're talking about.
I'm sure it's harder than weed. I think the drugs go a little stronger than weed.
I don't know.
This isn't.
I don't know. I don't have 600 large laying around. That's all.
It's true.
Apparently, they're doing it right over there. A woman says a security guard kicked her out of the women's restroom and asked her to prove her gender. Do you feel like every woman should be checked
You're not gonna
before
trick
she
me.
goes into the bathroom?
You're not tricking me. And what was his suggestion for her to prove her
Well,
gender?
look at her. I mean, I can see where he might have been mistaken. Maybe.
For people who obviously cannot see, it's a woman with very short hair. She has a bit of a buzz cut, but it's grown out a little bit. But I mean,
I could see his mistake.
I mean, it's not. She doesn't look enough like, I guess, a man for me to ask her to prove her gender.
She looks like she's got a nice jumper. I mean, she could be a point guard. Yeah.
Does she play defense?
I don't know if she plays
Can't
enough
get
defense.
on the court here.
Lance, you feel like every woman should be checked to make sure that they're every time they go to the bathroom or no?
Well, actually, Lance went to the bathroom himself. I don't
know.
Yeah.
Did anybody check what gender he is first?
Well, I'll have to report back, but yeah, I don't know if he's going through the two-step verification process right now or what.
Okay. We didn't see he up and left the show. Did he take too much boo-boo juice?
Once again, this is involuntary what's going on with him. When he drinks that stuff, that's a voluntary thing he's doing.
Yeah.
This is a big problem. He can't control himself.
It's like when an NBA player has to keep going back to the locker room to get retaped up or something. That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
It's Paul Pierce with that stain on him.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Did anybody wheel Lance out?
Thankfully, that's his own person.
I almost had a Paul Pierce moment.
He walked out on his own volition.
Yeah. Wait, they didn't wheel you out?
No. He did check himself out of the game, though. The coach had nothing to do with that.
But he's back. But he's back.
Anthony
he's
Richardson.
He's Anthony
tapping the
Richardson
back of his
tapping his
jersey right
helmet.
now. Yeah. All right. Let me out. I need out. Okay.
But he's here to finish the
is
game.
everything all right there, Lance? We good?
Yeah.
We're good?
Always was good.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I'm just making sure. A kindergartner brought Jell-O shots to school and gave them out to students. Do you feel like this kid likes to party?
I think there's parents. I think he just took Jell-O that were in the refrigerator.
I think he was unaware. He thought, it would be great to bring Jell-O. But how does a kindergarten get Jell-O shots to school? Like, someone's taking this kid to school,
right?
So how did they make
kid
it?
Went in there.
Did no one who's supposed to be a parent notice that
kindergartner
it's not like he's a latchkey kid who walks to school. So how did this all come about?
Maybe the parents gave it. Hey, give these to the kids.
Not great.
That's
for the
not
parents.
great parenting.
No.
I don't think it's great parenting.
I need more. I can't figure out how the kindergartner got the Jell-O shots to school without anyone noticing.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. So a man died of blunt force injuries at the USU after suspected kangaroo fight. Lance, someone brought up that you and Nicole ate kangaroo in New York.
True.
Do
Kangaroo
you feel like
tartar,
kangaroo
no less.
might be
kangaroo tartar, which means it's raw?
Okay, raw
now, that
kangaroo.
was on Saturday.
Why? Wait a minute. Who killed the kangaroo and cut it up for you to make tartar in New York? And do you feel like maybe this is the cause of all your malady
had
here?
One small bite. I had more of it, but I mean, now that they mentioned it, it did sit in my head for a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe this death of this guy was from a kangaroo, and maybe your death right now is from kangaroo.
How long have you been sick?
Well, Wednesday started to feel bad. I mean, I ate a bunch of sweets from the Greek Fest,
but that wouldn't do it to you because I had sweets from the Greek Fest too, and I'm fine.
So it wouldn't be that. I don't think it's food. I don't think
sweets
it's food
from the
related.
Greek Fest were
I was
awesome.
in New York and rode subways and had my hands on rails and stuff like that. That's 100% what it's got to be.
Yeah,
It was a really
dirty,
nice city.
filthy,
Like we had a
dirty,
great time.
trash
But it
ass
was,
city.
You can't ride subways and think you're going to be okay.
You haven't built up the immune system for it.
No, right. Frankie's fine.
Yeah,
she touches all that stuff, but she's been there for years now. So no, it's a dirty ass, trash ass city.
that Lance enjoyed immensely until he got sick.
And kangaroo, where people eat kangaroo raw, kangaroo. Congratulations, nice job.
Is kangaroo like fish? The more you get away from the coast, but in this case, the coast is Australia. The worse it gets.
I don't know.
Lance,
I hadn't thought about that.
That kangaroo came all the way from Australia. You thought it'd be a good idea to eat it raw?
Hold on. I know. Yeah. Hold on a second. Our guy Pete's Fine Meat sells kangaroo.
Yeah, but is he telling people to eat it raw?
Well, I've never heard of anybody who bought it.
Get all the parasites off it.
Yeah, that thing traveled continentally.
It can't be kangaroo. It was Saturday when I had it.
Don't know how that travels. How long it takes?
You don't know.
Taking this long.
You might.
Have you ever traveled with a kangaroo before?
You might have worms.
I don't have worms. I would have seen.
You could. You might have.
You might need to be dewormed. Go to a vet.
I would have seen the worms.
So, all right. What do we figure this weekend, boys? Who wins? Who is going to win
Oklahoma
the PGA
City
Championship?
He's talking about the PGA, Lance. You got to pick.
I like Morikawa right now.
I was
Morikawa's playing really well.
And I was going to say next. I'm going with Min-Woo Lee.
Min-Woo Lee. He goes with Min-Woo Lee.
He always does.
Who are you going with?
I'm going with Suni Lee, mostly because it just rhymes, and I know she's a gymnast who can't possibly win. I don't know who's even playing. I heard Morikawa. I guess he'll win. I have not looked at the leaderboard.
You can take Eric Coleman.
That guy doesn't play golf. It's Eric Cole.
Eric Cole, and he had a hole-in-one, but he's still not.
You're the golf version of the Mockingdales. Cut it out. I'm going to go with that Alker guy I see on the screen right in front of me.
Okay.
Steven Alker.
Well, he's not in the tournament.
He's got a -7. I'm looking at it right now on the screen.
Yeah.
How old is this guy that he's not in the tournament?
He's actually a senior, but
I guess he can't win. What's that on my television right now? That's not the PGA?
No, that's they went to the senior tournament.
Oh, sorry. I guess Alker can't win. I just saw a -7. I'm going with that guy.
Yeah. Good.
Fine. Morikawa wins.
Morikawa. There you have it. And Denver, Oklahoma City.
I'm gonna lean Nuggets. I think this run of no Mike Malone's gonna go one more round.
That would be sweet.
Not for Michael Malone. You know he's rooting against them.
I'm going Oklahoma City at home. That's a good place to.
I am too, but I think it's going to be close. It's 7.5. I like the points in that one.
Yep.
And I also think that the Knicks finish off the Celtics here.
And I think the Astros eliminate the Rangers from playoff contention this weekend.
Wow.
Wait, what?
They're going to destroy all their hopes.
Who do we have left as pitchers now?
Fromber.
No, Fromber just pitched.
You mean just in the rotation period. That's what I was talking about.
You're going to see Blanco
and McCullers, right?
Yeah. Ooh.
And Gusto?
Never mind about. No, Gusto just pitched the other night. Yeah, never mind.
You're out. You're out on this ending the Rangers season.
Probably lose that series. Never mind.
All right.
Hopefully Blanco pitches like he has. All right, we're done. Have a great weekend, everybody. We will talk to you again on Monday. Get on out here to East River 9 and watch your golf and everything else. Just a wonderful place. Thank you, East River 9, for having us here. We will talk to you again on Monday, everybody.
Welcome into the show. We did a little quick change stuff going on, like in the back at a stage when you're in a part of a theater production. We had to move a lot of stuff around to get settled because the people at East River 9 have some stuff to do. It's not just about us. They've got an event they're putting on, so we had to move across the room. But we're all good to go. Thanks to KJ and Niall and Sam for helping me get ready. So we're good to go for the next several hours. We'll be here till noon, and then the rest of the lineup will be here from noon to 6 with Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees. As we have a good time out here at East River 9. You hear about the golf, you hear about the pickleball, the bar. It's all here for you, and they got a great restaurant as well. So if you want to come out here and join us for anything, you got Game 6, Knicks, Celtics. Of course, there's Astros baseball. There's the PGA. Can enjoy all that out here at East River 9. But I want to get you in on this, Sean. You were part of the morning show, and the story that came from NBC Sports was that if Giannis is on the table, so will Alperen Sengun be for the Rockets, and you can throw in Jabari Smith as a enticer to make a trade happen. Are we in line for one of those summers until a deal gets done that it'll be a consistent stream or maybe even just a drip of not just Rockets news or Rockets rumors, but specifically about Giannis and what he wants to do? And I guess it'll kick off even more if he actually announces or the list of teams comes from Shams through Giannis, or maybe Chris Haynes gets it, or whoever might get it. Are we just going to be in an entire May, June, July until it's finally over of where is he going, what's it going to take, what's the right trade, and how much are the Rockets willing to give up? Because I kind of foresee that happening.
Yeah, I think it'll be especially until he actually puts out a list, or it's reported, like you said, that there is a list from one of the newsbreakers. Because a way for it to stop, at least here locally, is for Giannis to put out a list of 3 or 4 teams and the Rockets aren't on it. That, boom, no more Giannis segments after that. Maybe a couple more, like, oh, never wanted this guy anyway.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to be here. We never wanted him.
Yeah. But I think your general outlook on this is right, that as long as he's available or seemingly available, as long as there's a question as to if he is available, especially for the Rockets, it's going to be something that we get little drips from. Now, I do think that should he become available, I mean, again, he could stop this at any time by saying, like, I'm 100% committed to the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, he could just do that today. He can do that in the middle of the sentence. He can do that.
And it's over for this entire line of thinking.
But until he does, it's going to be the Giannis show until he eventually gets traded.
Yeah, he's going to be the storyline of the summer, specifically when the finals are over. I mean, it'll stretch through that, but once there's actually no games to talk about, considering there's not a lot of drama when it comes to the NBA draft, that's Cooper Flagg and everyone else. It'll be, where is Giannis going to go? And I don't think he's the only, like, he'll be the biggest if he decides to say I'm out. He'll be the biggest name on the list, but I don't think as far as title contending type moves, I don't think he'll be the last one. I just see a league where a lot of people think they can go win this thing, and it won't be necessarily rebuilding, but I think retooling will happen for several teams, and the Cavs are chief among them now. A report is a report. Who knows how truthful it is? But the Cavs aren't going to make big moves to break up their team. They like their team. Of course, we know they ran into what has now become just a playoff buzzsaw in the last couple of years with the Pacers upsetting teams throughout. Not necessarily the Bucks, but they have not really been a top seed and have found their way into 2 conference finals. But I think it's going to be speculation around teams like the Cavs. Is there a smaller move they can make to get better? Of course, teams desperate to be relevant again. Whether you think Orlando, who was in the playoffs but didn't have the offensive juice, and they're going against the 2 seed in the Celtics, do they have a move they can make to improve? I mean, Jalen Suggs was hurt, so they're missing out on him. They have money with him devoted to him. They have him signed up. They've got Franz on a deal. They got Paolo on a deal. Big deals coming up. So they're in on this core. So I think they'll be looking for a scoring guard to help them, or at least a scoring wing, whoever it might be. So it's going to be plenty of teams looking out at the landscape, and particularly if OKC doesn't win, and if Denver is now back in the Western Conference Finals, you throw OKC in the mix of a team who may think they got to make a move after making the complementary moves that they made to bring in Caruso and Hardenstein. They could be a team looking to make a bigger move. And then, of course, who knows what the Warriors want to do. And when we come back to Houston, the Rockets can be a team who stays with who they are, stays with the top 8 or so. Maybe Steven Adams gets too expensive, so there's a move to be made for a backup center. And, of course, maybe they're a team looking for complementary shooters, or they can always go all in. So I think Giannis will dominate, but I don't think this will be a boring summer as far as names brought up in movement at all. So if you love a transaction and you care more about transactions than the actual games going on, wait till the finals are over and we get closer and closer to the draft, and this will be your summer, I think.
Wait for him to finish playing all this
stupid basketball. Hey, let's get.
Yeah, but I think that, I mean, you're right. Like, you look at around the league, there's a bunch of teams that are looking to improve. There's also a lot of teams that have guys that are either going to be on the block, like you're potentially Giannis, or for sure Kevin Durant. You have the Celtics looking to shed money. So, I mean, no matter what you think about Drew Holiday and Porzingis and maybe even Derek White, like, those guys are good players. Now, they might not be perfect fits for every team, the team here locally, especially for the last two guys or the first two guys that I mentioned. But I think that there's a lot of availability, a lot of teams looking to alleviate the salary and get out of the aprons and the hard luxury tax and the hard caps. And there's a lot of teams looking to get better. So that is generally kind of the ingredients you need for a busy summer. Because I just have the NBA standings from this year pulled up, and yeah, you just like go down the list of, you mentioned Orlando. I think Pat Riley down in Miami already said, like, hey, we're not running this back. We are looking to be aggressive. I mean, Atlanta is an interesting team. They had a pretty good squad before injuries hit them especially hard. You mentioned OKC. If OKC loses on Sunday, they could be a major player in a star trade. LA,
you brought it up before we ended the last show, what an OKC loss might mean for a potential Giannis move someplace. So the list of teams that will or at least are interested in making a move is a pretty long one.
Warriors need to get better. Lakers are looking to build the roster around Luka. Like, there's just a lot of teams in flux. I mean, the Nuggets, who might make the finals, make the West Finals as soon as this weekend, they fired their GM and coach. They are obviously not satisfied with the roster they've built.
They're about a 6-man team fighting and scrapping their way to a Game 7 after their win last night. That we'll talk about a little bit later. So there are improvements that need to be made there. Or maybe Calvin Booth was right. We had Strother go off in a big moment in the game, an 8-point stretch of his. He's one of those young guys, part of the Nuggets draft that Calvin Booth wanted to play, and Michael Malone pushed back against because he wanted to play veterans. So maybe Calvin Booth will be proven to be right if Strother and Peyton Watson continue to add to and help this team win a title, or maybe they'll fall short on Saturday. It's Sunday. It's 2 days off, right? They play on Sunday, right?
So. I could be wrong, but
I think it is. I think they do get the extra day, and they play. They play on Sunday. Maybe Michael Malone will be proven right, and those guys come up small, and then the Nuggets have to try to make a move because they see that with a couple different tweaks, they're really in it as they push the Thunder to 7 with what you might say is an incomplete roster. So we will get to something that I hadn't thought of, but Art brought it up because we were talking about Rockets moves. He brought up an offensive engine that could be on the move. We'll talk about him when we come back, and I'll ask the people listening if they want to get in on it, what they think about this player and would they like him as a Rocket. He certainly doesn't fit the profile of what we think a current Rocket should be. But if you need a guy who can be a distributor and go get his own, he would fit the profile, at least when it comes to that. So we'll talk about that when we come back. We'll get into why it's always tough to be a Bears fan, but it might be particularly tough today when your star quarterback was trying to do everything possible not to play there. It's a rough one to find out. And the on the other side was Caleb Williams' dad, right? When you think about what happened after year one in Chicago, maybe he wasn't so wrong to try to avoid it. So we'll get to that. A lot to get to here at East River 9. If you want to call in and talk to me and Sean, the number is 713-780-3776. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll at 11:30. He'll tell you what's good on television, and in movies, and what you should or shouldn't watch. Is there something that you should go see in the theaters, or is it a weekend to stay home and watch the NBA playoffs as the second round comes to its conclusion, and maybe throw in a streaming show as well? So a lot to get to here. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
We are out at East River 9. We'll be out here till 6, the entire station. Began at 7 with John and Lance. Lance couldn't make it out if you are just joining us. He was on the show. He was a little ill, but he fought through it. Did not appreciate the context someone put him in when making comparisons to professional athletes. He didn't like the Zion comp. Lance was not to be played with today. If you missed it, that happened a little bit later in the show. But you credit the man for trying to show up, and he made it through a show, so hopefully Lance feels better. But when we went to break, I mentioned a player that I had not thought of, but could be someone on the move this year. Sean, you mentioned the Hawks and how good, or at least how competitive they were before the injuries, particularly Jalen Johnson got hurt. Then they made a trade. They traded DeAndre Hunter to the Cavs, and they got back pieces that aren't going to be consequential to winning, but they decided to make that move. They're a team without picks because one of the reasons the Spurs are looked at as a potential front runner for any superstar that's out there is because they own the Hawks pick. So the thought normally is, oh, you're going to trade us your picks, but you guys are going to be good. Those picks won't be valuable. Well, they have the picks of a bad basketball team. Those are going to be likely very valuable, and they may be more valuable by this if we go by what Art's suggestion is. If I say the name, or if you hear the story, Sean, or the report that the Rockets are interested in Trae Young, do you immediately go, no, or how much will it cost?
No.
No, you're a no completely.
No.
Out on Trae Young.
Yeah. No. It's just...
Now, let me go play the other side. I'm not a big Trae Young fan, but let me play the other side. In the playoffs, he does not shrink from the moment. He has big playoff moments, even in series that he does not win. He hit a big three to beat the Celtics in Boston to extend the series. We know what he did way back when during the post-bubble season against the Knicks, and he got the Hawks to an Eastern Conference Finals.
Yep, made a big stop on Ben Simmons in the second round.
By just being in the area.
Yeah, huge defensive presence.
He is a small guard. He does not play defense, which is apparently a death blow to your chances in the rotation, just as Reed Shepherd. Although Reed Shepherd's supposed to be a defender, he just isn't big enough right now or maybe simply didn't shoot the ball well enough early in his time with the Rockets for Ime to ignore maybe the potential defensive liabilities that a small guard would showcase. So you're out, and I think I am out too. At least he certainly wouldn't be my first option. He would be a guy as a fallback option, and of course that means Fred's gone because I'm not paying those two guys, two small guards, that type of money. And this would probably turn you off even more if I go back to the suggestion. It's just one listener thinking what it would take. He throws in Jalen, Jabari, Cam, and Reed Shepherd with picks, and he also says get rid of Fred to make it all work. That's too much for. Okay. That is far too much for Trae Young.
3 rotation players and
2 rotation players plus 2 guys who don't play: Jalen, Jabari, Cam, Reed, and picks.
But then you also have to get rid of a third.
You're talking about Fred. Yes,
to bring you have to get rid of a third guy too.
You're getting rid of 3 guys who are big parts of a 2 seed for a small guard who doesn't defend, who's a liability, who has, let's just say, questionable shot selection. And do you think you get Trae Young to buy in to what you're running here? He's probably better not being as ball dominant, which is not something he's done a lot of in his career, just to get him off the ball sometimes. It's a name that may be on the move just because the Hawks want to do a complete reset. And because Trae Young, despite us taking a dim view of him, is a good enough player that the Hawks would win too many games to really wind up in the top 5.
Like they can build a good enough team around Trae Young to be in the play-in mix, in maybe even the 6 seed mix in the East. Some of that is the East, but they're good enough to not tank, basically, to not actively tank with just by having Trae Young on your team. He's also, though, I'm not really sure if he's a playoff guy. I know you mentioned
he's had moments in the playoffs.
Yeah, but just game in, game out, like with the defense he plays. Like Luka Doncic freaking got traded after making the finals because his coach didn't love the defensive effort. And like we're talking about with Duncan Robinson, when he comes up in his defensive effort, at least he's big, at least if we're going to be bad on defense, at least be tall. Don't be a questionable, I'll say 6'1", 264. Just 6'1". I'm putting the eyeball emojis next to that when it comes to Trae Young. By the way, who do you think shot a higher percentage from three this past season? Trae Young or Jalen Green?
Oh, I know Jalen did because
on the same amount of shots too.
Yeah, I know enough about Trae Young to know that shot selection is pretty porous.
Yeah,
but he's a Hawk, so it doesn't really matter. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, exactly. Who cares? But the like comp for him being like, oh yeah, this is like he's the first of the Steph Curry generation to like hit the league of guys that grow up playing like Steph Curry. And you look at it, like he's a 35% 3-point shooter for his career, shooting 7.5 per game for his career.
Yeah, this is why some people would suggest he would be better more off the ball because he wouldn't be in a position where he would take so many bad jumpers from distance just because you can make some and the crowd goes wild. But that 36-footer was unnecessary, and you miss more than you make. So, I'm not in on Trae Young. It would be like a last effort for a team to find scoring. I think the Rockets, the way they play, surely they need improvement there, but it shouldn't have to come from Trae Young.
Yeah,
and it certainly wouldn't be the case where they're giving up what they'd have to give up and then throw in picks as well. So I would take Trae Young off my. He's bigger. Speaking of bad defenders, at least he's bigger.
Be bigger and younger. So at least theoretically you can change your ways.
But often injured, which is part of. Well, the other thing is LaMelo never plays. That he has a lot of flaws, but one of the bigger ones is he doesn't play.
Really,
and that's why as much as. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, really, what this is just like, if the question is, do you want to trade for Trae Young or LaMelo Ball, or just do the long-term build OKC, run this back one more year? It's like I'm obviously choosing that.
I'm a running back guy.
Like you even mentioned the comparison with Reed Shepherd. Like I'd rather just wait to see if Reed Shepherd can give you the Trae Young stuff, just even in small doses. Because like you said, Trae Young is asked to be the entire offense, and to his credit, he is relatively good at that. He can actually do that, and there's a very good chance that Reed Shepherd can't do that. But are we sure that's the right way to play basketball and win at the highest levels? Like, are we sure that the best way to optimize playing with a 6'1" guard is to give him the ball all the time and have everyone else stand around and watch him? Like, are we sure that's?
I'm pretty sure
that's
it's not
the way to do it.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not the way to do it.
Yeah. So then why are we signing up to do that when right now you could just not do that?
I agree. It's just a big name that some people at least, will think about if he becomes someone who's really on the block. I imagine send Trae Young to Brooklyn or something. That's a perfect spot for Trae Young. Go to Brooklyn. You love a big stage, even though it's the Brooklyn Nets. They're not really that big, but at least it's New York, and he can be the offensive engine for a 38-win team, just like he is now. But not as a guy who you're leaning on to help you win a title. As much as I talked about his moments, there is a ceiling to what Trae Young is going to help you do, and it's pretty much the Hawks getting to play the flawed Knicks in that year, and then the flawed Sixers afterwards. But since that point, Trae Young's playoff life has been about moments, not about actually winning. So it's just one example of a guy who may be available at some point. Doesn't mean it's the right guy for this particular team. And it'll be a lot of that going forward. And the Rockets have to, if they decide to make a move, going to have to figure out who's the right guy at the moment and what it actually costs. Because I talked about it on the previous show. The thought of Giannis is cool, and I understand it. But it doesn't just come with, you trade a couple guys for Giannis. Giannis means you're changing the entire way you play, which means he is the guy you're building around, and you might think, yeah, great, but that means other guys are coming in place of the guys you might like. Giannis needs shooters around him at all times because of the gravity he has. So who are your knockdown guys? Dylan Brooks was that way this year, but is that something you believe that shot's going to be something that translates into next year? You have to pretty much have 4 shooters around Giannis, and the Rockets aren't exactly stocked with those right now. So it wouldn't even stop with him. It'd be an entire roster change, I think, and maybe that's something they don't have the stomach for. Certainly maybe a lot of fans do, because I'm not exactly sure everyone's all in on the thought of trading Alperen and more to go get him. So, like I said, the summer of Giannis, we're on the cusp of it. All he needs to do is tell someone that he wants out, and then that'll be in full swing. When we come back, we'll talk a little Astros. They had a tough result last night, but Hunter Brown is still dealing. He just went up against a guy who matched him, and the Astros could not overcome that. So we'll get to that. We didn't mention an Astro who got DFA'd. We'll talk about that when we get into the Astros, and a little bit more. I mentioned the Caleb Williams thing. We'll talk about what's going on in Chicago as their first overall pick try to do everything possible not to be a Bear. That's probably tough for Bears fans. We'll see if they forget about it if the wins follow. So we'll get to that when we come back.
Back now to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9 for opening day. Here's Del Olaleye.
Well, we're here for the PGA Championship. We were here for opening day. It may be the summer of Giannis, but it's also the summer of us here at East River 9 when there's a major golf tournament. We'll be here for the British Open, and I think the U.S. Open as well. So we're going to be making a couple trips out here after this one. The entire station from 7 to 6 will do that. So if you don't know, Seth Wickersham, longtime reporter / author who's covered the NFL, has a new book coming out about quarterbacks. And one of the quarterbacks who will be featured is Caleb Williams. And Caleb Williams and his dad spoke pretty openly to Seth Wickersham about their reservations of being Chicago Bears. Now, this is a situation where it gets into this is what the money's for. You will get paid handsomely to try to turn the Bears around, but those guys want to know part of it. And while I understand if you are someone who goes, wait a minute, just get drafted, and go figure it out. If you were told that you're going to walk into a situation that for 6 years had little chance of success, if you just went by the people who are currently running the team, or at least the coaches, maybe you would have some sympathy, or at least empathy for Caleb Williams. I don't think it's going to play that way in Chicago. But if you think about it, the guy who was going to be his OC is Shane Waldron. Sean, rather disrespectfully, will talk about guys who are coffee getters for Sean McVay. In fact, he's called Nick Caley that in a joking way, but maybe even a little serious. That was Shane Waldron's job at one point. He was one of the underlings for Sean McVay, so he wasn't going to get credit for the early development of Jared Goff or what Matt Stafford became as a Ram, because Matt Stafford was probably fully formed, and if he did get any help, it was likely just from Sean McVay. He went on to be the OC in Seattle during the Russ years. Ruff wasn't at its best when Shane Waldron was there. So there's not a lot on his resume to tell you that he's a good developer of quarterbacks. So you might get why Caleb Williams said this about Shane Waldron. I don't know if I can do it there with Shane in Chicago. The Williams family wanted out. They wanted no part of it. They were thinking of taking a nuke, or at least in their eyes, a nuke to Chicago and ripping the city to turn the Bears off. Ryan Poles, their GM, said, I'm going to draft you no matter what. And that kind of tamped down the potential moves they were going to make to make a situation untenable if he was drafted there. Now, I ask you this, Sean. After a year where the head coach gets fired and Shane Waldron's out, were the Williamses wrong to be so out on Chicago?
No, they're 100% right. This season proved them right.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree. So as much as we football people are pissed off about what they were thinking of doing, by the way, they never actually did it. Some other things are in there about
they thought about
potentially signing with the UFL. So but they thought about people are getting punished for their thoughts, like it's Minority Report.
Yeah.
Like, hey guys,
Carl Williams,
you thought about it, you uttered it out loud. So you are a bad person. How dare you?
Yeah.
But we didn't even do it. These were just conversations we were having. Still terrible.
Yeah.
Bad thing that you thought it. I can't say that they're wrong. Shane Waldron gone. Now he's a passing game coordinator in Jacksonville. Good luck, Trevor Lawrence, with that. Eberflus out. They redid the entire thing because they weren't going to win there. I mean, if we're talking about who was on the right side of history here, I'm going to side with the Williamses. I'm not going to side with people who were upset with them for merely thinking that the Bears were a disaster. When it turned out, the Bears weren't ready. They didn't have the infrastructure for a young quarterback to come in. But I got to admit, it's got to be tough for Bears fans to know your guy, the guy you were thinking was going to lead you into the future, wanted no part of you, and was forced to be your quarterback.
Yeah.
And now you have to hope he's as good as advertised.
Yeah, I think that I mean Lance mentioned it this morning, where this isn't like the most uncommon thing where even Burrow apparently he and his I don't know, his camp, maybe just him and his family, they weren't exactly thrilled to be going to the Bengals. And it's like, yeah, that's part of the like drawback of the draft process, is that the people who get the first crack at all these, no doubt about it, number one picks, they're all going to be these sorry franchises that are poorly run, that are just an absolute disaster. So the fact that it's even, I don't know, a debate that like, yeah, Chicago, one of the quotes in the articles literally, or in the book, Carl Williams saying that Chicago is a place where quarterbacks go to die. To me, not controversial at all.
Once again,
they probably arrived dead.
Is he wrong? He's not wrong.
Yeah.
He's not wrong. Jay Cutler's like their passing yardage leader in the season. Jay Cutler is.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
it's not a place, I believe. It's not a place
Sid
where
Luckman,
quarterbacks
maybe.
thrive.
Yes.
They're not. Yeah, that's a that's a long time
He's
ago.
the best
and
at
that's
Sid Luckman.
And that's even a bigger
sure.
problem.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to punish people for expressing doubts, but not going through with those doubts. They didn't torch the city. Maybe you say, hey, had the wherewithal not to speak to a guy who's about to write a book. Maybe you criticize them for that. But if you are a reasonable person and you think about the Chicago Bears and you have a stake in a quarterback, it's not the first city you think of as they're going to help a quarterback thrive. So sure, people will be up in arms. But do Eberflus and Shane Waldron currently coach in Chicago right now? No. And something that came out, because they continue to at least Wickersham continued to document Caleb Williams' rookie year. He said that no one watched film with him. He just had to turn it on himself and watch it. And it seems like that just goes beyond watching it at home. I think he's talking about just at the facility. He's going to tell you, at least the context is, he wasn't really given the best tools to succeed. And, some guys, even when they get to that level, don't really know how to watch film. And then that becomes the coordinator job or the quarterback coach's job to teach them how. And at least from one quote, and of course, that certainly can be taken out of context. I'm sure Caleb Williams and his dad will say some of these things are taken out of context. That's a go-to move when you're trying to protect yourself. It's not a good look. It's not a ringing endorsement for the offensive leadership in that building last year.
Although if I was the Williamses, I probably wouldn't push back. I would just be like, yeah, and we love Ben Johnson. Like we stand by everything we said.
We are happy.
Ben Johnson was coaching in Detroit when we said all this. We're excited to work with Ben Johnson, because like at the end, that's why I don't think this is as explosive as it's being made out to be. Like people are just taking this and running with it. Like he would have actually gone and played for the Birmingham Stallions instead of playing for the Chicago Bears because he wanted to avoid the Bears like that. But that Bears coaching staff, like we all thought, even before last season, but watching the games during the season, we're like, this coaching staff is a disaster. Do we remember how the Thanksgiving game ended between them and Detroit? Like they're making obvious coaching blunders that are only rivaled by the people in the Dynasty League and the college football video game that Dell and I are in. Including myself. I include myself in that, making terrible clock management
he's referring to. Yeah, the people he's referring to are him and one other guy, and maybe more. I don't know.
No,
I am an expert.
I've been in the league long enough. We're all it's a bunch of Marios. It's a bunch of Mario Cristobals and a bunch of Matt Eberflus's.
That's
great at recruiting. We're all great at recruiting. Put a headset on.
That's true.
We're morons.
That's true. Yeah, don't know when to call timeouts. Don't know when to run clock. All those things come.
Don't know when to stop running clock.
It's a
disaster.
Yeah, a lot of problems for people, and Matt Eberflus would fit right in.
He
would.
You think
we should be the case, considering he was at the time an NFL head coach. Nah,
I hope he
feels like the type who would be really pissed off and a sore loser. So I don't want him. He wouldn't take losing well.
He would definitely quit when. One of us chuckleheads are up like 31-0 on him.
Yeah. A lot of peer conceded game stuff will be coming from Matt Eberflus in our Dynasty League. So he can stay out. Maybe someone else wants in. So I'm not bothered by what the Williams were thinking about doing. And they didn't do it at all.
I'm a little bothered, but
and they were proven right. So that's the other thing. They were right about those coaches, and we'll see if, as you mentioned, Ben Johnson, the architect of those explosive Detroit offenses, can bring some competency to the Bears offense.
Yeah, they did decide the Williams.
It's not.
Oh, are we on a delay or something?
No, go on.
I think we're on.
Yeah,
a delay.
we might be. Go. Yeah, okay. I'll reset it before we go to breaks. And before we do that, you're going to talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and right now, you shouldn't delay. We might be on a delay between here and East River 9. You should not delay to download the Prize Picks app right now because you have baseball going on all summer long, but all day long today. You have the basketball playoffs, hockey playoffs. I know the Stars, man. We should really talk about the Stars more. I know everyone's clamoring for that. We have the PGA going on right now. WNBA is getting in action. You have European soccer. You have F1. You have esports, MMA, whatever you want. Prize Picks has got it. And with these lineups, you can mix and match. So if you want to do a little bit of baseball, a little bit of basketball, a little bit of our Stars, Texas's hockey team, the Dallas Stars, you can do that on Prize Picks. Say you believe that the Astros offense will get kickstarted, or at least that Jeremy Pena will do his best to kickstart that Astros offense that we saw last night. Well, you can go Jeremy Pena, more than 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI. Maybe you believe in the pitching duel tonight. The pitching duel last night was quite a duel. You can go for combined strikeouts between Lance McCullers Jr. and Nathan Eovaldi, the two starters for the Astros and Rangers tonight. And then you go, you know what? Also, I'm really interested in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Oh, what's this? Peyton Pritchard, only 14.5 points. He's going more. No Jason Tatum hogging the ball. It's finally Peyton Pritchard time in Boston. You can make that lineup right now, or you can even add in some golfers, add in some F1 drivers, add in whoever you want. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9, here's Del Olaleye.
That voice you heard is Michael Carroll. He'll join us at 11:30, the host of CommaCast. But before we get to that, we'll close out this hour with some Astros. The Astros go down last night. Great pitching battle, DeGrom versus Brown. And it's got to be tough for all those guys who or ladies who make those Adolis Garcia memes, the ones that, when his head gets bigger and bigger, for that guy to make a couple of defensive plays in the game. Look, the first one was fine, was pretty good in the fourth. The other one, he just went back on the ball. But it was a couple of plays he made to help out DeGrom. And then even with that, the Astros, and really their only threat of the game, they put a couple runners on, and he struck out DeCinzo. It was a fastball outside that DeCinzo swung at. That pretty much was the end of Astros threats as DeGrom and Hunter Brown went back and forth. Hunter Brown is so good. Like, I've said it a number of times, the perfect time for this, whatever it means for this year, to know that you've got a guy that is a true one now. The other side of the coin is, man, how come the Astros couldn't have got an extension done at the time? Now it's too late. And you can't blame him, because he was not a guy you could depend on up until he decided to keep throwing that sinker, or at this point it's been called a two-seamer. He was not a guy you would give an extension to. You would have some foresight to know. You would have had that real foresight to know this was on the horizon. So I can't really blame them for not throwing money at Hunter Brown early. But now, forget about it. There is not going to be an early extension that doesn't match what he would get in free agency. And look, we're years away from that. But I see people making that point along with the Jeremy Pena point, who has turned himself into, at least my eyes, for me, outside of Hunter Brown. And Hader's been good too, the Astros' best player this year. And if we're just going offensive MVPs, I think the clear offensive MVP for the Astros. But that didn't matter last night because the ground was on the mound. And all it was one mistake, really, for Hunter Brown. And it was enough as the solo home run. It cost the Astros a chance at winning. And really, that's a disservice to Brown, because he was great. They just couldn't get anything going against the DeGrom. So it happens, right? That's baseball, as baseball people would say. And look at what Hunter Brown did: 9 Ks, 8 innings, just the 3 hits and the 1 earned run, the home run to a Burger in the bottom of the 6th.
Burger?
To Burger.
Jake Burger.
Yeah, not which type of Burger hit that home run? Are we talking about a smash burger, a trill burger, or that's more like Burger King, to be honest with you? But Burger hit the home run last night, and the Astros go down. So they lose the first game of that series against the Rangers. And the rest of the way, it's not exactly a strong pitching staff. Blanco, we need what he's done the last couple to continue, but then you're just hoping McCullers bounces back. Yeah. I don't know what you can expect from him, but you just hope you don't get anything close to what you got in his last outing.
Yeah, I need more than one out from McCullers.
Yes, that would be nice. Game. Yes.
Yeah, but hey, momentum's only as good as next day's starter.
Yeah, he's going.
Unfortunately, there's a 14 point ERA difference between he and Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah. That's not great, but he's going tonight.
Small sample size.
Yeah, McCullers it's very
4
small.
innings.
Yeah, the 3 2/3 he went in game 1, and then the out he got in his next start that led to all the controversy over the weekend with the death threats. So we'll see how Lance responds in Texas, in Arlington, against Nathan Eovaldi. So you win your last series. You get a great start from from Brown. Unfortunately, DeGrom gave 1-2, and now you're kind of behind it with Eovaldi versus McCullers. If you can find a way to win that one, then maybe you can win this series or at least split it. But I don't know. The McCullers thing will be a question mark for the perceivable future until he finds his footing with the Astros. So all you can say is great outing by DeGrom. you'll take it, and then you'll move on and see if you can get to Evaldi, who's been really good this year too. So it's not really a break as it's Evaldi versus McCullers tonight on Apple TV. So if you're wondering how to see the game and you're thinking Space City Home Network, it'll be Apple TV tonight. McCullers versus Evaldi.
Man, I hate it when they do this goofy stuff because Sunday is also a Roku game. I don't even know really what that means, but it's a Roku
Same.
game.
So Roku is
sounds like I'm gonna.
Sounds like I'm not watching the game. Yeah, I have Apple TV, so I can watch. And I do not have Roku. I guess I have the app on my TV. The free access to Roku. Is it just a free service overall? I don't even know. I haven't really investigated Roku.
Someone tweet us how to watch Roku.
Yeah, you guys got to sign in. You want to?
I think I have a Roku remote or a Roku stick. So
I know that possibly. I know it's free on. I think it's free on my TV. I just don't know if the Astros game. I take it back. It's $29.99. It's not free. I guess I'm thinking about Tubi, not Roku. $29.99. So if you have Roku, you get to watch your Astros this weekend. If not, good luck. I guess there are alternative options. I've used them in the past. Maybe I have to use them this weekend as well. So we'll go to break with that. Astros drop one to the Rangers, 1-0. See if they can get them tonight with McCullers on the mound. Okay, we will get into the playoffs. We had a really good game 6 last night. The Nuggets stave off elimination. They get to go to OKC for Game 7, and whoever wins that one, it's going to be tough considering the schedule. No days off. Excuse me, 1 day off between each game going forward in the conference finals, and only 1 day off between Game 7 and Game 1. So the Nuggets dealt with it before, and the Warriors did as well. And we saw how that worked out for them against Minnesota, where they lost their best player and were behind the 8 ball the rest of the way. We'll see whoever wins their Game 7, will they be able to recover as Minnesota's waiting for them? And I misspoke again. There are 2 days off between Game 6 and Game 7. We discussed that earlier, but we'll get into Nuggets and Thunder, and we'll also get into a little. Do we think the Knicks close this thing out? I will say this before we get deeper into it. They better, because I don't think that Knicks team is going to Boston and winning 3 out of 4 games in Boston. So they better take this one tonight. We'll talk about all that in the second hour. We will be back. earlier in the show, we were talking about Trae Young, and my buddy KJ, who was out here, actually helped me move from one side of East River 9 to the other because they got a buffet, the special event they're having here. We were talking about Trae Young, and he's vehemently opposed. I said this since day one. Trae Young sucks. All he does is jack up threes and turn the ball over. I've never liked this game or why people slob all over him. Yeah, Trae Young is what the Kings would do to stay in the playoff picture. It's a guy they would make a move for because he just fits. He fits for a team who is struggling to stay in the playoffs and isn't going to be a real contender. He's perfect there. Or a team like that. So yeah, it was just a thought. I don't want Trae Young here. I don't think the Rockets are better with Trae Young. They're just simply desperate for offense at times, but it does need to come from him because of all the negatives that come with having a guy that ball dominant who's that inefficient. So one player that could be on the move that I think the Rockets will likely stay away from. We'll talk more about that because from what I can tell, let's talk more about Rockets' potential moves. From what I can tell, the most recent report that they would be willing to move Şengün and Jabari for Giannis has not been met with applause. A lot of people bothered by the thought of losing their guys, which you've never seen Giannis in a Rocket uniform other than an edit. I think things would change pretty quickly once he's here, but while it's still a hypothetical, I'm not surprised about the pushback. Everyone is very attached to the homegrown players. It's why the Astros have been so lovable for years because of who grew up in the system or at least have only played in the major league level with the Astros and what that turned into. You'd like another story that happened like that for the Rockets. I wouldn't be surprised if the Rockets have other ideas if it came to it. But we'll keep talking about that. We'll keep talking about that. That'll be a topic of conversation throughout until they do make a major move or a couple of smaller ones. But last night, because there's actually basketball still going on, the Nuggets found a way. It got a little scary for them early in that, well, deep into the second quarter, I would say, because Shea, who picked up his third foul, stayed in the game, and the Thunder were intent on building a lead, and they got up into double digits until he picked up a fourth foul in the first half, which resulted in them only playing him like 5 minutes in that third quarter to avoid picking up more fouls. So they had to sit out the rest of the third quarter, and the Nuggets were able to not only fight back at the end of the second, they were able to certainly stay in it in the third and had a big third quarter. They were down 3 at the end of the half because Lou Dort made a buzzer-beating 3 after Brown had tied the game, and then they outscored the Thunder by 11 and took a lead into the fourth and held on to win that one. So we've got a Game 7, 2 consecutive Game 7s for the Nuggets. The Thunder have a Game 7. I don't think they played a Game 7 last year. I think the Mavericks knocked them out in 6 last year in Dallas. So it'll be for those guys together their first Game 7. So we have the experienced champion who's already been through this several times in their run together, not just this year. The Nuggets have played Jamal Murray and Nikola Jovic have played a lot of Game 7s. This one's on the road. So I think the Thunder at the moment are like 7.5-point favorites. Who do you got, Sean? You think the Thunder, because you brought it up and smartly, I think, about what this could mean for the Thunder if they lose. Do you think the Thunder are in it for Giannis because they lose, or do you think they get to a conference finals this time?
It's tough, man. Like watching I don't know what it is about the Thunder, but watching them lose to the Nuggets, I'm just like so like out on all these guys where you're just like, come on, who are the, like, other than Shea, it's just a bunch of guys that you're like, this is obviously too big, like either too big of a moment, too big of a role for a lot of these guys. I'd include the wing Jalen Williams in that, where it seems like he's not quite ready to be a number 2 scoring option in a second round playoff series. Same thing can be said about Chet Holmgren, 2 guys who are good players, but just it doesn't seem like they're quite ready for that. But at the same time, like it is a home Game 7, although we've seen lately, not just with the Rocket series, but with a lot of series, that the home game 7 really means less and less so far, like in recent years, where there's a lot of home teams that have lost a game 7, including the Nuggets last year.
Last year.
T-Wolves.
And they were up by 20 in that game. I think they were big in that game and blew that lead.
Yeah, they blew a 20-point lead in a game 7. In a home game 7. Crazy. But yeah, I think ultimately it's less about the inexperience versus experience. It's the one team is playing a 9-man rotation for most of these games, and the other team is playing a 6.5, 7.5. No, not 7.5. Maybe a 7.
6.
6?
Maybe you get to 7.
Yeah.
Like, unless Strawther's going to play like he played last night,
I was
then
gonna
maybe
say.
now you have 8 if he's going to play like he did. Now, Peyton Watson will play. He didn't shoot the ball well. He made a really nice play defensively on a Jalen Williams potential layup. That was big, but he shot the ball poorly. Whatever you're going to get from Russell Westbrook and, of course, Michael Porter Jr. With 2 days off, maybe his shoulder feels better, so maybe he'll give you something. But, yeah, I think Strawther will get minutes because of how he played, so maybe you're at 8. But realistically, if he isn't going good early, he won't play a lot. So you're probably in that 6.5 to 7 range of guys.
It's also going to be game 7. So it's going to be game 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine Jokic probably plays all 24 minutes of the second half, maybe gets a minute and a half. Like
at
they
the
try
start
to
of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, try to steal a minute and a half here or there. But I mean, I think it's going to be a tight rotation. I think you're right that Strawther has at least earned a, hey, let's try these out minutes, at least in the first half. And then we'll see if we want to go back to it. That's kind of where Peyton Watson has been this series, where it's like, listen, we can't just play 6 guys the entire game. We have to get Watson out there just to see. And if it doesn't work, great. He won't play in the second half. I think that's what you got to do with Strawther, and you got to hope that you get either, like you said, a good MPJ game, or you get a good Russ game. You've had nothing but bad Russ games since game 4 or game 3, one earlier in the series. It's been a rough stretch for Russ. You need a good Russ game, whether that's even just being a playmaker on defense and hoping he makes his layups, because it's not even really the threes in a bad Russ game. He can have good Russ games and still miss wide open threes. It's like the absolutely like missing the rim on layups where you're just like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? So
yeah,
that's the recipe for a Nuggets win, is getting some good minutes from whether it's Porter Jr. or Russ to close this thing out.
Yeah, you mentioned Jalen Williams. The 3 for 16 isn't going to help anyone who believes, or isn't going to help push back against anyone who believes that he is not ready for the moment. That's more about vibes and feel, and you're kind of right. Watching those guys at times, it looks like this isn't for you. Regular season, cool. Now, of course, we're just a game removed from him knocking down a big shot.
Yeah, exactly.
He was wide open, knocked down a big shot to give the Thunder some room to breathe. In that fact, I don't think it might even have given them the lead. I forgot exactly the context of that shot, but he can knock down a shot, but in a game on the road, it felt too big for him. Luckily for him and the rest of those young players, it'll be a home game for them, and they're going to need Shea clearly to be at his best, and he played well last night. Are they all going to be on game 7 minutes, or will they lean into their depth to go, you know what, we're not going to change this? Yes, Shea will stay on the floor as much as he can, as long as he doesn't pick up fouls. But the rest of those guys, we're going to treat you like we normally would and hope that our depth takes over. That's mostly going to be about flow of the game, because if the Nuggets get off to a great start, their guys, like if Caruso isn't helping stem the tide on defense, and we can't have you out there as a bit of a liability offensively. Those two teams are at different ends of their playoff lives. Like I'm not saying the Nuggets are going anywhere as far as with Murray and Jokic still being around, but they're just two teams who knows they can do it. There's just other team who may believe it, they just don't know it. And after losing in Game 6 last year, that was a road game to the Mavericks in the same round. There's some pressure on the Thunder team. They are the odds-on favorite to win the title.
Yeah, I I was gonna say that where it's funny where if they lose this game, it's like, look at these frauds. They need to make a move. They need to get a real or not a real superstar, but a real running mate for Shea to give these guys a chance. Or if they win, they pretty immediately become heavy title favorites because I mean I like their match. Just looking ahead, I like their matchup against Minnesota pretty well, and I think that anyone who comes out of the East, whether it's a Celtics team that has fought back from the brink but is still missing their best player, or if it's a Pacers or Knicks team, like I would have OKC in that series. So it's a very, very funny spot to be in where right now we all have to kind of wait on crushing them because they still might win the championship this season. But at the same time, I think everyone's kind of looking around being like, are we sure this team's like actually ready for it? Or these guys are ready to play in this role that they're being asked to right now? It's going to be really fascinating because, like you said, it's one team not on the way down, but one team who's been in all these places before and one team who hasn't.
Yeah, Jalen Williams is like 1 4 for 16 away from being the centerpiece in the Giannis trade.
Get ready to learn Milwaukee, buddy.
If he loves himself Oklahoma City and loves all those post-game interviews where those guys stand next to each other, he better come through because he is the guy that the Bucks will be asking for along with the rest of along with all those picks the Thunder have. So interesting thing. We got to wait till Sunday for that. As far as the game that's tonight, the Knicks in this series against the Celtics is so weird, man, because I just assume that they are going to win this game tonight because they don't have Doc Rivers as their coach. So they will not blow a 3-1 lead. But everything says they have only had one game where they played well. And the other two wins are thanks to the Celtics imploding. Can they get one more good performance? Because if they don't, I don't think they're going back to Boston and winning that game.
I was going to say, this is a classic. Like, they're up 3-1. They dropped the road game. That's not fine, but whatever.
You
that
get
happens.
it. It's expected, kind of.
Yes. If they have to play a game 7, I'm sorry, no chance. But there's so little chance.
So small.
And they have to win tonight. So it is a very interesting spot to be in. But I don't know. I can't trust them enough to say I think they get it done because they can lay an egg, and Boston can probably play like a A- game, B+ game, and win. If New York even plays like a B or even a C game or a C game, like they definitely lose. Like it's not as easy as you'd think to play a shorthanded Celtics team because it feels like without Tatum, their offense just moves better. Like it's less ISO heavy when Tatum isn't there. The ball moves a little bit more, and it's kind of the good parts of the Boston offense kind of gets emphasized with him out. I'm not saying they're better with him out. It's just that the offense seems a lot cleaner without him.
And the energy change in this series, like Celtics had all the pressure. How are you you're the defending champions. You're gonna blow this series to the Knicks. You already blew 2 home games. It would have been an embarrassing series loss for the Celtics because despite not being the 1 seed, they were the team most people thought was coming out of these. You're down 3-1, Tatum's out. Now it's all on the Knicks.
Yeah.
The Knicks, there's no way you can lose this series. Their best player's gone. You're up 3-1. This is on you guys to close this out. The Celtics can go out there and play free. There's very little pressure. They're not expected to win. And so I know the Achilles injury to their best player is not something they would have ever hoped to have happened, but just go out there and try to ball. And if you get it to game 7, all the pressure still remains on the Knicks. And there's also this thing where the Celtics are just a great road team in the playoffs. They have, as you saw, they blew the 2 games early. They go back to last season. They didn't play great at home. I mean, they won enough. Clearly, they won the title. They had a pretty easy run through it. But their best performances have come on the road during the Brown and Tatum era for this team. Do they have one more in them without Jason Tatum? We'll find out tonight. Pena, I know you're on hold. We'll get to you. You want to talk Rockets? If you want to talk Rockets or anything, call in 713-780-3776. And if you have a question for Michael Carroll, we take those calls as well because he will join us at right around 11:30, maybe a little bit afterwards, to tell you what's good when it comes to movies and television shows this weekend, and maybe he'll give you a couple things you can watch. We'll get to all that. We'll get to all that when we come back. But before I do that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's the place you go to when you want a great car and you want to be treated like family. Like, there are times when you are trying to get a car and you're unsure of yourself. The people at Monument Chevrolet will walk you through the process and put you in the perfect car for you. And I mentioned that family thing because it matters to them. They've been in business for now over 50 years. They had their 50-year anniversary last year, and they're still continuing that great service in 2025. So whether you want a Silverado, maybe you're looking at a Blazer, a Trax, or maybe one of their EVs, is all there for you. You can check out all the deals on the website. That is monumentchevrolet.com. And I mentioned the deals on the website and the prices on the website as well, because once you get out to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, those prices do not change. And that's great. You never want to be surprised by something, because I'm sure you'll do the research. You'll have a thought in your head about what type of car you want. You don't want to walk out onto the lot and then a salesperson tells you, actually, that's not available right now. They don't change prices. There's no hidden fees, no upcharges. And maybe you want something pre-owned, and they have great pre-owned pricing. They have employee pricing on the entire pre-owned inventory through the month of May. So maybe you're not looking for something new, but you want it pre-owned. It's there for you. And if you are active or retired military personnel, you get a $750 purchase. $750 off your purchase, and you also have a 25% off the OnStar and Sirius XM that would be in your vehicle. So they're giving you deals, and there are deals to be made out at Monument Chevrolet. So go to Pasadena, check out all they have to offer, and remember this: Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at East River 9. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll do a quick one here. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll in a little bit. But first, let's get to Pena. He wants to talk about the Rockets. What's up, Pena?
Yo, what up, Dale? Hey, man. So, around when the Rockets were still playing in the series, I was saying that I was between me and my cousin. I was telling him I wanted Giannis because he's a freak, right? That's his name. He's a beast. And my cousin was saying, no, he's washed. We want KD. I was like, what? I mean, I'm not saying that KD was washed, but he's definitely a lot closer to being washed than Giannis is because he's in his late 30s, mid 30s, and Giannis is only 30.
He's 30 years old. He's 30 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 30. And I was saying, I was like, man, I'd rather have 5 years, 6 years potentially with him than Giannis. You're gonna get. I mean, with KD, you're gonna get 2, maybe 3 years of a run with him at best. And my question for you is, would Giannis have a pretty good fit with Ime Udoka's system? And that's about it. Have a good Friday and good weekend, man.
Thank you. You guys notice what Amin Thompson was given, at least the responsibility he was given sometimes in the offensive end, where they would just say, hey, we're going to spread the floor. And Amin, you're just going to take a less athletic, sometimes smaller, sometimes slower defender and get to the bucket. Multiply that tenfold with Giannis. And that's just not even running a play. That's just getting out of the best athlete's way and letting him go play. Now, maybe the Warriors weren't ready to build a wall against Amin. They didn't expect that they would have to. And, of course, everyone knows you got to build a wall against Giannis. I don't think there's any system that Giannis doesn't fit in because I think I said it earlier on the John Lance show. The system is Giannis. I know James Harden said that, and people scoffed at that. But you would build your team entirely around this superstar that decided he wanted to play here. So it would be a franchise-changing move in a number of ways, from what it means financially for the Rockets to have that type of star in their organization, and also how the roster would have to be constructed, because you're not asking him to fit in. You are fitting around him, and then you go from there. So is that something the Rockets would be hesitant to do? Maybe. Sometimes people just like what they have, and I know, as I mentioned earlier, maybe I said it off there with Sean, I think I said it on the air. A lot of people are hesitant, at least when they initially hear the report of Şengün being available. Giannis is a shifter of everything. If you some guys will fit, some guys won't. And if they don't fit, they better change their games, because it will all be done to make him his best. And what he does is make your job easier. That's why superstars are so coveted, because they make everyone's job easier. And you're adding at worst top 5 player.
That's the point I was going to make, is I think what's happened is that Houston Rockets fans just vastly are underrating what Giannis is. Giannis is without a doubt a top 5 player and has a pretty good case to be number 3 behind Jokic and Shea. And even Shea, it's a little bit of 1-year wonder, but really a 2-year wonder, because he was good last year too. But as far as being a top 5 guy, this is kind of year 1 of Shea being a top 5 guy. You should be okay trading essentially anything for Giannis. Any one player shouldn't be untouchable for Giannis. Now, you can't trade everybody for Giannis. Now, you're the Milwaukee Bucks. Congratulations. And you have Giannis and nothing. But I think that's what's happening, is that there's a little bit of asset clutching or young player clutching, and then B, people I guess don't fully recognize that Giannis is again, without a doubt, a top 5, probably top 3 player.
You're right, and it's also one of the reasons I don't immediately call someone who doesn't believe they want to give up or doesn't believe Giannis is worth the likes of Jabari and Şengün. I don't call them out on it, because it happens all the time. You love your guys, And when you love your guys, you are always going to sometimes maybe not always, but sometimes vastly overrate them and underrate the guy who is a consensus Hall of Famer, two-time MVP,
defensive player of the year,
has been in defensive player of the year conversation, and still at 30 years old is a 30-10 defensive stalwart that you can lean on for about 70 games a year as the best player on the floor.
Yes.
But you don't. It changes once he's in uniform and you see him. Oh, wow, this guy's great.
Yes.
But until it happens, you're going to try to nitpick about. Well, he doesn't play it. He doesn't play 80. He doesn't play 75 games. The free throw shooting's bad. He's not a shooter. And then you got to realize. All that being said, he's still what he is, and he is when he plays enough games, a first-time All-NBA, a first-team All-NBA player, something you don't have and aren't close to having right now.
Yeah. By the way, this is the same. These are the same young players that in a playoff series in the last 5 minutes of basically each one of these games made you want to claw your eyeballs out. I was on some pretty nasty text threads. People were being very mean talking about Alperen Şengün in Game 7, who, by the way, was the best young player on the Rockets the last 3 games of that Warrior series. He was the best one of them, and even Game 7, he was catching heat. These guys, like people are. The report about Jabari Smith likely being in any star acquisition, people are like, man, it's wrong what they're doing to Jabari Smith. Meanwhile, if he dribbled 3 times in the Warriors series, people are like, what the hell is this guy doing? Has he ever dribbled before? I just don't understand how it's both. How you can hold both ideas in your head.
No matter what you think is the future of the guys on your roster, and maybe you just love the thought of them all growing together. We've gone through what the financial implications of having all those guys would be, and the reality is you wouldn't keep them all together for multiple reasons. None of them are going to be as good as Giannis, even in their ceiling that they would hit. They're not going to be as good as him. Sorry, we're talking first ballot Hall of Fame type dude who could be available, and you have a hand that may be able to get him. But until you see him in a uniform doing what he does for the Bucks, for the Rockets, you may be a little apprehensive. I think you get over it pretty quickly. But hey, it hasn't happened yet, so if you can have your reservations if you so choose. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. We will get away from the NBA, and we'll talk about maybe if you're not all that interested in the NBA this weekend, what you can watch. Michael Carroll's host of Comicast. You can hear that podcast here on ESPN 975 from 8 to 9 on Wednesdays, and also in just regular old podcast form wherever you listen to a podcast. So Michael Carroll will join us next. Eric, if you're still there, we'll get to you. And anybody else who wants to ask Michael a question, we'll do that when we come back.
some guys here with us. Well, at least he's back in the studio. I'm here at East River 9. The rest of the lineup will be here. Paul Gallant follows me, and then the Killer Bees after that. But with Michael Carroll here with us, we have the host of Comicast. He does that show with John Lee. As I told you before we went to break, you can hear that wherever you listen to podcasts. Michael,
yes,
what's the latest issue of Comicast about?
It's all about The Last of Us episode, 5? Spoiler review, as well as a possible director for the new X-Men movie, and an announcement that Jong and I will be back at Comic Palooza this year.
I've seen the photos of you guys out there. I think we've done this long enough where we talked about the last time you were out there.
I think so, yeah.
Looks like a good time. Seems like you guys have a good time out there. So Comic Palooza, when is it back?
Comic Palooza is happening June 20th through the 22nd at the George R. Brown Convention Center, and this is our 6th year as part of the podcast partnership program. So in years past, we've been able to podcast live from the show floor. We don't have times yet or anything like that. Schedules are still being determined. But, yeah, you can catch us out there live at Comic Palooza.
Podcast partnership program. Really trying to torture people who don't enunciate with that one. But you got through it just fine. So that's in the future. Let's talk about, the very near future, like today and through the weekend. As far as staying home, let's start with staying home first, because maybe people think it's a little hot out there. Oh, did you have it set up for movies? That's generally how we go.
No, honestly, streaming. We could start with streaming because there are some good options in terms of streaming this weekend.
Yes, it's going to be maybe what the first of many warm to hot weekends this upcoming summer, although it's not even summer officially yet. So maybe people want to stay home and hang out. What's good and maybe what isn't good to watch?
My top pick, I would say, is the new show on Apple TV Plus, Murderbot. Season 1 premieres today, or actually might have premiered yesterday. But season 1, first 2 episodes are out there. Murderbot, starring Alexander Skarsgård, is based off the books of Martha Wells, and it's one of the series that I've been looking forward to for a while because it's a sci-fi show, and I think somebody put it best. Think Blade Runner meets The Office, in that there is a robot, and yes, they've nicknamed themselves Murderbot, but they have their own like free will, and they kind of hate their job and just want to watch shows all day.
So the first 2 episodes, I believe, are out now. So you can get, if you like the first one, they're giving you the second one to watch. And then going forward, I think it'll be just a 1 episode drop every Friday, very early Friday. So Murderbot, Alexander Skarsgård, he's got a very diverse resume. He will do pretty much anything from, what was the Viking movie he was in?
Oh, Northman.
From the Northman to Murderbot to a tech bro and Succession. He kind of does it all. So Murderbot, I will watch kind of pretty much anything he's in. So I'll give it a shot this weekend. As hey, Apple TV, sci-fi is kind of their thing right now, unless it's your friends and neighbors. So I'll take a look at that. Skarsgård as a robot. We'll see how that plays out for me.
Based off of reviews, I think a lot of people are liking it so far. 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. Not with a little reviews. It's a good amount of reviews so far. So it's it's being well received so far. So definitely check out Murderbot if you have a chance, if that's something you're into. If you're not into sci-fi, there is Duster. Season 1 premiered on Max. The first episode is available now. 89% on Rotten Tomatoes, from J.J. Abrams, starring Josh Holloway, Rachel Hilson, Keith David. It's a getaway. It's about a getaway driver. It's set in the 1970s, and it's a getaway driver who encounters a tenacious FBI agent who wants to take his crime family down. It looks a little like it's action heavy. It feels like, but it feels kind of campy in some ways, but in a good way. So it may be something that people gravitate towards. And so far, again, 89% people are gravitating towards it.
Yeah, it's made by J.J. Abrams, so you can expect some people from his past projects in there. It's got Sawyer from Lost. He's one of the stars of it, if you watch Lost. And then also the guy from Alias, Greg Grumberg, is in it too. He was like not a top bill character. Obviously, that goes to Jennifer Gardner, but he was in Alias. He's been in some other things that JJ has made. So if you like JJ Abrams projects, or maybe just a dude from Lost, that's there for you this weekend. So you got a couple. I guess you would. I don't know if Murderbots would be considered prestige television, but you got a couple of shows done by people who have done good work. So Michael's giving you a couple things to look forward to. So those are two shows with good reviews. Oh, is Eric still there? Let's not make him wait if he's still there, because he called in early. I didn't want to make him wait throughout this entire segment. All right, let's get to Eric. He has a question for Michael. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Michael, what an exciting week for a trailer drop this week. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'm excited for Ironheart like Dell is. Do you think
Hold on. Why do you think I'm excited for Ironheart? Go ahead. Explain yourself. Why do you think I'm excited?
Who's not excited for Iron Man's protege? She claims, or Ryan Coogler claimed, that Tony Stark came at their friend, but wasn't it an AI Tony Stark? But it's going to be an iconic show. Do you think that they'll finally make a movie after 5 years, Michael, of Ironheart? And also, in the Toxic Avenger, I know it's played by Peter Dinklage, and he's a little man, but in the Toxic Avenger, he looks like a full man size. Do you think he'll be a full Toxic Avenger, or will he be a little person, Toxic Avenger? And also got a collectible, a Toxic Crusader Avenger, number 284 to 300. How much do you think that's worth? I'll hang up and listen.
So he mentioned a couple of things. The Ironheart trailer came out this week. Also, we had the Superman trailer, among others. Why I was questioning why Eric would think I would love Ironheart.
Yeah.
Because you know, Eric, because it has a black lead. And Eric is being Eric, and he is just being who he is. So I come to accept it. But I did want to see if he would be able to work his way around it. And he did enough to not seem as ridiculous as he normally is. That, by the way, if you know anything about, I guess you wouldn't call it nerd culture and nerd fans, the Ironheart trailer is getting crushed, probably in bad faith, but it is what it is.
It's a lot of bad faith.
Yeah,
100%.
Now, Riri Williams made her first appearance in a Ryan Coogler, as far as the cinematic universe, in a Ryan Coogler directed film, Wakanda Forever. She's back with her series that's felt like it's been kept being pushed back from the schedule for some time now, but it's coming. We saw the first trailer. As far as did you see that trailer, Michael?
I did.
So since he mentioned trailers, and really I don't know how much there is to be said about the Toxic Avengers action figure that he has. Maybe I don't know if you can price it for him.
$5.
There it is. Sorry, Eric. Hold on to it. Maybe it'll be more once the movie comes out. As far as trailers, let's start with the Riri Williams Ironheart trailer. What do you think of it?
I thought it was fine. It looks interesting enough. It is obviously it's a continuation of her character from Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. The thing that's kind of interesting or different from this one is they're not doing a doppelganger villain in this case. They are doing a magic-based villain. So it's her tech versus a magic-based villain with Anthony Ramos, who's playing the Hood. I forget that's his villain name. But it looks interesting. I've been looking forward to it for a while. I am surprised that it's taken us this long to get the first trailer. And this is also a show that's been in the works. I think they shot this way back in like 2022 or something like that. It's been a long time that this thing has been kind of sitting on the shelf, ready to be released. But I think it's a lot to do with the new direction of only releasing so many shows and movies every year. But I'm looking forward to it when it comes out June 24th.
Yeah, some of it felt like oversaturation from Marvel, and maybe that hurt the quality. We'll see. Although this was shot back when the oversaturation felt like a big issue, we'll see now that it's been delayed, whether it'll be good. And Ryan Coogler's behind it, so it certainly does have a shot at that. Let's get to Keith, and then we'll continue on with Michael's recommendations. What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. Wanted to see what your guys' thoughts were on that new John Hamm show. I believe Apple TV, Your Friends and Neighbors. Thinking about giving that a start tonight after the Knicks game. What do you guys think?
I've enjoyed it. It's an easy watch. It's if you don't know the premise, John Hamm's life is kind of fallen apart. His character, at least, and he's got an ex-wife who is with his former friend who used to be an NBA player. I don't know who that player is supposed to be. He went to UConn, played for the Knicks. He looks like if Jason Taylor was less athletic and played basketball. That's who the guy actually looks like, not an NBA player I can comp him to. And because he goes on to lose his job because of a dalliance with a female, I guess you might say underling. He disputes if he should lose his job or not, and then it leads to hijinks and hilarity. If you think anything he's doing is funny for the next 7-8 episodes. I'm not sure what episode they're on now. It's fine. It's fun. It's not going to stoke a lot of conversations unless you care about the rich and their problems. And if you don't, maybe just like John Hamm, so maybe you'll watch it. If you are just looking for something to watch and you are coming up empty, I would say give it a try and see what you like. And see if you like it. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a decent enough show. It's fine. Like it's a very like okay to good comedy.
Yeah, it's not poorly made. It's
no.
It's just not a show that I need to be watching as soon as it comes out. Like Andor, I had to watch as soon as I could. This one I could wait a week if I'm behind and watch it and just be fine.
Yeah, and I think it's almost wrapped up at season 1. So if anything, if you want to wait a little bit longer and catch all the episodes when they release, maybe do that. But yeah, it's fine. It's worth a watch.
Okay, let's get back to some Rex or some stay away. What else you got, Michael?
I would say stay away from Bad Thoughts, the Tom Segura like anthology type show that's on Netflix. Not getting good reviews, 55% from critics, 57% from audiences. It's just a weird, like, maybe you should have thought on this a little bit longer, Tom Segura. Maybe stay away from that in terms of streaming. Welcome to Wrexham season 4 premieres, as well as Love, Death, and Robots season 4 premiering on Netflix. And then Welcome to Wrexham season 4 is on Hulu. So you got some options there. In terms of theaters, though, I do want to bring up a movie that I got an advanced screening for, but it's kind of out, but kind of not. Like it's in limited release. And that's the movie Friendship with Tim Robinson, Paul Rudd, Kate Mara, and Jack Dylan Grazer. Del, are you a Tim Robinson fan at all?
Michael, I think you know this because we talked about this week. I don't like his brand of comedy. I know people do. It's just not my bag. I prefer to choose a different option if Tim Robinson is one of the options in front of me.
Yeah, then definitely skip that one because I'm in the same vein as you. The movie feels like it's about a neighbor who develops a friendship with his with a neighbor of his, and it's just very cringy and very weird and peculiar. And if you like that Tim Robinson style brand of comedy, you're gonna love it. It feels like a bunch of sketches put together with a plot, and if you like that style of comedy, you're all about it. The people to the right of me were having the time of their life. They were like, "This is the funniest movie ever." For me, it's not my brand of comedy. It's not a bad movie. It's just not my cup of tea, not my bag. So, if you're into that, you can check it out. It's in limited release. It goes wide release next week. But that is in theaters for folks if they want to check it out from A24. But the big one probably of all the movies that are releasing wide release this weekend, Final Destination Bloodlines, the return of that franchise, getting rave reviews from both critics and audiences, 93% from critics, 90% from audiences. But it's the newest chapter, the return of Final Destination.
So, do you know anything about it other than it's a Final Destination movie? Should I have watched all the previous ones to see all the interconnective tissue, or can I just go in and watch Final Destination Bloodlines and watch people nearly escape death and then have death chase them for the rest of the movie?
I mean, that's basically what this movie is, so you're fine. You don't have. Okay, I don't think you have to watch any of the.
I know the plot, saw the other one, so I'm just assuming I can just go in there fresh. Even if I haven't seen a Final Destination movie outside of like the first two.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, I think you're fine. I think there is some references to previous ones, but this is that entry point for people if they want to jump in and if they've never seen a Final Destination movie and they're into Final Destination movies, and that brand of horror, it's all about it. Also, it's I think the last film that Tony Todd shot before he died. So there's that aspect as well.
A staple in horror films for years now. Passed away in November. So yeah, his final one. So I imagine if this one goes well, if the critical reviews lead to box office success, we are in the world of IP. We're gonna get more Final Destinations.
Oh, 100%. There's gonna be I don't know if it'll be Bloodlines Part 2 or something like that, but with the way this one's trending, you're gonna see a new Final Destination movie probably in the next 2 years or so hit theaters. It like you mentioned, in this day and age of IP and franchises, and this one mentions so much in the synopsis about it being New Line Cinema's newest take in the franchise. It's gonna get a sequel at some point. What's not probably gonna get a sequel? Hurry Up Tomorrow, that movie from The Weeknd and Jenna Ortega.
It's been a rough run for this dude when he ventures outside of music.
Maybe
the TV show The Idol wasn't great, and now this.
It's been described to me as a extended music video where it's more about the visuals and doesn't have a plot. So
love it.
Yeah.
Love it. So you're saying there's not going to be a Hurry Up #2 Morrow?
I have a feeling,
because that's a great name
not.
for a title, or that's a great title for a sequel.
That
would be wasted if you're saying this movie isn't good.
I'm gonna say it's not good.
Okay.
And it's probably not gonna get that great name.
So I shouldn't do a watch The Idol and then All Eyes on Tomorrow, or whatever it's called.
I don't want to yuck your yum. I don't want to just, if you want to do that.
Yeah, because I've been saving The Idol for a weekend cinematic binge of the weekend's work. So,
hey, this is the weekend to do it.
Okay.
And let me tell you.
Wait, this is the weekend.
See what I did there?
Yeah. I don't think this is the weekend.
Well, whatever. Anyway.
Able.
Yeah.
Anyway. I won't be able to do it.
15% on Rotten Tomatoes. There you go.
All right. That's in the sweet spot.
This is in the sweet spot for you.
If you're just joining us, Sean loves a good movie.
I'm worried this might just be bad, though.
I think it's just going to be bad. It's got Barry.
It's funny that it's being review bombed in the positive way from fans, because it's 79% with fans.
Yeah,
it's being it's reverse review bomb.
I like that. I like
you got Able fans or The Weeknd, and you've got, I'm sure, Jenna Ortega fans who want people to watch it.
And Barry Keoghan, he's in it too.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So Barry Keoghan,
how's this bad?
I don't know,
because The Weeknd's involved.
Oh.
Barry Keoghan is the ex of Sabrina Carpenter, who is friends with Jenna Ortega. They appeared in a music video where she's murdering some version of Barry Keoghan. It's all complicated. It's all very pop culture, and it involves The Weeknd, who used to date Selena Gomez. A lot of pop star connections there. Either way, Michael's telling you not to watch it.
Skip that one and a horror movie called The Ruse. Just both of those are wide releases this weekend. Skip both of those. Bad movies. Don't watch.
So we had some good in TV and plenty of bad unless you love a Final Destination movie. Michael, appreciate it. You can listen to Michael Carroll further if you do want to hear more about The Last of Us. They have a spoiler-filled review right now on Comicast. He does that with John Lee, and of course, you can listen to that wherever you find a podcast, and also you can listen to him from 8 to 9 on Wednesdays for that same podcast on ESPN 975. We're done here at East River 9. Paul Gallant's up next, and then he's followed by the Killer Bees. Sean, I want to thank you for the morning, and since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Every time you do that, I feel like I got to explain it, but I can't. I got to go. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, May 16th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump aboard, 713-780-3776 to call to text. You heard it from Voice Guy himself. You can get after on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on TikTok now, I'm told. Hell yeah, at ESPN 97.5. If you want to get in touch with the show on this very special edition of the show, you can get after me on Twitter /X at Gallant Says, Instagram at Sports Gallant, and on Facebook, Paul Gallant Sports. You know what, guys? It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday out here at East River 9. Sure, a little cloudy, a little warm, a little humid, but definitely a fun day to go out, golf a little, and then watch the PGA Championship. Also, to my right, there's some very cool things that you could make a auction bid on as part of a silent auction for the American Cancer Society. What do I see? 2022 Houston Astros World Series plaque, an autographed Lionel Messi plaque featuring his first win with Inter Miami, a Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan plaque, a CJ Stroud one, Elvis Presley, Muhammad Ali, and George Foreman from what I believe is the Thrilla in Manila. And on top of that, better than anything, an autographed Taylor Swift framed photo. How about that? I'm filibustering a little bit because the Astros lost last night. And I don't care how good Jacob deGrom is supposed to be. The Astros offense featuring these bats should not be put in a pretzel by a 36-year-old pitcher coming off of Tommy John surgery. Nope. They're better than that. 0 runs. I get that deGrom had help last night. There's Adolis Garcia making a diving grab. There's Evan Carter making a nice play on Isaac Paredes and Jake Myers, respectively, in the 4th and the 5th inning. But, I mean, can we get a little more? So, if you want to do the advanced statistics side of things, if you're into this stuff, dorks, the 22 balls that Houston struck in playoff Jake deGrom carried a .233, a 233 expected batting average. Average exit velocity of 90.7. I don't think that's good. And making matters worse, if you want just the bare bones stats, they had just 5 hits. Only one of them was for extra bases. It was a double by Victor Caratini. And just 3 runners reached second. No runners reached third. Your 2 through 5 hitters, Jose Altuve, Isaac Paredes, Christian Walker, and Yainer Diaz were a combined 1 for 16. I get it. Jacob deGrom, some of the best stuff you've ever seen. He's still 36. He should not be as good as he used to be. He shouldn't. Oh, but Joseph Verlander was really good at age 40. Sure, fine. Maybe. But on a night where Hunter Brown looks like Hunter Brown, you wasted it. And okay, some people I'm sure enjoyed watching the pitchers' duels, but I'm not. I'm not enjoying watching these pitchers' duels. I said it going into tonight's game. I was thinking to myself yesterday during the show, hey, it's cool that the Astros have maybe the best pitcher in baseball over the past year. Hunter Brown's ERA is only lower than Jacob deGrom. He's throwing 96-mile-per-hour fastballs out there. He threw an effing knuckle curve. I didn't even know what that is, but Pitching Ninja said he threw a knuckle curve. But all of that's wasted and all that's spoiled when I'm looking at this Astros offense with names that I recognize, even without Yordan Alvarez and even without, obviously, Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. Like, you recognize some names in this lineup. That's all they can put together? That's it? And is that what the season is going to be? Are we just going to be waiting for the offense to show up? I don't know how many people have seen the movie Castaway starring Tom Hanks. That movie came out during a moment in time where everyone considered Tom Hanks to be the greatest actor alive. And the movie itself is pretty good. For those who don't know, Tom Hanks is, I forget if it was FedEx or UPS. I think it was FedEx. He is a FedEx delivery guy. He is on a delivery plane, and the plane, which is, I think, flying over the Pacific Ocean, eventually runs into trouble, crash lands, and somehow, some way, Tom Hanks survives, and he goes to shore. And the whole movie is about him trying to survive on his own. But he's waiting and waiting and waiting all this time for someone to come and save him. And I don't know who that person to come and save the Houston Astros offense is. It almost has to be, by default, Yordan Alvarez whenever he comes back from injury. But he's still not back from injury after his stint on the IL ended. Maybe tonight's the different night. But he's not back out there. And I just do not trust the Astros when they say, hey, he has a muscle strain in his hand. Okay, sure. He's not back yet. Should a muscle strain in your hand last this long? So here we are. We're just sitting here waiting for something to save the Astros offense, whether it's some of these guys playing up to the level of play they're capable of, or some sort of trade at the trade deadline. And Yordan Alvarez coming back from injury does not count, Dana Brown. But in the meantime, we're just sitting here with a volleyball, and we're really into this volleyball. You know, we're so down bad, we are possibly having a off-screen sexual relationship with the volleyball, like I'm pretty sure Tom Hanks' character did in Castaway. Oh, what? You don't think he was doing anything out there? He probably started after a while, after enough scurvy. He probably thought that volleyball looked like Sydney Sweeney. After a while. So, strong, powerful, independent woman. Like, he respected her. But that volleyball, I mean, yeah, there was blood on it. I don't want to know what else was on it. And, you know, Tom Hanks is probably making out with that volleyball. And here we are. We're just sitting here making out with a volleyball, waiting for the Astros offense to show up. I'm not a fan of this. I don't like this kind of thing. F pitchers duels. Your best pitcher had a great outing, and you couldn't do anything against a pitcher that, I get it, he's Jacob deGrom, but he is not that Jacob deGrom. He is this Jacob deGrom, which is slightly less than that Jacob deGrom. I'm a scientist and a baseball mind. You know this. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask me any question. I will work it into the show. Some comments on the struggling offense from the 832. This is what happens when your hitting coaches try to get all of the hitters to pull the ball to take advantage of the Crawford boxes. Once they are away from Deichen, pitchers like deGrom will feast with that pinpoint outside corner location. Well, this is a lineup that features pretty much all right-handed hitters, so you don't blame them for that, and maybe that's why there's such splits between their performance at home and on the road. But yeah, not a lot of lefties in this lineup. I think, you know, off the top of my head, and listen, you know, I don't see hand preference, just like I don't see color, but I believe it's just one guy in the Astros lineup that's a lefty with Yordan Alvarez out. So that doesn't help either. I would imagine it makes it pretty easy for a pitcher to settle into a groove when you're going up against the same kind of hitter every single time that someone comes into the batter's box. From the 409, it'll take more than Yordan Alvarez. I'm with you there. More questions. From the 409, do you think it's time to fire the hitting coach and find somebody new? This has not just been this year's problem. It's a good point. And some article that we read about Alex Bregman, his tenure with the Red Sox to this point, suggests that they have gotten a little stale with their approach. With Alex Bregman, who always wants to get better, they were, it seems like, not giving him whatever the Red Sox offered to potentially fix his swing. So things to keep in mind that. And on Monday, after this 4-game series is done between the Astros and Rangers, we will ask Jeremy Booth, who's going to join us, if there needs to be a move when it comes to the hitting coach. The Mariners have made a hitting coach move last year, at least to open the season. Their offense was better. And the Rangers, their hitting is not that much better, but they fired their hitting coach already this season. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Ooh, a couple of interesting questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 832, Paul, given the proper training and practice do you think you could get one hit against a major league pitcher? So I stopped playing baseball when I was 15. It was my sophomore year of high school. And I stopped playing because, one, I was a late bloomer. I was basically like 5'1" my freshman and sophomore year. And I was dealing with Osgood-Schlatters disease, so I couldn't run. I wasn't fast, and I wasn't strong enough to turn a baseball bat around. So I stopped playing. I gave up. I honestly wish I had played a little bit longer. But something that happened, I became a little scared of the baseball because I kept on getting hit in the head by our pitching coach who was throwing at me for sport in practice. I'm going to leave his name to the side, but this is a guy who used to hold a major league record. More details I could probably give off the air about that experience. But I became scared of the ball. I don't think I could ever get into a batter's box now and not crap my pants every single time somebody throws a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. So I would say no to that one. Another one on an Ask Gallant Editing Friday from the 281. Who has a better season, Shedeur Sanders or J.J. McCarthy? So Sanders is with the Browns. Honestly, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you who his best receiver is. Do they still have Amari? Do they have? No, they don't have Amari Cooper. Do they still have Jerry Jeudy? Like, seriously, I don't know who their number one wide receiver is at this moment in time. So I also don't know that Sanders is going to get reps as the number one quarterback early on. Like Dylan Raiola. Not Dylan Raiola. I keep on forgetting his name.
Dylan Gabriel.
Thank you very much, AJ, back at Mission Control. Dylan Gabriel, he's the guy that's getting the first reps as a rookie quarterback. I don't know that Sanders is going to get those reps because it does feel like Stefanski and their GM, Andrew Berry, do not want to give him that opportunity right away. Now, say those guys get canned in the middle of the year, which would be crazy because Stefanski's, a two-time coach of the year? Maybe then Sanders gets in and the Browns ownership really takes over. But I think just because McCarthy's going to play and he has Kevin O'Connell as his coach, I think it's J.J. McCarthy. You want to chime in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on Facebook at Paul Gallant Sports, on X at Gallant Says. Up next, the biggest problem for the Astros right now, in addition to their struggling bats, it's part of the struggling bats problem. Would it be this one if this guy we put on a pedestal had gotten his way back in the day? You're going to hear a crazy story that's going to make you think differently about someone we put on a pedestal. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stick around. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at RiseHealth.com. RIIZE Health.com. You want to rise up, rise up. It's Friday. I mean, we're all looking to have a little fun this weekend, I would think. And say you and your significant other, things aren't working so well these days. Well, how about this? You got to try the Rise Reds Max. What the hell are those? You might be asking. Well, Rise Max is a revolutionary, rapid, enhanced dissolving strip combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. Boing. It's basically a strip. It's discreet, so it fits in a condom-sized package. Put it under your tongue. 5 minutes. Good to go. Slim, discreet packaging. Doesn't melt. It works on a full stomach. It's not a pill. Doesn't get crushed in your pocket. You don't need any water, and this thing gets going right away. Sildenafil, tadalafil, oxytocin. The Rise Reds Max is reinventing the game when it comes to getting back in the game. Don't wait. Go online to risehealth.com. Talk to a physician for 5 minutes. And guess what? Enter promo code 975. You'll get 25% off your first order. Again, promo code 975. Rise up with risehealth.com.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
The biggest problem with the Astros bats right now, I don't know why I said it like that, right now. It's either Jose Altuve is slumping or this is what Jose Altuve is right now. I choose to believe the former because the latter is heresy. Heretic. Blasphemy. But since April 9th, Jose Altuve is batting .214. He is slugging .291 and has an OPS of .547. That's a month plus. Just 7 extra base hits, just 1 homer, 6 doubles in 30 games and 117 at-bats, 21 strikeouts to 7 walks. And if you want to see even worse numbers for Jose Altuve, since May 1st, Altuve is hitting .191. He's slugging .255 and has an OPS of .480. He has just 3 extra base hits since the beginning of the month, 0 homers, 3 doubles, in 12 games and 47 at-bats, 8 strikeouts to 2 walks. So none of us are going to call out Jose Altuve. He's going to figure it out. Because, again, if you were to call out the greatest baseball player in Houston sports history, no offense to Nolan Ryan and any other ones that you might throw out there, it's not close. He won 2 titles for you. He's won an MVP. He's been there this entire run, and he was even good when the Astros stunk back in 2014. But at what point are we going to start giving him the side eye and wonder about moving him down in the order? I don't know the answer to that. I hope this is something that we will laugh at in weeks or months, but can't deny it. It's not just a couple of weeks. It's now a full month of game action. It is now a little under a fifth of the season. He's really struggling. This is Alex Bregman at the beginning of the year kind of numbers. Is he going to figure it out? You know, you look at Alex Bregman and how well he's playing in Boston right now and how he's credited that the Red Sox came to him with a different approach that he could take to get better, brought up some of the bad habits that he had. Just think about that. Shouldn't they be giving that to Jose Altuve as well? Maybe that's not happening. And it's a tricky thing to do, I would imagine, if you are an Astros hitting coach and Alex Bregman's here or Jose Altuve's here. But you got to find what's wrong with these guys' swings so that they can get better, even if they are a future Hall of Famer, in the case of Altuve, or a respected player in the way Alex Bregman was. That's your job. So I think there's going to be more and more pressure on the Astros hitting coach. That's the fall guy, certainly before Altuve, but the Altuve numbers, yikes. By the way, we put this guy on a pedestal, and I mean, I did it to a very goofy degree. I remember when I was writing for Sports Map after the flagship took me out back for the late Fred Fowler, RIP Fred. I wrote an article, and I went online. I became an ordained minister for Jeff Luhnow and for the amazing trades that he had pulled off. I was like, well, this is the church of Jeff Luhnow. Yeah, I think of the high trade minister or something like that. Like, you could just register for any church online. There's a lot of us that look at Jeff Luhnow, especially with the Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell, Astros Letterman Jacket Society era of bad decision-making. And then you maybe didn't like James Click, who actually had his moments as GM. And you put the past on a pedestal. You're nostalgic. But did you know that Jeff Luhnow tried to trade Jose Altuve? This is courtesy of a former general manager of the Kansas City Royals. He said this on a podcast with Eric Hosmer. Think about a trade. We were in Houston, said the ex-Royals GM, in 2013, and I got a call from Jeff Luhnow. I was sitting at the Starbucks coffee, and he said, I got a deal for you. I'll trade you Altuve for Eric Hosmer. This is an Eric Hosmer podcast. So Hosmer says, is that real? The ex-Royals GM said, yes, it's real. Hosmer said, you're an idiot. So Luno was shopping Altuve around. Obviously, Altuve is one of those players where who could have known that he would become this guy, especially at that level? And I would say that for a lot of prospects who get traded and end up being good in other places. You never know. You know, talk about Jeff Bagwell. I know growing up in Boston, a lot of people had regrets over the Red Sox trading Bagwell for nothing. But at the time, did you know Bagwell would turn into Jeff Bagwell, a future Hall of Famer? You don't know that in the moment. Yordan Alvarez. Do you think the Dodgers knew that he would be Yordan Alvarez? No. This stuff happens. But that would have been wild. I mean, where would the Astros be had they traded Altuve for Eric Hosmer? Oh, man, in 2013 as well. Oh. Yeah, I mean, we probably wouldn't be talking baseball, period. Because, I mean, we're talking baseball because the Astros are / were, in the eyes of some, a dynasty. But I don't know anymore. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 215, Paul, are you going to the Metallica concert next month? Pantera's going to be there. I have gained a little appreciation in the years since that person at Down the Street threatened to fight me when I asked who the bleep put this on the Touch Tunes, because someone put on Respect. It's like Sunday, we're vibing, listening to good music, and this lady starts playing, or this guy starts playing. Hey, I hate that. Absolutely hate that song. What else do we have here? Talking about the Astros offense in the last segment and their struggles. King of Twitch, baseball guy, says that wasn't a struggling offense last night. That was a damn good pitching performance. You're right, it was a damn good pitching performance, but I refuse to look at it like that. I'm just going to keep focusing on the struggling offense. I get that Jacob deGrom's good. I get that Hunter Brown is really good. Both of them are really good to great pitchers, right? But the offense was just getting stuffed in a locker. Fake Tony Stark brought up DeGrom owns the righties. The Astros have like 2 lefties. So, yeah, he killed them last night. At least we're not the Rockies. Yikes. Yikes. We're at that phase already. What else do we have here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? From the 281. Ooh. If you had to choose one host or producer at 97.5 to fight in an MMA-style fight for 1 3-minute round, winner keeps their job, who do you choose? So are they fighting for me or are they hiding for you? Gotta be honest, I'm the only person that I trust in this setting, but I've never done MMA. I've just gotten in stupid, possibly intoxicated fist fights while younger. I'm not trusting what we got. I think BMAC could do well. BMAC's probably got the most size. Like, he's tall, a lot of mass. If I'm not picking myself, but and listen, he does. I think he has been a referee before for fights, so maybe it should be BMAC. The more that I think about it, but that's my answer for that. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. That's how you get in. The most interactive sports talk show in town. Up next, there is a new Houston Rockets rumor about what they could do this offseason. Are you willing to part with this player? Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776. Texting is probably going to work a little bit better today. We are live at East River 9. Somewhat hazy day, a little warm, but there's lots of people here. We're watching the PGA Championship. And if you want to do a little golf or play a little pickleball, you know how to do it. There's also a silent auction for the American Cancer Society with some pretty cool things that you could potentially hang up in your man cave. Or if your lady lets you, and or a partner, significant other, maybe in the main room. I've been told that my place is a tad sophomoric, if not juvenile, whatever. Haters gonna hate. Be a child as long as you can. Man-child for life. So, we don't know what the Houston Rockets are going to do this offseason, but we do have some more rumors about what the Rockets could theoretically do. For those who are annoyed by these stories already, I'm sorry. These get ratings. The NBA offseason is a bigger deal than the NBA regular season. But here's the latest. This comes from Pro Basketball Talk. Per Kurt Helin, the Houston Rockets would be open to trading Alperen Şengün in a package for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Huh? I love how that's a report. They'd be open. It's a one-word report. The interesting thing is here, where is this coming from? Is this coming from people who are actually inside the Rockets organization? Because why would you leak that? You're open to moving Alperen Şengün. Don't you want to give yourself the best leverage possible? Or is that somebody's guess? Is that another NBA executive or scout or someone who's familiar with Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka's line of thinking? Is that somebody else that's speculating? Because if you are speculating from outside, yeah, it makes sense that the Rockets would think about it. He's got a lot of potential. Who knows how close he is to his ceiling? He could be Nikola Jokic someday. Jokic took a while to become what he became. But at the same time, he might not. Is the stock going to continue to go up? I have questions about his ability to get into better shape, his ability to get stronger. I know he's young, but I wonder. And I think it's fair to wonder about that. I don't have the same kind of issues that with the benefit of hindsight that I would about James Harden and his off-the-court habits and stuff like that. But when it comes to Alperen Şengün, I don't know. He needs to get stronger. I think that will help him with the touch underneath that he didn't seem to have this past season. But I also think he needs to be in a little bit better shape so he can play more minutes and actually give it the same kind of effort on defense and offense that Ime Udoka is looking for. And specifically just having a little bit more energy, some more strength in his legs so that he's not front ironing or missing some of those free throws. I would imagine that the effort on defense is giving him some dead legs, and that's probably one of the reasons his offense was so weird this past season. More Houston Rockets offseason rumors. Virginia Buttonweed says this is a way of getting other teams to call about Şengün. Maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know that the Rockets are looking to move him. If I were to move Şengün, if I'm in Rafael Stone's shoes, Ime Udoka's shoes, this is the only guy I am thinking about moving Alperen Şengün for. Literally the only one. More, this is from The Athletic's Sam Vicenci. The Rockets are seen by league sources as a team that'll be interested in Giannis Antetokounmpo if he comes available. Oh, what a shocker. Don't you love some of these reports and rumors? The Rockets will probably be interested in acquiring one of the best players in the NBA who single-handedly brought a team that hadn't won a championship in years to a title. That's in a non-traditional power market. That's in a mid-market. Wow. But this report / blurb, whatever you want to call it, from Sam Vicenci suggests that the Rockets have a better amount of assets to give up than the Spurs do. A little bit of a dismissal of Stephon Castle, whose league-wide value amongst other teams is mixed, but the number 2 pick does certainly help the Spurs out. One last tidbit, a blurb per The Athletic. Kevin Durant is very interested in a trade to the Rockets. God, all these reports, they feature 1 word, 2 words. The Rockets open to trading Alperen Sengun to get Giannis Antetokounmpo. Durant, very interested in a trade to the Rockets. Rockets, seen by league sources as a team that will be interested in Giannis if he comes available. You want to jump in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to text the HRMP listener line. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on X at Gallant Says. On Instagram at Sports Gallant. And on Facebook at Paul Gallant Sports. Another question. This one's insulting. This is an insult. I'm enraged that I got this. Paul, tell me where you grew up, New York or New Jersey? As if. Boston. South of Southie. I did used to go every single summer to Ocean City, New Jersey. It's on the South Jersey shore. My mom's from Philadelphia originally. It's very nice. It's also a dry county. And it's right across basically the water from Atlantic City, which is a little crappy Las Vegas. It's like a better version of Lake Charles, though. No offense to Lake Charles. More comments. This is about the Astros and their offense. 409 Josh texted in. When Altuve was performing early in his career, but before he became Altuve, I thought they were going to trade him. He was so good in 2014. It did stand to reason that they might do it. I mean, we didn't know what Jim Crane was going to be as an owner. We had no idea. We didn't know that he was going to be aggressive. We didn't know that he was going to want to win. And when you got a guy like that who's leading the league in hits and leading the league in stolen bases, do you trade him for more prospects? Thankfully, they didn't. And I think that's more credit to Jeff Luhnow on that front. But, yeah, there was certainly a time where I think we were all wondering, all right, what the hell are they going to be under this guy who moved to the American League so that he could buy the team for less? And that was the thing that happened. Another text. Got to give Adolis Garcia some respect. Dude was exactly where he needed to be all night. Yeah, made a nice defensive play. Adolis Garcia is an Astros killer. He didn't hit the home run. Jake Berger did. But Adolis Garcia, he owns the Astros. There's no denying it. You can make fun of his large head that often gets photoshopped online. You can say that he has a bit of a temper, which we all remember from the 2023 ALCS. Can't believe Brian Abreu got suspended for him freaking out. But the guy has always done well against the Astros, and this is going a way back. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube. I said those already. Up next. Everyone's a little down, huh? The Rockets hit a ceiling, maybe. The Astros obviously struggling at the plate. Do we need a little deep steel blue pill in our life? But first, a question from Keith. Keith, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776. Where are we going this time?
Hey, Paul, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Keith. What's up?
All right, here's my question. Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Would you rather be one of the 500 contestants in Squid Game or one of the 100 men versus the silverback gorilla?
Ooh. Definitely the latter. Definitely fighting the gorilla. Now, I'm of the belief that the way this has been constructed, the 100 men versus gorilla, is that all 100 men go after the gorilla at once. But if it's one-on-one, yeah, it's probably not going to go so well. But at the very least, I'd be in control, And if I win, I win. Meanwhile, in Squid Games, I mean, there's so many people. What is it, 100? Is it more than that? And I will die. I mean, at least against the gorilla, I might break a leg and the gorilla might just leave me off to the side. He might not necessarily kill me. I don't know if I'm getting a prize after fighting the gorilla outside of just being really cool and be like, hey, he's the guy who took down a gorilla. But I don't know. I saw a video that went viral the other day, and it was of a gorilla like running away from other gorillas, and he looked kind of like a bitch. So I'm choosing that, not calling gorillas bitches, guys. I'm not. Okay. Although, I mean, if you were such great sapiens, I mean, I don't know, eat meat, vegetarians, and I don't know, evolve to become the apex species of our planet, noobs. But I'm taking that. I don't want to die. And I mean, what am I going to win? A bunch of yen or whatever the hell that they were giving out. I mean, what's the exchange rate? What's the exchange rate on what the guys are winning in Squid Games? A bunch of Korean money? No offense to the fine people of South Korea, but nope. I'm gonna need a stronger reward. Perhaps gold, like all those commercials we have during the commercial breaks. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're live at East River 9. Up next, interesting Texans tidbits, and we'll get you going because you know what? Houston's a football town again with a beautiful song that is maybe the greatest thing I've ever heard. Stay put.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Watching the PGA Championship, saw a guy throw his club into the water, his putter. Hell yeah, love it. I've broken a club while golfing before. My friends were freaked out and thought I was a crazy person. And it was then in that moment that I realized I don't really like golf. It's kind of expensive and I suck at it. I always say that I've mastered golf because it triggers people that golf a lot. A real golf head. And people that talk about golf all the time is if it's your identity. Miss me, don't care. Oh, what's your handicap? Oh, you're not good enough to be a pro? No one cares. Paul, people could say that about your flag football skills. Shh. At your high school football career, shh. Listen, it's different, okay? I'm a star. I kid. But, yeah, that's where I stopped golfing. It's been a while. But if you want to golf, come out here. 9 holes, par 3. It's my kind of golf. Not a lot of walking. Not too long playing. You know, it's golf rounds that take 4.5 hours are a little bit of a adventure, especially if you've had a few cocktails. But anyway, I saw something very depressing in the commercial break as far as the Astros. They lost 1-0 last night to the Texas Rangers in a pitcher's duel. Hunter Brown was great, but he allowed a home run. Jacob deGrom was better. Astros just had 5 hits. Jose Altuve is a big part of the Astros struggles over the last month. His numbers, read him earlier in the show, very bad, but this depressed me in the commercial break. Christian Walker in 158 at-bats, a 203 batting average, a 274 on-base percentage, a 335 slugging percentage, 4 homers, 15 runs batted in, and 32 hits. Meanwhile, John Singleton in 158 bats last year, 234 batting average, a 321 on-base percentage, 386 slugging percentage, 4 home, 22 runs batted in, 30 hits. He draws walks, which certainly helps. You're paying Christian Walker $20 million. You paid John Singleton $850,000. I mean, Walker's been a failure to this point, and it is looking a little bit Jose Abreu-esque. Alas, earwax. So I'm going to need something to get me up. Can I get a Deep Steel Blue pill?
Little blue pills can take 30 minutes to get you ready for excitement.
So that's why we're giving you a big, deep steel blue pill.
You take the blue pill. Believe whatever you want.
Get it up for the Texans and take this deep steel blue pill.
And by the way, she'll like it too.
Texans swarm. Guys, I just heard the new song of the summer. It's on Instagram. And I think that you guys are going to like it too. Now, listen, CJ Stroud, he struggled last year. And the offensive line in front of him, not so good. His offensive coordinator, not so good. But a lot of people still believe in him. Did his offensive line get fixed this offseason? I don't know. Did his offensive coordinator situation get fixed this offseason? I don't know. They brought in Nick Haley. But this song is going to have you feeling right as rain because it's going to tell you about the journey to get to where we are now.
David Carr was such a bust. Rosenfels could earn no trust. Matchup made me want to scream. Throwing to the other team, Fitzmagic's just stopping through. Hoyer's bald, what can he do? Osweiler, why pay him out? What an awful QB drought. Kingdoms 0-8, got Tyrod too late, we're screwed. Oh well. Watson likes to creep. Who can save us from this league?
Yes,
It's CJ Stroud, out here winning playoff games. Took the whole team by the reins, throwing dives with perfect aim. It's CJ Stroud, yeah, he's the best quarterback, throwing in and out of sacks. Texans need to pay him stacks. It's CJ Stroud, owns the Titans, Colts, and Jags. When he unleashes his bag, I don't even mean to brag. It's CJ Stroud, yeah, this year he's popping off. There's no way you're gonna stop him. Whoa, but this Sunday night, do it all again. This Sunday night.
All right, AJ, you can pot it down. Are you excited for Texas football this season? Let's go. I mean, it is a Katy Perry song. And has Katy Perry been canceled? I think Katy Perry's been on a pity party after people weren't worshiping her as the first female astronaut after she took an orbit ride. She was saying that people think I'm the most hated person on the internet. I don't think that's true. She said it just like that, by the way. So maybe the Katy Perry choice, not the best choice for a song, but I don't know. That was catchy. It was family friendly. He wasn't trying to do something he's not. He wasn't trying to sing like he's made. Like I try to sing, and I know I'm not that good of a singer, but it's about the passion. It's about the belief in yourself. It's about going out there and doing your best at karaoke. You know, you got to try. You got to try hard. You got to fight hard. From the 713, a texter says, yeah, he definitely made that before last year. I don't know. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he made it this offseason. All I know is this is the first time I saw it, which means that somebody, possibly an aggregator, may have re-aggregated something that had once been aggregated. Oh, what's an aggregator? That is the people online who find a lot of things online that wouldn't be found if not for them. Like, they're great at doing research online and finding random stuff, but then they often end up getting a bigger following than the people that are putting the creative content together. And me, as an artist, as a star, sometimes I take issue with that. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also get after me on Instagram at Sports Gallant, Facebook.com/Paul Gallant Sports, and on X at Gallant Says. In the last segment, I said that I would rather be one of 100 to fight a gorilla instead of being in the Squid Games with the possibility of certain death being likely. I mean, you're likely going to die here. A texter says 46 billion won is equivalent to 33 million US dollars. Jeez, that's annoying. How's the cash work for that? If you win Squid Game, Jihan won it season 1. He came back for season 2. He had all that cash on a bed, and I was like, wait a second. So this lasted as long as it did for him? It can be done $0 if you escape the gorilla alive. Yeah, but I don't think I'm devious enough to backstab people to get that far. And I get that Ji-hun got as far as he did by being a good dude, but I don't know. I feel like most seasons of Squid Game, like the guy who was the good dude who was also the good player, would probably get stabbed in the back by some of the monsters that are on that show. No? That's at least how I feel. So I would and listen, you can't put a price on this little thing that we like to call life. You just can't. You just can't. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. OTR Shot says, that song made my stomach hurt. Come on. The song was good. You know, they were talking about what we've been through with quarterbacks here before we got CJ Stroud. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. Is the Astros offense ever going to wake up, or are we still going to be waiting on an island like we're Tom Hanks and Castaway all season long? You answer that. If you want to weigh in on their struggles at the plate, whether it's Altuve or Christian Walker, that's on the table. And the latest Rockets rumors about how they'd be willing to move Alperen Şengün for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Stay with us. We're at East River 9. Come out and hang out with us on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Most interactive sports talk show in town, live at East River 9. Come out, hang out with us. You can watch the PGA Championship if you want, or you can go out, play 9 holes of par 3 golf, or play a little pickleball, or, just drink. It's Friday, baby. Friday. Got to get down on Friday. What a great song by Rebecca Black. I'm so thankful that she brought that into the world. So the Astros lost game 1 of their 4-game series to the Texas Rangers last night, 1-0. Jacob deGrom was awesome. I'm not sure he's still that Jacob deGrom, but I will tip my hat because he is this Jacob deGrom, and he certainly gave the Astros offense some issues. That said, this Astros offense, yikes. And Jose Altuve / Christian Walker, we're basically waiting for those two to show up, much like we're waiting for Yordan Alvarez to be back from injury. In the meantime, this is a middling baseball team. I saw a post by one of the dorks of online Astros fandom. I say this because, sir, you need to choose a better profile picture than this picture with you in a bucket hat and a really kind of terrifying smile. A financial mathematics master's student at the University of Chicago, Aiden Resnick, he posted this. The Astros have a 45% chance of missing the postseason. They're currently employing a strategy that reduces their best healthy players' usage by 1/6. Not enough urgency. I'm assuming talking about Altuve there, right? Because he's batting second instead of first or something. I don't know. It's not great. It's really all I got. I hope it shows up, but I think we could end up with the really thick beard like Tom Hanks towards the end of Castaway. And I don't know, hopefully, we're not sitting at the fire one night in the middle of August or in the middle of September and thinking about that one bad night. If you've watched the movie, you know what I'm talking about. We don't talk about that night, Wilson. Wilson! It is an Ask Alone Anything Friday. You want to jump in. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. A couple of interesting questions here. Someone asks, Paul, how did the blonde versus brunette game go? Did you win? No. It was rough. It was a rough loss. We were down 6-0 at halftime, but check that. We should have been down 6-0 at halftime. We actually played a conservative style right before halftime because we were of the mindset that once the clock ran out, that was the end of the first half. Unfortunately, we found out that after the play clock runs out at the end of the second quarter and at the end of the fourth quarter, that there's 7 more plays. Still, playing conservatively, Team Brunette would have had to go the length of the field after a great punt to potentially add on to their lead at halftime. And we were feeling good. Our defense, we had this girl who was absolutely killing it out there. She looked like Ed Reed. She had 2 picks in the first half. She was awesome. Caitlin. But there was this one play that Team Brunette kept on running, and we just couldn't figure out how to stop it with the defense that we were running. We just couldn't figure it out. And look, they had more bodies, but excuses, skin of a reason, stuff with a lie. No excuses. We got to be better next year. Second half, things really fell apart. Our offense just had some issues, some real issues. It is interesting being on the sideline as a coach. I enjoyed it, but the lack of control that you have is something else. The ability to communicate with players is minimal. Like, you can yell from the sideline, but that's kind of it. But that said, I enjoyed it. I was on the sideline. I had a bunch of gum in my mouth. I was wearing a cowboy hat, so I looked like Bum Phillips. And I was chewing on my gum so hard, like I was Pete Carroll. It was nuts. We did not win, though. I think the final score was 31-0. I'm hoping that we can get some of the girls that played on Team Brunette, because they had, I think, like 25 girls to ours. We only had 12. So basically, a lot of people were playing all game long. Another question, Paul. What would be the fallback gig if you had to leave radio? I think that it's just the very basic be a history / PE / football coach at a high school or something, which I believe is somewhat stereotypical amongst dude teachers, but that's what I'd want to do, is to be that. I honestly haven't put too much thought into it. I'm really all in. So, yeah. I mean, might have to resort to OnlyFans. Who knows, guys? Who knows? If things don't go so well, you never know. This is an industry where you can get taken out back at any moment. So it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. 832, clean up aisle me. Thank you. He's talking about using Hunter Brown in a 6-man rotation versus a 5-man rotation. That makes sense. Less Hunter Brown outings. You're trying not to tax your bullpen. I do understand that approach. I mean, the bullpen got taxed the hell out of last season. And given the amount of injuries with this rotation right now, it does lend itself to, if you're not doing a 6-man rotation, you potentially being in a spot where all of your guys are going to be gassed by the end of the year. So I don't have a problem with that. Some more comments here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Junior Broncos asks a mean question. This hurt my feelings. Paul, remember when you skipped Christmas with your family to watch the Texans get curb stomped by the Ravens? Yeah, I do. Never again. Never again. Anyway. This is crazy. I just got an email. And this person is this person suggesting that he can put Lamar Jackson on my show? This is wild. He's responding to a podcast episode that I put up. I'm not kidding. Maybe 2 to 3 years ago. And he's asking me if he wants me to go on this episode. And on top of that, I might get Lamar Jackson on the show. What? This is wild. This is the weirdest email I've ever got. But it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, would you have Lamar Jackson on your show? Duh. I love Lamar Jackson. I think he's a fun player to watch. I've always been a bigger Lamar Jackson fan than most people out there. I think he's underrated as a passer. I think his running ability is obviously what sets him apart, but I think people don't give him enough credit. I think he's actually pretty good as a passer. I think he's better as a passer than Trevor Lawrence. I think he's more accurate than Trevor Lawrence. There's a lot of QBs out there that I'm bewildered that are put over Jackson. And you know what? I will say, I will admit, I was definitely drinking the Battle Red Kool-Aid a little bit too much his rookie season, feeling that C.J. Stroud better passer than Jackson. He probably is a better passer than Jackson, but I would take Jackson over C.J. Stroud in a heartbeat. And everyone should. Coog Blaze says, I think you should accept that offer. Yes, I think I should accept that offer to have Lamar Jackson on. I'm just kind of bewildered, and I'm wondering if it's some sort of a scheme to steal my, identity or something like that. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also hit me up on X, at Gallant Says, on Instagram, at Sports Gallant, and on Facebook at Paul Gallant Sports. Up next, crazy story coming out of the world of baseball. And it has to do with somebody trying to defend himself via unconventional means. This is definitely a more effective way to defend yourself than with a belt like that Pittsburgh Pirates guy who was working security a couple of weeks ago. We'll fill you in on this pretty crazy story involving a former athlete next. Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live at East River 9. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
It's a party in the River House. Lots of people here drinking, watching the PGA Championship. Some people maybe just played 9 holes of golf on this par 3 course with the best view of downtown Houston in the city. Others might have been out at the pickleball spot. This place is awesome. If you've never done East River 9, you're missing out. Seriously, I think not only is this the best view of the skyline in Houston, I think this is the best way to do golf in Houston, not just with the view and the awesome bar that you have here, but I think that 9 holes is how long going out golfing should be. 18's too much. I know that there's a lot of golfers who love it, but especially here in town, unless you're one of those psychos who gets up at the crack of dawn to go golfing on a weekend at 6, 7, 8 or something like that so you can make a tee time, I think you're a psycho if you do that. But, hey, if you love it, you love it. And I get it. You're trying to dodge the heat. But, yeah, it's always hot as balls out here. 18 holes. That's a 4.5-hour day. I mean, you need as much water as you need beer. Yeah, that's a long day. All right. This is a fascinating story. And it comes from an ex-baseball player. So I saw this story last night, courtesy of a New York Post article. This is from Florida, and it's a very Florida story. Former Major League shortstop Rafael Furcal is facing felony charges in South Florida per authorities. The former All-Star turned himself in at the Broward County Jail Wednesday. He was released on bail a short time later, according to court records. He's charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and throwing a missile into a public or private dwelling or vehicle. Okay, me being an idiot, I saw Rafael Furcal throwing a missile, and I was like, wait a second, did he throw like a stick of dynamite or something like that? Did he throw a cruise missile? Did he throw a Sidewinder missile from or an AMRAAM missile from planes? I know that because I used to play a combat flight simulator back in the late 2000s. F-22 Lightning. It was a hell of a game. Did he throw an actual missile? I'm an idiot. So just keep that in mind for the first part of the story. But there's a little extra details here. This comes from Mike Rodriguez. Rafael Furcal is home. Following my post taken from the New York Times, his family informed me someone attempted to attack him with a knife. He defended himself with a rock. In the United States, authorities consider a rock a lethal weapon, describing his actions as throwing a missile. But apparently he was just defending himself from the attacker. That's a good way to defend yourself against someone holding a knife. But at the same time, if someone's got a knife, that person has you in the short range. And if you have a rock, I mean, are you going to throw it like a missile? Or are you going to hold it close to your hand and use it to try and bludgeon your attacker? I would think the latter. Must not have been that big of a rock. Perhaps the size of the rocks that you see if you've watched the movie Braveheart, when William Wallace is throwing it at his buddy, played by Brendan Gleeson from all sorts of different movies. You know, the big redhead guy. The big redhead guy. You know, he throws small rocks at him, but throwing a small rock at him, okay, you might hit him, but, like, aren't you just going to stagger him? If you throw a rock, I think you're very unlikely, unless you get a headshot, you're very unlikely to stop your attacker. If the guy's coming at you with a knife, I don't know. I think I would keep the rock on my person. But very interesting 24 hours for Rafael Furcal. He is home, and I guess this person he threw a rock at that allegedly pulled a knife on him pressed charges. Bold strategy if he pulled the knife. Bold strategy. I would think if this does go to court, I'm just making an assumption, but I would bet that the ex-baseball player is probably going to have a better lawyer in his corner than knife attacker. Just a thought. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, A texter says, Paul, as someone who loves sports and also loves to indulge, golf is perfect for you. You just don't know it yet. I agree. Like, it's not like I haven't had that much fun while playing, but I get so mad when I play. I'm such a perfectionist. I can't enjoy the process until I've had a few beverages. And the other thing that drives me crazy about golf is tremendously expensive for me. Paul, you're a radio host. I know. That's why it's tremendously expensive for me. This is not me dumping on the sport. It's not. I do think at some point I will get into it. I've thought about getting into it, but it's one of those things where if I get into a sport, I will get really into a sport. And is this a sport that I want to get into given the time commitment and the amount of money spent to honestly not improve that much as you play? So that's where I'm at on that front. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. A texter asks, prime Jose Altuve or prime Derek Jeter? First off, F you. This is such an obvious answer. It's prime Jose Altuve. Derek Jeter is one of the most, considering how much clout, recognition the guy gets, one of the more overrated players in baseball history. He was on the Dynasty Yankees. He gets put on a pedestal. He has worse career statistics than Nomar Garciaparra. I would take peak Nomar Garciaparra over peak Derek Jeter. Look at the numbers. Nomar was a better player. He just dealt with more injury issues. Peak Derek Jeter. Is Derek Jeter the reason that the Yankees won championships? No, he was part of an awesome team that had guys that stepped up in big moments over and over and over again. Derek Jeter or Altuve? I know I'm a little bit biased on this front, but I am taking the guy that actually I remember several clutch hits, several clutch home runs as part of the guy who was a part of a big machine. Mariano Rivera being unanimous as a Hall of Fame inductee, ridiculous. But didn't Derek Jeter only have 2 people abstain from voting from him? Ridiculous. Biased answer, certainly pandering a little bit, but I would take prime Nomar Garciaparra over prime Derek Jeter. Look at the stats. Nomar was better, kid. Someone texted in, Paul, do a Boston accent. Yeah, I just did it. You think Nomar was worse than Derek Jeter? You're a freaking loser. Absolute loser. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm going to go rip some butts outside of Cumberland Farms. All right, more questions. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. There's this guy called Mr. Mills. He's really hilarious. He absolutely hates the show, and yet he stays on YouTube over and over and over again. Really funny. He stays here, and he stays here, and he stays here some more. And it's something else. From Mike, Altuve's great, but knocking Derek Jeter is blasphemous. He's overrated. He's a great player, but he's overrated. People act like he's the greatest shortstop that ever happened. It's because he played in New York. Things that happen in New York in the world of sports are put on a pedestal that they don't deserve to be put on. Is Eli Manning a Hall of Fame quarterback? The guy had a 500 record as a quarterback. He wins 2 Super Bowls? Oh, okay, so we're supposed to forget all the other years that he had? We're supposed to act like Eli Manning's the reason that the Giants won those Super Bowls, not the pass rush that they had? Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Eli Manning had great pass rushes that got on Tom Brady's ass for 2 games. That's why they won those games. He did well in those playoffs, no doubt. But Eli Manning's a Hall of Famer because he won 2 Super Bowls over Ben Roethlisberger, over Phillip Rivers from his draft class, over Kurt Warner. I mean, no. And these are guys who have less Super Bowl victories than him. And the list could keep on going on. I mean, Jim Plunkett won 2 Super Bowls. Is he a Hall of Famer? No, he's not. Why is Eli Manning a Hall of Famer? Because he won 2 Super Bowls. What are we talking about? So I know I went on a tangent there, but I think that things that happen in New York City, they get put on a pedestal. Madison Square Garden, the best place to watch a basketball game. Is it? It probably is one of them, but is it the best? The Garden. Like, okay, sure. Like the Knicks are an important team to NBA history. Are they? They won 2 titles. We'll see if they advance to the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. But, I mean, when they won Game 5, people were acting like it's check that. When they won Game 4, people were acting like it was the biggest victory in their team's history. You see all the people celebrating outside of Madison Square Garden? It was just pathetic. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Another question. Paul, if the zombie apocalypse was starting tomorrow morning, when you wake up, what would you choose to be your zombie killing weapon? So, sadly, don't have that much. You know, the whole chill dog incident, never ended up getting a gun. I never ended up getting a gun. Probably should have, because that would definitely help in a zombie apocalypse. If I could pick any weapon that's not traditionally a weapon, I would pick a baseball bat. If I could pick any weapon to be cool that's not something that's a projectile firing machine, I would use a katana. Not even a question. That would be so cool. I feel like I would accidentally hurt myself slicing with a katana. And on top of that, if I had to use what I have on my person right now, I have, and listen, you know, you want to come around and find out, you could, but I have a metal table leg. A metal table leg. That's what I would use. It's like, it's not too long. It's like baton sized. That's what I'd use. I have a spare IKEA table leg. That's what I'd use. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, the 10-minute drill. Are the Ravens crazy for giving this out? This deal to Derrick Henry? And something that maybe the Texans should think about when it comes to NRG Stadium feeling like a home field advantage. Stick around. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. So we didn't touch on this yesterday, but did you see this? Did you hear about this? The Baltimore Ravens gave Derrick Henry a 2-year contract extension, 2 years, $30 million, 25 guaranteed. It's the largest deal in NFL history for a running back over age 30. The biggest. That's nuts. Now, look, Henry was awesome last season. We were talking so much about Saquon Barkley and the year that he had with the Eagles, which was awesome. I mean, this is a guy who had 2,000 yards rushing. But Derrick Henry with the Ravens, 1,921 yards and 16 touchdowns. I mean, he was averaging 5.9 yards a carry. The year before with Tennessee, again, what a moron organization the Titans are. They let this guy go. Like, the only reason people like watching them, the only guy that would give him a chance to have been a competent team last season, I suppose, they were trying to bottom out so they could get Cam Ward. But the year before, he averaged 4.2 yards a carry with the Titans. And I'm guessing they thought he was washed, much like they thought Mike Vrabel was washed. And he averages 6 yards a carry with Baltimore. I mean, it obviously didn't work out in the playoffs. I saw Roquan Smith talking about, I believe the Ravens play the Bills week 1. Roquan Smith was talking about these two teams matching up with one another. And he said, hey, vengeance is a dish best served cold. Okay, I mean, the Ravens talk a lot about teams that have beat them after the fact. Remember Isaiah Likely saying, like, oh, we should have won that game in the season opener last year between the Chiefs and Ravens. I think the Ravens should stop doing that, but that is a fearsome 1-2 combination that Baltimore has with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Honestly, and for those who don't know, full context, grew up a Patriots fan. If the Patriots hadn't had as many, like, actual battles with the Baltimore Ravens, who are one of the few teams that actually, like, beat them regularly, it was like 3 teams. It was the Giants, it was the Broncos, and it was the Ravens. I would probably like Baltimore a little bit more. Alas, earwax. Tough to do that. This is something the Houston Texans should think about. I am someone who believes in a free market economy, capitalism, yada, yada, yada. I think season tickets are ridiculously expensive, and I think that you should have the right to sell some of them. I think it's kind of BS that we are pricing out more and more season ticket holders, because NFL stadiums are turning more and more into quiet wine and cheese crowds outside of in the most diehard of sports markets. Houston, let's be honest, not much of one. I don't hate y'all for it. I don't. I'm one of y'all now. Fashionably late. It's fine. You can be fashionably late to a sporting event. What else? If the team's not doing well, I don't need to watch it in person. It's expensive. Like, I get it. And there's a lot of transplants here and all that stuff. But Houston should definitely be looking at this. So there are 2 teams who are looking at measures that would stop fans from selling their season tickets to fans from out of town. First off, the Seattle Seahawks are basically trying to shame people into stopping selling tickets that they don't want. I think the Seahawks should F off on this front. Your quarterback is Sam Darnold, and you are no longer the Pete Carroll era Seattle Seahawks. You're not. We'll see what Mike McDonald is. 9-8 year 1. No Geno Smith. Sam Darnold. That's a downgrade. That is a downgrade. But the Seahawks said this to their fans via email with this passive-aggressive, classic Seattle kind of message. Quote, we are happy to provide the ability to resell your tickets through the NFL Ticket Exchange. While occasional resale is permitted, renewal eligibility may be impacted if it is determined that your tickets were primarily used for resale purposes. At the conclusion of each season, accounts that resell a majority of their season tickets will be contacted and given an opportunity to respond before any renewal eligibility decisions are made. Are you going to stay the same thing when people stop going to Lumen Field? Like, I imagine they will soon stop going. Like, I get the Seahawks have been at least competitive the last couple of years, and that Seattle has a pretty good sports market. I work there. It's a diehard fan base. They like the Mariners, for God's sakes. That's the worst team in baseball history. But I wonder about this strategy. It's a bold one. Also, The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are doing something where it's like a half measure. They're introducing a ticket buyback program. So if you do not want to buy, or if you do not want to use all of your season tickets and perhaps sell some of your season tickets, you will be allowed to return tickets back to the team for up to 2 games in exchange for a credit towards 2026 season ticket renewal. The buyback window runs the month of June. In theory, the Bucs could theoretically resell the tickets to Bucs fans. I don't know about that, though. I mean, the Lions, Eagles, Commanders are all traveling very well when there are games at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, which is rather close to the airport, which makes it pretty easy for people who are out of town to go to a game in Tampa. I used to live in Tampa Bay. It's like you could see Raymond James Stadium from the parking lot of what's the airport? I forget what the airport is for Tampa. But look, I like this measure as a way to try and keep the crowds that you have at your stadium from being overtaken by visiting fans. Like, it does ruin the experience. But I'm also of the mindset that, like, these tickets are so damn expensive, you are forcing people to buy preseason game tickets, which are the biggest joke that they've ever been. And now, on top of that, you're going to limit people from selling away some of these tickets in case they sell it to people from another market who are willing to pay top dollar and perhaps overspend for it. Like, that's BS. You know, like, they're a lot of money. I think if you want to sell your tickets, you should be allowed to make some sort of profit on that front. And, you know, there's a scalping market, obviously, outside of stadiums, but there's also like a resale market that online purchasing allows for. You should be allowed to sell your tickets to whoever you want if you want to sell them. Anyway, more around the National Football League. This annoyed me mainly because I think it's kind of weird to do this while they're in the midst of the run, but the Kansas City Chiefs are getting a 6-part documentary produced by the same team that was behind The Last Dance. Wait a second. Is Patrick Mahomes about to retire? Travis Kelce might be. Is Andy Reid about to retire? Maybe. But, I mean, the run's not done. We're doing this now? Why? We're doing a last dance for the Chiefs in the middle of the run. So that's just the logistics, obvious question side of it. The next thing I'll ask about it is this. All right. So we're going to do a documentary that's 6 parts on how many seasons have we seen with these Patrick Mahomes Chiefs? 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. We're talking 8 years. That's it for a 6-part documentary. I mean, what all is there? And you know, for people like me, like, I was dumping on the documentary that Apple TV did on the Patriots dynasty because they skipped over 2 Super Bowls, but there was at least a lot of stuff that you could potentially go to. The cheating investigation for Spygate. You had Aaron Hernandez killing someone. You had the Deflategate investigation. You had Brady versus Belichick at the end. Like, there were drama as well, in addition to all the winning. I think they should have done a little bit more of the winning, but okay, I get that that's not for everybody. That's more for Patriots fans. But this documentary feels like it's for Chiefs fans, and feels like it's premature. But there will be a documentary about the Chiefs produced by the same people who made The Last Dance, in case you're interested. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show, we'll be diving into a very interesting development in the National Football League that I think is going to turn a lot of people off. But let's answer some of your Ask Gallant Anything questions first. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. On Instagram at Sports Gallant. On Facebook at Paul Gallant Sports. A text. This is about me and golf. Paul, I feel like you and I are like some ADHD and perfectionism in golf. Fun will make me very mad. While fun will make me very mad. And like you said, a lot of money to go out and still get mad, not fun. I think eventually I will get to it. If I've always joked that people who golf, like, they do it to get away from their family. And it's not like I'm so bad at it that I'm not passable. I saw old Mr. Mills on YouTube. We love him. We bless his heart. Was suggesting I'm bad. I'm not bad. Like I'm not unpassable, but very inconsistent, like many golfers. And there's nothing worse than getting a birdie and following it up by slicing your next drive off. There's nothing worse than that. The last time I broke a club was that. Got a birdie. I think it was on a par 4. And then my very next shot, I was feeling myself. And the great equalizer, the golf god said, nope, you are just going to slice this one off immediately. And then I broke my favorite club accidentally. I just threw it up in the air, bounced awkwardly, and then it bounced onto a car path, and it bounced into our golf cart. It's crazy. Anyway, guys, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. AJ, back in mission control. Is Pena still holding? Oh, man, Pena's gone. Okay, sorry, guys. As far as the phone side of things, texting is going to be better on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. But if you want to weigh in, you know how to do it. Up next, we're going to talk about that strange dynamic that's becoming, I think, a turnoff for a lot of football fans that we're seeing from quarterbacks. I cannot believe how far this quarterback was willing to go to get his way. Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
We are live at East River 9. You can play 9 holes of par 3 golf. You can play some pickleball here. You know what? might need to get into pickleball. Dua Lipa, big pickleball fan. Pickleball and her band are enjoying pickleball while touring the world, speaking from a hotel room in Lyon, France. She said, quote, "Me and the band are going to eat pasta downstairs, and we have gained an obsession with pickleball. It's pickleball tomorrow and pasta tonight." That is the really glam life on tour with Dua Lipa. Oh, she's referring to herself in the third person, and I will allow it. Strong, powerful, independent woman that she is. All right. Before we get back to Ask Gallant Anything Fun, keep on loading those questions up. We got a lot to still dive into. I'm wondering how many more quarterbacks we will see in the near future who do this kind of stuff to get their way. Because I think for the most part, the majority of NFL fans hate this. Not everybody, but the majority hate this. And I'm going to be fair here. What Caleb Williams reportedly did leading up to the NFL draft this past season, where the Chicago Bears took him first overall, it's not that dissimilar from things that we have seen from both John Elway and Eli Manning. John Elway was going to be drafted first overall by the Baltimore Colts in 1983. He said that he would play baseball instead. He was a Yankees prospect at the time. He said he wanted to play either on the West Coast or I think in Miami, and there was another place. It would have been interesting. What if the Dolphins drafted John Elway in that draft, huh? The Raiders even offered a huge package to get John Elway. I think it would have been 3 first-round picks and a player. But the Colts, who never got John Elway, stayed with it. They draft John Elway. Elway eventually gets traded to the Denver Broncos. You've also seen Eli Manning. He was supposedly going to be the first overall pick of the San Diego Chargers, but it seemed like the Manning family was doing a little mafia stuff. They pressured the NFL to basically make sure that Eli ends up in New York, not with the Chargers, who were an organization that a lot of people thought were a joke. So he ends up a Giants quarterback. Now you've got it from Caleb Williams. This story from Seth Wickersham, there is a book coming out. This is a great way to promote your book, Bill Belichick. These details you don't want talked about. These are the ways to promote the book. But Caleb Williams was thinking about playing for the UFL. Yeah. Go Roughnecks. It would have been awesome. Caleb Williams, a Roughneck. He explored playing for the UFL for a year and then joining the league as a free agent because he knew that the Bears had the number 1 overall pick. Per Caleb Williams' dad, Carl Williams, quote, "Chicago is the place quarterbacks go to die," end quote. So, if you're a Bears fan, you hate that. But if you're an NFL fan of any consequence, of any team, you're looking at that and you're like, yep, that's true. I mean, that's true. It is. The Bears have never had a 4,000-yard quarterback. Chicago's had a Pope before the Bears had a 4,000-yard quarterback. Just think about that. I mean, it's been pretty bad. So, yeah, Chicago is the place quarterbacks go to die. And, I mean, the Bears went into last year and they had their Hard Knock show with Matt Eberflus and Shane Waldron as their head coach and offensive coordinator. Shane Waldron, bless his heart in Seattle, didn't go so well. I remember there were guys doing offseason interviews talking about how Shane Waldron was sus at best as an offensive coordinator. Leading up to his debut with the Bears, this was like a Super Bowl radio row and things like that. But you also had, in the case of just people looking at Chicago, just this idea that Eberflus is going to be gone after a year. So why would you want to go here? The Bears forgot to rip off the Band-Aid. Per this Seth Wickersham book, Caleb Williams asked the question, do I want to go there? I don't think I can do it with Shane Waldron. He was blunt. Caleb Williams, through his dad, with several agents, quote, "I don't want my son playing for the Bears," end quote. None of that mattered because Ryan Poles told Caleb Williams, "We're drafting you no matter what." But they were still thinking about figuring out a way to make sure that the Bears didn't draft him and that they could potentially get to the Vikings. One of them was, ducking the NFL for the UFL. And the other one was publicly attacking the city of Chicago. Oh, should have hired me for that. They should have hired me for that. I mean, I've got a pretty good track record of dumping on cities. They should have hired me. I would have taken that. A retainer, $100,000. I can think up the worst things to say about Chicago so that the Bears would not have taken Caleb Williams. But he was looking to go full John Elway and find a way to dump on Chicago. Elway was pretty tame. He just said, right now, it looks like I'll be playing baseball with the Yankees. We haven't ruled out football, but it doesn't look good right now once the Colts had drafted him first overall in 1983. And look, Caleb Williams doing all those things is annoying. How good is he really based off of this rookie season? I don't know. He paints his nails. I know a lot of people call him out for that. So does Jalen Green. Different culture. In terms of the youth of America these days, Gen Z, they're just different. But I mean, in Caleb Williams' defense, for all the annoyances that come with him, he was right. Because this past season, the Bears did not watch film with him. They didn't watch film with him. The offensive coordinator, you got to watch film with your quarterback. You're the head coach. You got to watch film with your quarterback. It's a partnership. The head coach and quarterback are a partnership. What are you doing? And meanwhile, you got the new head coach, Ben Johnson, who's stepping up to the podium and saying that Caleb Williams is proud to be a Chicago Bear. I don't know. Don't put words in his mouth. So, look, the me entitlement generation, these guys who are coming into the NFL and saying, hey, I want things my way before they even play a snap, before we even know if they're good. It is annoying. But I think Caleb Williams had a little bit of a case here, and I do wonder if more quarterbacks coming into the league will consider flexing like this. I don't think Shedeur Sanders flexed as much as he was a little bit too arrogant with the pre-draft interview process, which turned off some teams. And teams do talk with one another, and perhaps there was a little collusion about not taking him amongst NFL owners, maybe not about amongst the coaches, the scouts, the general managers. But these quarterbacks who are asking for a lot before they're even drafted, I'm wondering if we will see more. Because it does feel like we could be seeing more if we have a guy in Caleb Williams who's doing stuff like this last offseason, and we have a guy in Shedeur Sanders who clearly people did not want to touch with the 10-foot pole because they were of the assumption that he had those as side baggage. But I think it will turn off more NFL fans the more that we see people like this. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 346, Paul, do you recommend the honey pack or the rhino pill? Sir, Rise, RIZE, health.com. Promo code 975, 20% off your first order. It's a strip. It's better than both. All you got to, it's also board certified. You talk to a doctor to get it. Hell yeah. More comments here from the 936. A lot of people seem invested in me becoming a golf guy. Bo texts in, Paul, the great John Granado can be your teacher and trainer in golf, like Carl Weathers was with Chubbs and Happy Gilmore. He would lose patience with me so quickly. Like, why can't you do this? Why do you suck? I'm sure that's what his coaching would be. Why do you suck? Wouldn't be quite. It wouldn't be quite the guy who plays J. Jonah Jameson in Spider-Man in that drum movie with Miles Teller. Yeah, I know. I just couldn't get either of those off the top of my head. But I think Granado would be a lot like that. Anyway, for the 713, I like how y'all think acting like a little B in golf is being a perfectionist. LOL. I don't know, man. Some of us want to win. I'm a winner. Okay? Losing, we don't do that. If you're okay losing, that's fine. Because, listen, most golfers, probably losers at golf. Most golfers aren't good. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if you do it a lot, you might be technically good compared to me, but is anyone actually good? Or are the only people who are good at golf those who have made it to the PGA Tour? Great question. I do not know the answer to that. Not a golf guy. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch on ESPN 975 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. A couple of questions here. Paul, if you met a woman online and she lives in Dallas, would you take that road trip? I mean, this person would have to be the strongest and most powerful independent woman. I mean, we're talking a looker with that that's perhaps looking at me to be a stay-at-home dad. Like that's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about here. But yeah, I would do a road trip. Austin would be easier. There actually was somebody that I matched with on an app in Austin a couple of weeks ago, and she was in town for the rodeo. Thought about it, and I forget what happened, but didn't end up meeting up with her. How about that? How about that? Basically, we were going to meet at the actual rodeo itself, and I was just so tired of the rodeo that I was like, nah, I'm going home. There's too many people. I'm walking into too many people. I'm done. 15 times is enough for the rodeo season. More questions on an Ask on Anything Friday. From the text line, Honey Glazed Branham asks, Paul, could you beat Joe George in a 40-yard dash with one leg tied behind your back? No, I could not hop 40 yards faster than Joe George. No one could hop 40 yards faster than any human. Like, the other person would have to be disabled or have a limp or in a wheelchair. And even in the wheelchair, I feel like the wheelchair person would beat me hopping for sure. So there you go, everybody. Ask on Anything Friday, live at East River 9. You want to chime in? You know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll keep your Ask on Anything questions coming live at the River House at East River 9. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And by the way, we made history today, apparently. I believe we are the first radio station to ever go on TikTok Live. So you can actually watch us on our TikTok at ESPN 97.5. We're pioneers, baby. And we're hanging out at East River 9. You can play 9 holes of par 3 golf. You can play pickleball, or you can just come out and drink with us. It's Friday, man. Pop off your week. Let's go. We're watching the PGA Championship. We're looking ahead to a couple of big games tonight in the world of sports. My Boston Celtics taking things a game at a time. Just got a pump-up speech from Jason Tatum. Game 6 against the New York Knicks at Madison Square Garden. There's a Game 7 force that we'll see Sunday between the Thunder and the Nuggets. Exciting to see that one. Very curious as to who will win. I truly do not know. I want to take Jokic. And Murray, who was sick, played really well in that game, but I don't know. I am picking the Celtics to win tonight. We'll see, though. I will be very sad on Monday if they lose. But at least I'll have a couple of days to get over it. That said, I just don't think it's going to happen. Also, the Astros have 3 more games against the Texas Rangers this weekend, and the offense, it's got to get going. I'm just wondering, when the hell is it going to get going? How much longer do we have to give Christian Walker? Because Christian Walker's been worse than John Singleton. Yeah. And the Astros are paying him 20 times as much. I mean, they're paying Christian Walker more than they're paying Jose Abreu. They're paying him $20 million. And he's just been bad. He's striking out a lot. He's striking out with runners in scoring position. The worst thing you can do. It's just a lot of bleh. And I don't know when it's going to get any better for him. Then you got Altuve, and we mentioned these numbers earlier in the show. I mean, Altuve, since April 9th, is hitting .214, slugging .291, with an OPS of .547. He has just 7 extra base hits since April 9, 1 homer since April 9, 6 doubles in 30 games and 117 at-bats, 21 strikeouts to 7 walks. And since May 1st, it's even worse. He's hitting .191 since the start of the month, slugging .255, an OPS of .480, 3 extra base hits. That's all of them doubles into 12 games and 47 at-bats, 8 strikeouts to 2 walks. It's not looking good. When's it going to get better? With Altuve, you have faith. If you don't have that faith, blasphemy, heresy. But with Christian Walker, is that ever going to happen? And I get it. Last night was a pitcher's duel. The Astros wasted a great effort by Hunter Brown. Jacob deGrom, he's awesome, right? But, I mean, your 2 through 5 guys are going 1 for 16. Jeremy Pena got another hit. Jeremy Pena's been on a roll. He's keeping a lot of the same stuff going. I mean, Pena's been your most important player on offense. He's hit safely in 17 of 18 games. He's hit safely in 31 of the last 33. He has multiple very long hitting streaks in that span. I feel like right now he's at 10 games for his hitting streak. Could be at 15. I don't know. All I know is he's been on a roll. But he's the entire offense right now. And this game of waiting, like I don't want to feel like I'm effing Wilson in Survivor. Not Wilson. Tom Hanks in Survivor with Wilson. I'm forced to use a volleyball to pass the time. As my best friend, I'm talking to a volleyball like a crazy person. I bled my own blood on said volleyball so that it looks like I'm a person. That's where I'm at with the Astros offense. Goodness gracious, just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. A long-ass beard. May or may not have tried to jump off a cliff. That's where we're at with this offense. It's not good. Not loving it. And it sucks because it spoils what Hunter Brown's been doing. What Hunter Brown's been doing has been so incredible. Quite the ascension for him. He is the 5th Astros pitchers to have 9+ strikeouts in 5 straight games. The franchise record belongs to Garrett Cole. 2019, Cole had 9+ strikeouts in 9 straight games. He struck out 110 batters over 61 2/3 innings pitched over that stretch. The second longest streak is Justin Verlander, who had 7 also in 2019. Damn, the 2019 Astros not winning that World Series. A bummer. And you're hoping right now that the Dodgers, who just shelled the Athletics the last 2 games, that they're going to have a similar experience in the World Series. But back to Hunter Brown. He's throwing a 96-mile-per-hour fastball. Pitching Ninja put a video out that said he threw a knuckle curve. What? I didn't know that was possible, except from like Mike Messina and MVP Baseball 2005. Across the past year, 365 days, only Paul Skeens of the Pittsburgh Pirates has a lower ERA. And he had gone before Jake Berger hit that home run 50 2/3 innings without allowing a homer. He had 8 awesome innings. His ERA now 1.43. Only Max Fried and Kodai Senga have lower ERAs, and only Zach Wheeler has thrown more innings, 56 2/3, than Hunter Brown. He's been having a great year, but the offense is spoiling it. I don't like pitchers' duels in May. Sorry, hard pass. Don't want to watch them. I want offense, and I want this offense to show the bleep up. They're better than this. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Chicken Dinner suggests someone buy Paul some shots. To which Rick Malahy says, what kind? I haven't had a lot to eat today, so that could be an interesting experience. I believe right now I'm waiting for a margarita, frozen margarita in the River House, you know? Hell yeah, man. What else do we have on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? A lot of questions on the text. A lot of people asking about zombie apocalypses and stuff. Someone had already asked what would be your weapon of choice, the only weapon I have, which is like this metal table like from IKEA I have that's by my door. Paul, if you shoot or stab a zombie in the face and you get zombie blood in your mouth, does that make you a zombie? Probably. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it. Although I don't know how ingesting blood works. Is ingesting blood the same as blood-to-blood contact? Blood on open wound contact? I would imagine so. So, yeah, you're probably done based off of most zombie logic. Chicken Dinner suggests a Jaeger bomb. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Rick Malahy asks, Paul, since you are from Chowderland, have you ever been to a polo match? No, I honestly wish I had been to a polo match because I've met some strong, powerful, independent folks coming out of polo matches before, and I got to say, they're very talented and strong, powerful, and independent. Seems like that is a place to go with seems like that's the place to go. Just saying. If you get what I'm saying. Elbow, elbow, nudge, nudge. From the 832, Paul, if everything is paid for, would you go to a Super Bowl or World Cup final? Well, I've already experienced the former with the Super Bowl. My stepdad rules, and I got to go to Super Bowl 39, which was Patriots-Eagles back in Jacksonville in 2005. We got to go because, one, my stepdad, Eagles fan. It's the first time the Eagles have been in a Super Bowl in a really long time. Second off, spoiled son, Patriots fan. And third, my mom loved Paul McCartney, and Paul McCartney was playing at halftime. It really was one of those things where it was the best of all the world. It was a fun game. Terrell Owens played his ass off on a broken leg. Donovan McNabb puked. Oh, Lord, thank you very much. Who knows what the hell that thing is? I did want the margarita too, please. What in God's name is this creation? You have no idea? All right, well, shoot. If it looks like I'm going to guess this is a Mexican Coca-Cola. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. We're going to rip this one back. 3, 2, 1 here at the River House, East River 9. Oh, that's Jaeger. Ooh. Someone was listening. Hell yeah. All right. I think I just had at least a Jaeger shot, not a Jaeger bomb. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. 713-780-3776 to call the text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. That was good, whoever sent that along. That was pretty good. What else do we have here on an Ask on Anything Friday? Oh, yeah. So anyway, to finish the Super Bowl question, it was very cool to have that experience. I'm very fortunate. My stepdad's awesome, wonderful guy. Actually has played golf here before at East River 9. I would definitely take the World Cup final. It would be so cool to go to that and not have to pay for any of it. Have you seen what some of the prices are for some of these things that are taking place? I just saw something that at Gillette Stadium. I think at Gillette Stadium, some of these prices are like $26,000 for a club. So I can't even imagine what the prices are. And that's in Foxborough, Massachusetts, which is a not easy drive from Boston, Massachusetts. It's like the Patriots play basically an hour south of Boston. It's a pain in the ass to get to. It's basically the equivalent of, say, the Houston Texans move out into the burbs. If the Texans move out into the burbs, it's going to be that kind of experience. And I'll be honest, sorry, hard pass on that. Anyway, and Ask on Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We were talking about quarterbacks trying to force their way from one team to another. A texter asks, do you think Arch Manning will force his way somewhere next year? That is a great question. Now, going into next season, who do we think is tanking? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This is, as far as teams that are actually tanking right now, the Jets are saying that they're going into this season with Justin Fields as their quarterback. No offense, that's probably going to do very, very poorly for them. So I would say that the Jets are close to that. We will see if Aaron Glenn is someone who co-signs tanking, but I'm looking at the Jets as a possibility. Would Arch Manning want to play for the Jets? He should say no. If the Bears are a team where quarterbacks go to die, the Jets are a team where everything goes to die, especially hope. Hope is the thing that goes the worst towards that. I think the Cleveland Browns have their pick back for the first round this coming season now that the Deshaun Watson stuff's in the rearview mirror. So I think the Browns, would Arch Manning want to go to the Browns? No. The Raiders were 4-13 last year. That would be an interesting spot for him, the Raiders. If the Giants have a bad year, I suppose that the Giants would maybe look after drafting Jackson Dart at drafting a quarterback, but I don't really see that happening. The Saints are going to be wretched this season, I think. Would he want to go to New Orleans? I mean, New Orleans, because his grandpa played there. Archie Manning did play for the Saints. That would be a cool story. So they have New Orleans ties. So I don't think he'd try to force his way out of New Orleans. It would be cool if Arch Manning played for the Saints, honestly. The Saints, it would be nice if the Saints had a good quarterback. I like it when the Saints are good. Saints fans are fun. But those are the possibilities. I think that he would definitely try to stop being drafted by both the Browns and by the Jets. Jaguars is also an interesting one, but we'll see if James Gladstone and the Jaguars are on the right track this coming season. Anyway, it's an Ask on Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, what you got to watch this weekend? What you got to do this weekend? What's your weekend homework assignment? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can also ask me questions on X at Gallant Says, Facebook at Paul Gallant Sports, Instagram at Sports Gallant. The Astros offense is struggling. It's driving me crazy. I can't enjoy a pitcher's duel. You know me. I'm a baseball casual. It's May. Sorry. Don't want to watch a game with no runs being scored. I would rather watch Severance like everyone's telling me to do. I'd rather watch the Netflix TV show You Season 5, which is a guilty pleasure watch of mine. I think there's a new Tom Segura comedy that just came out. Tim Dillon's stand-up. There's a lot of other things to watch. But I'm doing my job. I'm watching these games. I'd rather watch something this time of year that's a little more lively, and the Astros offense is bringing me down. It's bringing all of us down. Altuve, Christian Walker, wake up. Some comments, 713-780-3776 to call to text. A texter, hey, Paul, I'm just down the way. Astros are approaching hitting in general this year with nobody is slapping the ball. Nobody's just trying to make things happen. Everybody's just trying to get out of the funk by powering their way through. I don't like what I'm seeing. You sound like Joe Espada because Espada has been saying everyone's pressing. I mean, I hope that's the reason. But, I mean, going into the year, the whole point was supposed to be they're going to be patient at the plate. They are going to force teams to throw lots of pitches to them. And we haven't really seen that. So that's a little frustrating. Some more comments. Texter, this one's a little optimistic. Summer's coming, Paul. All of a sudden, the hitting will get better. I hope. There was a really, you know what? I've never even seen the movie, so I can't tell if it's bad. There's a movie called Meatballs, and I think it stars Bill Murray. Hang on, let me look this up really quickly. But anyway, it's one of these movies that gets played on Comedy Central all the time. Bill Murray, Meatballs, a 1979 comedy film. It's noted for Bill Murray's first film appearance in a starring role and for launching the directing career of the guy who wrote Stripes and Ghostbusters, which both had Bill Murray. The film was the highest grossing film of all time in the United States and Canada. What? That's wild. Anyway, listen, maybe I need to watch this movie. All I know is there's a song at the beginning of the movie that says, "Are you ready for the summer? Are you ready for the summertime?" It's super annoying. And it's stuck in my head like many songs have been. Anyway, no one cares about that. Paul, get back on track. Fine. What should you be doing this weekend? First off, the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow is underway. It was described by one golfer as pretty yet soulless, like a Kardashian, and as a very easy course. As far as things stand right now, the PGA Championship leaderboard would be interesting to see if Rory McIlroy can keep things going. To this point, Jonathan Vegas, a Venezuelan, is leading the way. He is 8 under. He just wrapped up round 2 with 1 under. So he was 7 under yesterday. Damn. As far as the guys at the top of the leaderboard, the only one that I recognize within the top 10 is Max Homa. As far as everybody else, Scotty Scheffler is tied for 11th. Bryson DeChambeau also tied for 11th. They are both 3 under. Everyone was saying this is an easy course. It clearly is. And there you go. There's some other guys who are 1 under, 2 under. Obviously, things separate themselves a little bit more on Saturday and Sunday. But if you're a golf guy, PGA Championship, one of the 4 majors. It is this weekend. It used to be in August now. It's in May. So we'll see what happens. Also, what else could you watch this weekend? Well, you got 3 Astros-Rangers game. The Astros, and I bet that they will announce this in maybe 45 minutes or so. They still do not have a starter for Sunday, but as far as this weekend, they got 3 games against the Texas Rangers. They lost the first one, 1-0. And after Hunter Brown, who's up next? Who's up tonight on Apple TV? Lance McCullers against Nathan Eovaldi, the Houston guy. It's kind of a bummer that Nathan Eovaldi's a Ranger, huh? Instead of an Astro. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. I'm very curious as to how Lance McCullers is going to look at his first start since that awful performance this past Saturday and obviously the death threats that his family received. Ronel Blanco gets the start Saturday. Sunday's game is at noon on Roku. So you got 2 unconventional broadcasts for Astros Rangers than this weekend. I hate that. I really do. Interesting. What else have you got to watch this weekend? Hey, the National Basketball Association. What's going on? The NBA. You got the Celtics and the Knicks tonight. Game 6. 1 game at a time. The Knicks are 2.5-point favorites in this game. I know I'm going to sound like a Celtics honk as I wear a Lucky Charms Hawaiian shirt today in honor of, first off, the majority of my nationality. I'm mostly Irish American. But also, in honor of my favorite basketball team. I have complete faith in them tonight. I think they're going to win. I think there will be a Game 7. I actually don't know what will happen on Sunday, but I think there will be a Game 7. What I really need to happen is for this guy who was so awesome, who was so awesome on Wednesday. I need Luke Cornett to keep being Luke Cornett. Luke Cornett, that Game 5 performance that he had against the Knicks was so awesome. I am still stunned that he is actually a really good player. Block shots, left, right. He's physical, and I hope he starts. Kristaps Porzingis, he can't play for the Celtics going forward. If you're not a fan of me, but you listen to the show, 1, I appreciate you. 2, know that I will hurt very, very badly if the Celtics lose this series to the Knicks. Very, very badly. And I'm calling them the Knicks now. It is an actual series. They were up 3-1. This has been a very frustrating series to watch as a sports fan, not just because the best player on this team tore his Achilles, but also, I mean, how do you blow all these huge leads? They have been kicking the Knicks' ass the majority of this series. Ugh. So my hope is that with no Jason Tatum, that there's less iso ball. Tatum did show up. He will be in attendance, unlike Kyrie Irving, for this big game tonight. Also, as far as things that you could watch this weekend, you have Game 7 between the Thunder and the Denver Nuggets on Sunday. What else? What movies are opening this weekend? I'm actually curious. Is Ballerina coming out this weekend? Ooh, new Final Destination movie. Final Destination Bloodlines. I will say the gore in Final Destination is so effing graphic, but I still like watching it. It has been a while since I watched a Final Destination movie. Now HBO Max features all the Final Destination movies in case you feel like you need a catch-up on that. Weekend homework continues. What else could you theoretically watch this weekend or do this weekend living here in our fair city of Houston, Texas? What's going on from a SaberCats perspective? Ooh, they're playing at SaberCats Stadium. That's actually where the Blondes vs. Brunettes game was played last Saturday. SaberCats are playing the Warriors Saturday at 7 p.m. Who the hell are the Warriors? Where are they from? Houston Dash also in town as well. Who are the Warriors? Where are they from? Anyway, I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. All I know is SaberCats forever, right? As far as live music goes, And listen, I'm a little bit musically challenged, but this is pretty cool. Tonight, American Pie Emo Night at Scout Bar. Hell yeah. I love that combination. If you're into that. But it's a rather slow weekend. It's a rather slow weekend as far as non-sports events go. Anyway, Ask on Anything Friday, where you're live at East River 9. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to text. You can join on YouTube. You can join on ESPN 975. Tony the Handsome, no, working out is not dumb, and the gym is not for losers. Up next, if you want to weigh in on the Astros and their offensive struggles, you can. If you want to weigh in on trolling me about this big basketball game tonight, you also can. Speaking of trolling, I'm having a tough time watching this guy continue to flounder as the internet tortures him. This is one of my favorite sports figures. You want to hear me be a little miserable? Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask on Anything Friday at East River 9. Come out, hang out with us. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's Paul Gallant.
It's an Ask on Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 97.5. So, for those who don't know, I grew up in the greater Boston area. not actually in Boston, greater Boston area. If you want to know why Boston is the way that it is, I do think it's out of ignorance. And you know what I'm talking about here. I grew up in a town that had, I think, 5, 6 Dunkin' Donuts amongst 13,000 people. And I am not sure that there were even 5 or 6 minority families in that town. Just saying, I think it's out of ignorance. But that's neither here nor there. Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, the New England Patriots, like, they're the reason you're stuck with me. I fell in love with sports at an early age, despite my parents hating them or not caring about them. And I kind of got my dad to enjoy sports again. I even got my mom to enjoy them to a degree. Bill Belichick did an interview this morning on Good Morning America. And he was hanging out with Michael Strahan. I feel like there is some deference that Belichick pays to Strahan because Strahan, of course, with those New York Giants of 2007, took down the New England Patriots and stopped their undefeated season. Oh, God. Being a freshman at a school in New York, what a terrible time. What a terrible time to experience a sports loss like that if you're someone who is an elitist douche and your favorite team has always been a winner. But he was on Good Morning America to promote his new book, The Art of Winning. I will be buying that book. I will be reading that book, and I will be putting Post-it notes in that book. But when asked about the public attention given to his relationship with Jordan Hudson, who was not on set for this interview, guys, not on set. She didn't do anything. She didn't say anything. Cut my man some slack. He had this to say about her. She's been very terrific through the whole process. She's been very helpful to me. She does the business things that don't relate to North Carolina. Pause. Listen, I love Bill. Bill and anyone involved in North Carolina that has allowed Jordan Hudson, like, forget about all these rumors about how she's like the worst person that I've ever talked to, and I've talked to sociopaths. The amount of power that this person has accrued in their early 20s, like, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Imagine having that much power in your early 20s. Because for the most of us, there are some that are probably the exception, but for the most of us, we do not get to do much when you're in your early 20s, right? Like, your early 20s, you're young, you're dumb, you're full of you know what, and you think you can take the world by the horns. And generally, everyone who's older than you, and you become this as you get older, this is something I've learned, you look at these people and you're like, shut up! That's what you do. But imagine being this strong, powerful, independent woman, and all of a sudden, because you are dating the greatest football coach in NFL history, you have found a way to also make a little side career out of this. You love this man, and you make a side career out of this where you're finding ways to actually run media companies, do public relations, yell at 60 Minutes. Just kidding. It wasn't 60 Minutes. Good Morning America in the midst of an interview. I mean, I guess that's the power of the you-know-what. But whatever the case, Jordan Hudson, this is what Bill Belichick had to say about her. She's been terrific through the whole process. She's been very helpful to me. She does the business things that don't relate to North Carolina that come with my life. He was very clear to mention that don't relate to North Carolina. I think North Carolina talked to him and said, Bill, bro. I bet they said it like that. Bro, people think that she's running North Carolina football, which, by the way, has been a massive disappointment over its entirety. I mean, Mac Brown comes in, takes over. I honestly thought that they would do a little bit better under him. They have weirdly been very, very mid for the entirety of their history, despite having, the Jordan brand. It's a good school, but it's not a good school that I think is exclusive to smart kids. It's bizarre that North Carolina has never been a football power. I'll never understand. It's in the South. I don't get it. They have money. It's a good school, whatever. But isn't it crazy that, like, North Carolina had to go up to Bill Belichick and say, like, hey, man, like, we need you to tell everybody that this girl that you're shaboinking is not running our program. She was very helpful, continued Belichick. I want to acknowledge her in the book. She was helpful with the tribute pages, giving a perspective of the book from the business side. Sometimes I get a little football technical, and she did a good job keeping me on balance there. When asked what Hudson means to him, Belichick said, we have a personal relationship, and I'm not talking about personal relationships. Oh, my God, I love it. we're talking about we have a good personal relationship. I'm not talking about personal relationship. He always seems like he's about to huck a loogie mid quote. As a follow up, Belichick was asked whether he was happy. He gave one more answer. Yeah. I don't know why he sounds like that. He's 73, she's 24, and love is love. So please respect my king and I guess my queen in this very difficult time for the two of them. Anyway, some comments here on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Shout out to Alex Houston, who bought me I believe, Jaeger shot. Also, the Twitch is pointing out that apparently my jazz hands are coming out because I may or may not have had a Jaeger. Listen, guys, I didn't ask for it. But if somebody is going to offer you a gift, would you turn it down? That's very impolite, especially here at East River 9. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, some questions. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm good. Hey, Paul, I hate it for you, but you're going to be pretty upset tonight. Knicks in 6. Sir, I think you are sadly mistaken. We're talking about a dynasty here. One of the greatest. We're not talking about this. I'm kidding. This Celtics team is not a dynasty. But we're talking about one of the greatest franchises in the history of sports and one of the most over-discussed for no reason at all franchises in the history of sports. Another question. Would you rather watch soccer or a pitcher's duel? Soccer. Playoff pitcher's duel is different than a regular season pitcher's duel. And I'll admit, I used to like baseball a lot more than I do. I feel a little bit like a hypocrite saying I don't like a pitcher's duel when I vividly remember a game that I watched between the Red Sox and Yankees back in the day where Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens both, I think, almost went the gauntlet, if not going all 9, 8 innings. But it was at Yankee Stadium. Trot Nixon hit a big home run in this. It was a regular season game. Formative memory because it's one of the games that my dad actually allowed me to stay up and watch with him. It's something I wish I still had the same love for. I bring this up a lot. I don't know why I do. I really do think it's because the Astros were so bad from 2011 through 2014. And being here, watching that sport every single night and trying to find things to talk about early in my sports talk show career and then being told by the Texans flagship no one cares. And by the way, guys, no one did care. They were right. That was a bummer. That was definitely a bummer. So I fell out of love with baseball. It used to be tied for my second favorite sport with basketball. But it's not. A couple of people were saying last night was great. Hunter Brown was dealing. I like a good pitcher's duel. I just don't like it in the regular season. Playoffs, I love it. Regular season, whatever. Some more comments on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Someone from the 281 says, I remember that game. About the 409, who has scored more in the last few days, Astros or Paul? Oof. Yeah, we're that's where we're at, and yeah, I 100% think that. Let's take a look at the calendar. Hang on. Let's take a look at the calendar. Let's take a look at the Astros schedule. They did score a few runs in the game against the Royals on Wednesday. So if we're talking about individual scores, the Astros have scored more than me in the last couple of days. How about that? More text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 281, any comment about the Houston Police Department having no suspects or leads in the Lance McCullers Gate saga unfolding in Houston? Well, this is one of those things where you got to wait. But I'm going to say this again. I'm not going to be somebody that doesn't believe people that come out strongly against something that happened to them. My first thought is not to say oh, did this actually happen? It's not. And I know I'm skeptical, cynical, whatever you want to call it. As far as the Lance McCullers stuff goes, if the Houston Police Department releases something that shows that Lance, that Espada made this up, 100% we will talk about it. But again, I don't believe that, and I think we've gotten a little bit. I know we do Tinfoil Hat Thursdays at 12:30 every single Thursday, but I think we've gotten a little bit too crazy as a culture when we question everything. Like, I get it. There's been a lot of stuff with network news, with traditional media that has led you to question a lot, and for sure. Does this mean you have to question everything? Maybe it does. I'm not here to tell you how to act, but I'm not there yet to the point where I'm going to question him saying this. Espada brought it up first, not McCullers. Espada did. And Espada was pissed. And if that was my player and I heard him say that, I'd be pissed. Does he need to share screenshots? I have some screenshots of death threats I got from my Chill Dog thing back in 2020 where I think someone threatened to R-word me, and my joke back, because I'm like, I'm not going to let this person think that they got the upper hand on me. I was like, well, it's been a while, so go at it. Let's go. I've gotten death threats before. It's not fun. It's amusing, though, to a degree when you realize that most things said online are fake. Of course, there are exceptions to that, but for the most part, I think people that you write something, you're not actually willing to enact it. I think a lot of people write mean things online to us, then they come up and they approach us in person just as radio hosts, and they're awesome. They're cool to us. And you know what? Like, you can do that. I don't care about that. If you run into me in public and you're nice to me, I'm going to be nice to you. If you run into me in public and you talk bleep, I'll probably be nice to you still. The fact that you recognize me at all gives me a little ego trip. But anyway, as far as that goes, can't we believe Lance? Like, he sucked on Saturday. He sucked. He was awful. And I'm concerned about tonight on Apple TV. But I don't like that we've gotten to a point where the immediate reaction to a guy saying that someone threatened to stab his kids and kill them is that, like, oh, he's full of it because he's just trying to deflect people from it. It's not believable to you that somebody online and the internet here today in 2025 would do something like that. Like, I have zero faith in people on their online behavior, decorum. They're a-holes online. A lot of people are. Hell, I've been a little bit from time to time. I don't know like that, though. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll have a little bit of garbage time. If you've got any Ask Gallant Anything questions, we'll answer the rest of them next. Stay put. Indeed, it is. We have some questions to get to before we dive into our fun. Actually, I don't know if these are fun stories at garbage time. One of them I'm a little concerned about. But some Ask Gallant Anything questions. Eric the driver asks, Paul, would you date a hot 24-year-old even if everyone around you seemingly dislikes her? Yes. I'm still barely young enough where I wouldn't feel that weird about it, but barely. I don't think I could be a dad at age 12. At age 13, I definitely think I could be someone's very irresponsible father. Wrap it up, kids. Some very fun questions here. Hey, Paul, do you think she fakes it in the bedroom? No one knows. That's women, isn't it? That's women. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, and Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, do you and Josh Ennis still speak? We do. We do. In fact, our last text exchange was just, I think it was yesterday. What did we talk about? Oh, yeah, we talked about that. What's that? You'll guess you'll never know. Just like the Corey Seager quote, trolling Alex Bregman. I guess we'll never know. Some more questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, you're 2-4 in fights all time. That is a real one. That is someone who listens a lot. How'd you get the 2 wins? One of them, it was, I got lucky. My fist connected with his face, and he fell to the ground. I also ended up getting tackled onto a couch, and they got shoved off the couch, and 2 women tried to stomp on my privates with their heels, and one of my friends pulled me by my long hair. I thought it was somebody that was pulling me to continue the beating. And it was my best friend who's getting married this summer. Very happy for him. Can't wait for the bachelor party. The other fight, it's the same thing. It's luck. Like, if you hit, these have been situations where the person walked away, or I got him in a situation. This is the other one where you get him to yell uncle. I don't fight people, guys. You're probably going to lose. What else do we have? In what post-apocalyptic world do you think you would survive the longest? Fallout, Mad Max, Metro. Mad Max, done. Done. As somebody who constantly lets my gasoline get close to zero, done. Absolutely done. I'd be stranded in the middle of the desert, dead. I mean, that takes place in the Australian outback, right? Fallout, I've played the video game a lot, and in the Fallout franchise, you just sneak around a lot. You just become a stealth archer like you do in Skyrim and Oblivion and all those other Elder Scrolls Bethesda games. So I think I would last the longest in that. You sneak around, and then you make your speech talk or your speech craft like bazillion. Paul, what's your favorite conspiracy theory? How about this, 409er? My favorite conspiracy theory is that there was no one else involved in the assassination of JFK. How about that? Anyway, garbage time. Let's start it. 3 bodies have been found in Buffalo Bayou over a stretch of 48 hours. Shout out to my friend Grizzy's Hood News, regular guest of the show. Yeah, she came on once. She was great. 3 bodies have been discovered in Buffalo Bayou. What the hell? What the hell? By the way, local news not reporting on that. Not reporting on that. That is from Grizzy's Hood News. You would say, oh, Grizzy's Hood News is not a reputable journalism site. I don't know. 3. It's a little concerning. Not as concerning as what's going on in Austin, but I don't know. There's a part of me that wonders, are these connected in some way, shape, or form? For those who don't know, pour one out. Jordan Hudson, significant other of Bill Belichick, as a texter says, your dad, Belichick. No, that's my actual father. My actual father, Gary. He's my dad. And your stepmother. I don't have a stepmother, but basically do. Shout out to Laura. Stepmother is Jordan. No, that would be weird. I'm younger than my stepmother by 12 years, and it would be inappropriate for me to date her. I don't. I'm going to disavow that. But she's done cheerleading. She wrote a sad resignation letter in 2023 after she started dating Bill Belichick saying this. It is so difficult for me to give up my time with you because I feel like I'm giving up a part of myself in the process. I'm sorry for the baggage I brought upon you guys due to my newfound fame. I will not be asked for that. Thank you for being here for me during a difficult period of my life. Before, so there you go. That's a resignation letter. Jordan Hudson, everybody. Jordan Hudson. Text from the 832. How come Belichick's girlfriend immediately shuts down the question on how they met? I think they did meet on the plane. I really do. She was perhaps flying first class because I think she was dating somebody who may or may not have been a sugar daddy-esque figure in his 60s, maybe late 50s at the time. I actually do think they met on the plane. I think that Hudson does not know what she's doing, and Belichick has given her way too much power as far as being in charge of public relations, promotions, etc. And I think with that in mind, that's why you've seen North Carolina make such a push, hiring a PR person from the Bears, telling Belichick to basically say like she has nothing to do with the program, because he basically trusted her to the point where he's letting her do things that she's not qualified to do. By the way, someday she could be qualified to do these things, but right now, clearly not. And I think a lot of people are looking at her with a side eye and a half because she seems to be rather demanding. So there you go. More comments here. B. Hannon asks, would you survive in Last of Us? No, because I'd probably kill myself due to a lot of the storylines that are taking place in season 2. Like this storyline sucks. Out. Also, the Jackson invasion, I definitely would have died in that. Definitely would have been taken out on that front. Virginia Buttonweed asks, is my stepmother hot? And on that note, we're going to end today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. 713-780-3776 to call, to text it to the Killer Bees. We're going to be up here next, live at the River House. I have no idea why I gave out the phone number. I feel like this Jaeger shot that I was given may or may not be feeling itself right now. I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in as you do every single day. Big thanks to AJ back at Mission Control, subbing in for Sean Mapes today, who had a long day. Big thanks to our friends here at East River 9. This place is awesome. 9 holes of golf. 3 par 3. Is that what it is? I don't know. Again, I'm losing myself in the music, the moments. You never make it go. Yeah, again. Paul, stop talking. Just land the plane, and the plane was landed. I am really Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your weekend. We'll see you on Friday. Excuse me. Yep, we're done. We'll see you on Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is AJ behind the glass. It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. No Brian today. AJ. And AJ was going to be working anyways, but Brian was supposed to engineer. Are you engineering, Blankers?
Yes, sir.
You're pulling the double duty, huh?
Indeed, I am. Yeah.
Are they paying you twice?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. And then I got to go for the final hour. You're going to be doing 3 different jobs in one.
Yes, jack of all trades, master of maybe more than one. I don't know.
They should give you a comp day for this, I think. I mean, I don't make the rules. They're not going to listen to me, but I think you should get a comp day.
It's a fantastic suggestion. I think it'll fall on deaf ears, but at the same time, I do like it.
Yeah. Killer Bees, or at least half of us, broadcasting live at East River 9. Blankers inside the River House, right where you walk in. You can't miss them. Fantastic food there, fantastic drink there, fantastic golf there. There's a lot of things that are fantastic there. You can watch the PGA Championship all week long, which Jonathan Vegas leading right now. He's the clubhouse leader at -8. He did bogey 18, though. Did you see that?
I did. Yeah, but I mean, I didn't expect him to be on top of the leaderboard, so good for him to be in the mix and be ready for the weekend.
He lives in Houston, so I'm rooting for him.
Yep. I've seen him multiple times out at the former Golf Club of Houston or whatever it's called now.
I think that is what it's called. I think he's a member at Carlton Woods, but he plays a lot at the Golf Club of Houston. In fact, the last time I played Golf Club in Houston, he was in the group in front of me, and he said hello to me. So I wanted to win because it'd be kind of cool if a PGA major champion winner said hello to me. So that's where my rooting interest is at for this weekend.
Yeah, he went to UT with a buddy of mine, so we've met him a couple of times when we were out there at the Golf Club of Houston. Just a really down-to-earth, good dude.
Yeah, he is a very nice guy. So I hope he pulls it. But a weird leaderboard. You have Vegas at 8 under leading. Alex Smalley's through 11 in his second round at 7 under. Matthew Pavon is 6 under. He's done for his day. Max Homa shot a 7 under 64 today. He's at -5. Royal Houston is at 5 under. Ben Griffin's at 5 under. Ryan Gerard at 5 under. Not a star-studded leaderboard. Scheffler's at 4 under. DeChambeau's at 3 under. And then you got to scroll down for the next star pretty far.
Did you see what Homa did today on that short par 4? Or I say short, but
I did.
I mean, that was unbelievable to hit driver to within a foot and a half.
Yeah, I mean, it was tracking too. Like it looked like for a moment that until there was about 10 feet away that it had a chance to go in.
There's no doubt.
Shot.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Probably could win a long drive contest. Depending on which tournaments he's playing in.
I'm pulling for him. I hope he wins it.
I want Vegas to win. I'm pulling for Vegas, but I like Homa. I'm okay with Homa. No Homa. I'm a fan of his. Astros lose yesterday. You know what kind of makes me gross about this game yesterday? Everybody was talking about how fun of a game it was, a great pitchers matchup, and it was a good pitchers matchup, and it's 2 of the best pitchers in the American League going toe to toe, and it's such a well played. That talk annoys me, if I'm being honest. I don't like that they lost the game. A lot of what happened in yesterday's game irritated me, and I usually don't get irritated by regular season games a whole lot. I just didn't like the narrative after yesterday's game. It was like, oh, yay, get it, goody good. That was awesome. They played a well-pitched baseball game, and it took 2 hours, and we're all happy. I didn't love the narrative after you lose game 1 of a 4-game series against the Arlington Rangers.
I mean, I took a lot of positives away from it. I obviously want to win the game first and foremost. I think that it was one of those situations where, at least from the standpoint of, it lived up to the billing of a pitcher's matchup between 2 of the better pitchers in all of baseball. I think that when you look at the lineup, and the guys were talking about it before the game even started, about the fact that DeGrom struggles with lefties, and the Astros only have one lefty in the lineup, Caratini, but he got 2 hits, and he was having his way a little bit with DeGrom. And then on the flip side, Berger has always hit, Hunter Brown well, and Hunter Brown made one mistake, left it up, and that's the difference in the ball game. It's a tough way to lose a ball game, but I mean, I love the fact that Hunter Brown is still dealing and pitched a hell of a game, and it's just a shame the offense couldn't scratch one across.
No, I take some positive out of it too from a Hunter Brown perspective, but how could you take anything positive from the offensive perspective? You tip your cap to Jacob deGrom and all of that. No, but I left the game irritated for a reason that you pointed out. I think it's a poorly constructed roster. Like if you're healthy, you have two lefties. One's a backup catcher that's a switch hitter, and one's an often injured DH. Like it's a poorly constructed lineup for a roster from that sense. And you bring up Jacob deGrom splits. Lefties hit him. Lefties hit Jacob deGrom. You just look at the OPS numbers. Jacob deGrom OPS against righties is 397. That's very, very poor. That's very, very bad. Lefties 829. There's a 450 point difference between lefty and righty. This is why it is important to have a well-constructed roster. That's why it's important to have balance. That's why it's important to sign a left-handed bat and not rush Cam Smith to the big league. So that's why I had a bad taste in my mouth yesterday. Oh, yeah, Hunter Brown pitched great. DeGrom pitched great. Yeah, they did, but you didn't give your team the best chance to win with how you constructed this roster. So that irritated me. And then it also irritated me how the Rangers outfielders caught everything. They caught everything that the Astros hit. Like the Astros squared up some balls. Like they're hitting some exit velos of over 100. And you had Adolis Garcia like stumbling his way into diving catches. Evan Carter cutting over into the gap in right center, making fabulous plays. The Dubon line drive to right, I thought it had a chance to get down to tie the game. Rangers outfield caught everything, and that really irritated me.
No, I'm with you on that. I mean, I kept saying, how much bad luck can you get where you had runners in scoring position and just needed one of those to fall, and they made every single play, and it was just that was completely annoying. And to your point on the lineup, look, I agree with you, and I know that Dana Brown was out there saying that not that they're like he didn't want to give away too much, but they're looking at trying to find another left-handed bat. To your point, that should have been done already. That should have been done before you left training camp. That should have been done knowing that, and I always go back to one of the first interviews that Espada did from training camp when he basically said, look, I want a lefty bat or two off the bench. At the time before camp started, he thought it was going to be Singleton and maybe one of the outfielders. But now we're sitting here in a standpoint that, like you touched on, and I was focused on it during the game. If you know that DeGrom struggles most with left-handed hitters and you can only muster up one left-handed hitter in your entire 9-batter lineup, what the hell is going on?
It's a backup catcher on top of that. And like you had a lefty, like you had, like I don't need to carry John Singleton. Like he's a backup first baseman. You don't need to carry backup first baseman. Caratini can be your backup first baseman. Like Walker should be playing 150 games anyways. Now playing it well is a different story. Like you could have just easily kept Ben Gamble. Oh, Ben Gamble's not great. No, he's not great, but he's a backup left-handed bat that would start in a game like this whenever you have a righty who's very tough against righties. So like that's the other part of it is that you kind of failed to do it in the offseason. You could make the excuse that, well, they had Gamble. Okay, like I could live with Gamble. If you would have told me Gamble was the left-handed outfield bat, okay, I can live with that. I liked what I saw from him last year. I think he can hit righties okay enough. But you decided to rush Cam Smith to the big leagues, and he doesn't even play yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest question, that as much as you know what you got and want to see what you got in the shiny new toy of Cam Smith in the trade for Kyle Tucker, the fact is that Ben Gamble was good here for the end of the regular season until he got hurt. Ben Gamble looked like this might be the finally the opportunity for him to kind of show, he was a highly touted prospect coming up at one point with Milwaukee. All of a sudden, Ben Gamble looks like he could be a true major leaguer. He's really fitting in here. And you had to ask yourself, hey, look, at the start of the year, who do I think is going to hit better? Ben Gamble, who's been there, done that, or a kid that's going to be rushed to the big leagues with a chance for the very first time to try and make a name for himself, which normally doesn't go well. I would say that Ben Gamble was a safer opportunity and a safer choice and would have given you another left-handed bat in the lineup that you really need.
Yeah, I'm irritated. I'm annoyed. I wasn't all rah, yay about yesterday's game. I went to bed salty after that one. So, yeah. Anyway, 713-780-ESPN. King of Twitch says a left-handed bat would not have helped with DeGrom last night. I mean, Caratini's pretty mediocre, and Caratini had a couple of knocks and a walk. So,
Look at the numbers of, like you said, with lefties against him, and even the broadcasters were talking about it across the board. Their own broadcasters know it and talk about it. The fact is lefties have, if anybody's going to have success against a guy that looks like he's back to form, it's going to be a left-handed hitter.
Yeah. I mean, the numbers are drastic. Like, that's the type of game where you try to have as many lefties as possible. That's the type of pitcher where you play every lefty that you have on your team. And to Espada's credit, he did play every lefty that he had on his team. It's just the one lefty's a backup catcher. Look, and it goes to the conversation that we had in the offseason. Like you mentioned, Verdugo. Verdugo is a bat that I wouldn't have minded. Now, I didn't think that the Astros were going to pay him significant money to go into the luxury tax. He ended up signing for like $1 million. Okay, that would have been nice. That would have been something you could have done. You could have just kept Gamble. So yeah, I mean, it ultimately comes back to that. I don't like that there's only. I mean, even if Jordan's healthy, you only have two, and you have a bunch of righties who aren't getting it done. I mean, you go around the diamond. Christian Walker, a righty, not getting it done. Mauricio Dubon, Brendan Rodgers, a pair of righties, not getting it done. Jose Altuve, not getting it done. Jake's been pretty good. I'm not going to knock on him.
Yeah.
Cam Smith has not been good. Chaz has gotten on base, but has done nothing else. Zach DeZinzo actually had a pretty good day. I like what I've seen from DeZinzo. But you have no lefties, and then about half of your righties have been bad on top of it.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's frustrating because of the fact that we had said all offseason, and again, the name that got stuck in my head because he was just hanging around out there was Verdugo. But the fact is that it looked like no matter what happened with Cam Smith, and there was no assumption at the time Cam Smith was going to have a chance to make this roster, that you needed another bat. And we wanted him to get another bat. And we kept hoping that they weren't done and they were going to get another bat. But then when you find out what Verdugo signed for, and you're like, okay. And then when you look at what he's doing now, there is reason to point a finger towards Dana and go, I get it. You didn't want to sign an $8 to $10 to $12 million player. But if you could have gotten him for that, and that was already what you were willing to pay Gamble when you brought him in for 1.2, I mean, of the two guys, call me crazy, but I would have put more weight and stock in the fact that I would believe that Verdugo would have been a guy that would have been more effective here or anywhere in the major leagues than Ben Gamble. But regardless, I would have, like you said, I would have taken either one.
Yeah, and you had Gamble. I would have taken Gamble. Now, Verdugo has cooled off. Like, his numbers are actually pretty bad now. 247 average, 76 OPS plus. He's got a negative WAR. But he hits righties okay. So, like, that's what you use him for. He's not going to be an everyday starter. He's going to be your dude that plays the outfield against tough righties on righties. He'd be a platoon. At best, he'd be a platoon. And, yeah, you're right. For the salary that he signed, like, that would have been a better roster construct than what Dana Brown constructed. All right, 713-780-ESPN, busy show. Giannis, Salpi, Şengün rumors. Todd Callis will be joining us at 4. We didn't get to a Bad Take Boulevard yesterday, so we'll do some Bad Take Boulevard today. Lots to get to. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. You can watch us on Twitter as well on ESPN 975. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Let's do a wellness check on Jose Altuve. We'll get your thoughts on yesterday's Astros game as well. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, broadcasting live from East River 9.
Guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you right now, stop looking all over Houston to find a business that can give you the combination of quality windows and great siding at affordable prices. They even do front doors, but I did what I was told to do by so many people around the Houston area and around our station. That's get in contact with Allstate Windows and Siding. Allstate Windows and Siding were the absolute best to deal with. They're the best in the business, and I found out firsthand. When I called them, I first got in contact with Mary, and she runs everything back at the headquarters. She had her brother come out and do a free estimate for me and my wife because we had just bought in our house at the time and wanted to do something to upgrade it. Well, they came out, they explained to us that based on when the property was built and the architecture of the house, the windows that we should be looking at would make a huge difference, not only in saving us money, but also the curb appeal of the house. We went with their suggestion. It worked out fantastic. We couldn't be happier, and you can do the exact same thing because everybody gets that free estimate. All you got to do is call them, 832-204-1936. They'll come to you and tell you exactly what they can do. 832-204-1936. Call Allstate Siding and Windows.com right now. Call Allstate Siding and Windows if you want the best. And they're going to take care of our listeners because that's what they do. They love the ESPN listeners and members of the Hive. 30% off a window job. $2,500 off a complete siding job. On top of that, if you mention us and the station, they're going to give you an extended discount on top of that. Free estimates available. All you got to do is call them. Family run for over 4 generations. They offer discounts to senior citizens, military, and first responders as well. We love them being a part of the ESPN family. Check them out today. Allstate Siding and Windows.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. East River 9. Stop by for a beverage. Stop by for some supper. Stop by to watch some major golf. PGA Championship with Houston resident Jonathan Vegas at the top. Little Johnny Vegas, top of the leaderboard as of now. 713-780-3776. I just found something else that annoyed me about losing yesterday's game. Yes, it was well played. Yes, there was a good pitching duel. Yes, it took 2 hours and 12 seconds. Lance McCullers pitches today, so there's a good chance you're losing back-to-back games.
You want to talk about something that annoys me?
Annoyance.
I'm extremely thankful that we don't have a show on Saturday because I would go nuts because I am not looking forward to this game tonight at all. I have zero expectations for Lance McCullers, and I'm really expecting the worst, if I'm being honest.
It's on, if you don't have Apple TV, you can't watch it, so there is that.
Oh, that's a bonus.
There you go. We can watch the listen to Robert Ford on the call, perhaps. Yeah. I mean, hopefully we're talking this might be the biggest pitching mismatch of the year because Nathan Eovaldi goes for the Rangers, who's been really good. 4-2, sub-2 ERA. Lance McCullers 0-1 with a 15.75 ERA on the bump for the Astros. There's only a difference there of 14 earned runs. That's it. That's hopefully we're talking. Hopefully we Brandon Footenmouth this and Lance McCullers twirls a gem. What would be a gem for Lance McCullers tonight, considering
4 innings,
2 starts,
and
4 innings, 1 hit, no runs,
4 innings.
3
I mean,
walks.
I have zero. I don't think you can get to that. I think 4 innings and a run or 2 would be great, and that's really a low bar.
King says the Astros could have signed Nate. That would have been a good idea. I like Eovaldi. I know he ran his mouth about Houston, but
Yeah,
he's
he
from
did.
Alvin and he's a good pitcher. And he can.
But he got into it
also-
with Breggy, and Breggy's gone, so maybe that would have changed some things.
Yeah, I like his. I like his game. He's good, man. I remember when the Red Sox in that year they won the World Series, they used him like as a starter and a reliever. Cora was like super aggressive with how he used Eovaldi, and I've actually been a fan of Eovaldi since then. And look, he went to Alvin, Greater Houston area.
He had some arm problems, but he toughed it out, and he's been a hell of a pitcher.
I think he had 2 Tommy Johns. I think he's one of the rare pitchers who's pitched well after his second TJ. You have to
I think that's
fact check on
true.
that.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
I think that's
100%
right.
confident. Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, he's been good. Lance McCullers has not. I remember that over under ERA we said on Lance McCullers. I think it was like 4.41 or whatever, and everybody who said that it was going to be under. Okay, I would love a 4.41 ERA right now for Lance McCullers.
Yeah,
Maybe he'll get
because
it going.
good Lord. I mean, and then you had Gusto in the last series do it. I'm like, look, this is another series where I don't need one pitching hiccup that's that disastrous that you really have no chance of coming back from.
Yep, exactly. You want to do a welfare check on Jose Altuve?
Sure.
Jose Altuve has a negative 0.8 WAR. He is below a replacement player. Now, his defensive metrics kind of factor in there, and like left fielders don't get like WAR points like some of the other premium positions, short, center, catch, even second base gets a lot more WAR points than a left fielder. But even if you eliminate the defensive aspect of Jose Altuve so far, more than a quarter of the way through the year, has a 0.0 offensive WAR. He is a 0 as a major leaguer offensively. His OPS plus is down to 86, which is 14 points below the league average. He's hitting 250. His on-base percentage is under 300, and his OPS is tracked all the way down to 655. Jose Altuve is struggling.
Yeah, he's struggling, and it's got me worried because of the fact that his age involved in this, as much as he is the greatest Astro of all time, when you start looking at it, and we all know that guys start to go the wrong direction at different rates of speed. You hope that this isn't the falling off the planet. This is the end of the run of success and being an everyday player for Jose Altuve. You hope not, but you can't help but worry about it when these kind of stretches happen, or because we're not used to seeing it like we've seen Altuve's career path go. And the only, I'm searching going, well, let's hope that there's like we talked about in the past. Well, when Yiner was catching early in his career, the added stress about the fact that he wasn't playing great defense, does that factor in? Are there things, is the move to left field stressing him out or a factor in his lack of hitting? No, because he's playing second base a couple times a week. Like, I don't know what's going on, but I do have a reason for a lot of concern.
And he's also not playing bad in left field. Like, he's not committing all of these errors and, been this like train wreck out there. And he also started the season well, like he got off to a good start offensively. So like, why would it affect him now and not then? I just think he's struggling right now. Father time is something that is undefeated. I mean, how many 35-year-olds on average have been good? Or have they been anywhere close to their career norm over the course of baseball history, especially outside of the PED era? Not many, like this players start to trend downward. It's the reality of life.
And look, he still seems to be speedy enough. It seems like, he always keeps himself in great shape. But from a perspective of like bat speed and everything else, and also just his at bats. Like last night, first at bat, first pitch, he pops it straight up in the air and one pitch and he's done. And I know sometimes he tries to ambush a pitcher and look for a pitch. But I mean, especially when he's struggling, it seems like lately he's been jumping on a lot of early pitches, trying to jump on something instead of at least trying to find something that he could do something with. But again, I'm searching right now because I'm struggling to find a reason for why.
Look, and I don't think he's like this bad. I think this is a combination of father time plus being in a slump. I don't think that this is who Jose Altuve is. I don't think he's going to be as good as he was last year, but I still think he can be an above-average offensive player in Major League Baseball, an above-average hitter. So I think it's a combination of getting older and that he's in a slump. I expect him to be better than what we've seen over the last 40 games of the season. But you brought up bat speed, so I looked it up real quick. Do you want to guess? Do you want to guess what percentile Jose Altuve is in Major League Baseball when it comes to bat speed? Because they measure this now.
Lower 25, lowest 25%.
9th percentile.
That ain't good, right?
It's really bad. Last year wasn't great either, and he still had a good offensive year. Last year he was 15th percentile in all of Major League Baseball, and he still had a 789 OPS. So, like, he can get by with poor bat speed, but it's trended down to where he's now in the 9th percentile of all of Major League Baseball. Yeah, don't look at his baseball savant. It's not pretty.
Wasn't Christian Walker also 9th in the 9%?
Let me check. I don't think his was that low.
I think when you and I were talking about it, it was right close to that because I was surprised because it looked like to me watching the games that he still was catching up to fastballs. But I've seen multiple people on Twitter in the last 24 hours talk about the fact that it looks like Christian Walker doesn't have much bat speed.
No, we must have been talking about either something else with him or somebody different because he's actually in the 78th percentile in bat speed. Like it's still
that's good,
above average. It is down from last year. Last year he was in the 89th percentile. This year he's in the 78th percentile. But I mean, no, his bat speed's still good. Maybe.
Well, I wish they'd find a way to have that bat speed, have the bat actually hit the baseball because. Well, he's been struggling to make contact.
It's weird because, like, prior to this little, like, 0 for whatever it is, 8, 13, 16, he had started to hit better. Like, he was hitting, like, 280 over his last, like, 30 games, and then now he's in this 0 for last 5 days. So, like, he's reverted back to it.
I want to say last game of the homestand, he struck out 3 times in the game, and then he was befuddled last night at the plate and struck out. And I'm like, man, I just need this guy to snap out of it and really get hot for a while.
Yeah, it looks like he's 0 for his last 16 with 8 strikeouts.
Ouch.
Yeah. He probably should have had a day off with DeGrom on the mound yesterday. He's like, that's not a guy that you want to face when you're slumping, especially a right-handed hitter. You face DeGrom.
Now, I heard, I don't know where you're at on that. Dan Plesac of MLB Network had tweeted out that, I think it was last night or this morning, but he just thinks Jacob DeGrom is on a different level of any pitcher in the last 25 years. And he rattled off Clemens and he rattled off all these pitchers. And he's like, the reason being is when healthy, his combination of just an overpowering, nasty fastball and his multiple off-speed pitches. Like, you can say that about so many pitchers in Major League Baseball. And he was just propping him up for that, saying he is the best pitcher that he has seen personally in the last 20 to 25 years. I'm like, were you not going to games? Like, are you not watching TV?
He's hard, though, because, like, if you just take DeGrom's peak and you get rid of, like, the injuries and you just say, here are his best 20 starts over the last 10 years, I can kind of see the point, Like he is pretty dominant whenever he is right.
Oh.
I mean, so, like, that's the thing. Like, if you're taking, like, just a scratch of the surface at the top of his career, I don't know if he's wrong, but where DeGrom gets in trouble with the whole, like, where does he stack up with the greats is the volume. Like, just so many injuries have completely derailed his career in terms of where does he stack up with the greats. But if you just take the peak, I mean, he's not too far off.
Yeah, but I mean, how many times do we just take the peak, right? We look at all those things matter. His availability matters. His ability,
Sure. I mean, we do it with some. We do it with Barry Sanders. We did it with Sandy Koufax.
Yeah, but I'm saying – there's no doubt when he's at his best, he is absolutely dominant. But we've seen a lot of pitchers that were also absolutely dominant that they had longevity. They were playing all the time. They've done enough to where in the last 20, 25 years, I think if you get guys that are that closely measured, that have similar statistics and similar dominance, I would say that being available and being able to do that more frequently has to factor in.
Yeah, that's where I would pick holes in his argument for sure. His counterpoint would probably be at the peak. I just looked it up because I remember hearing TK talk about this in Blummer. Jacob DeGrom in the history of the game, the history of Major League Baseball is second all-time in career whip. All-time.
Wow.
Second all-time. He's behind Addy Joss. He's ahead of Rivera. He's ahead of Kershaw. He's ahead of Sale. He's ahead of Pedro. He's ahead of Scherzer. So he's ahead of Cole. Like, he's ahead of all the all-time greats. He's second all-time in career whip.
And on the positive side of things, he won a Cy Young.
Two.
A couple Cy Youngs. And I was going to say, but he won a Cy Young without a winning record, right? Wasn't he 11-11 the year he won it?
Close. He was 10-9 when he won it in 18. He was 11-8 when he won it in 19.
There you go. But his ERA and everything else was just unbelievable. But then I ask you, is he going to be a Hall of Famer?
I wouldn't vote him. He's got 88 career wins.
That's what I was going to say. Because, again, the availability, when you start talking about the greats of the game, the availability is stacked with guys that did those kind of things for extended periods of time, and they were available.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, his argument's definitely at the peak. Like, I'm with you on he's not a Hall of Famer. He's not an all-time great. But if you just took, like, the top 10 games of their career, like, I can hear that argument. But, no, I'm on your side. But that's got to be his argument because you can't argue anything else.
No, I mean, he was saying like in person and having seen enough baseball and played baseball and all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, the numbers matter and the ability to stack wins and innings and all those things.
Yeah.
That's part of it.
No, I agree with you. It's hard to believe he's second all time in career WHIP though. That's pretty lofty. That's pretty good there. Texture, cash or trash this, Blankers. Altuve's really bad year was 2020 after the scandal news broke. He wore that psychologically. I wonder if being in left and opposing fans being able to just hammer him all game and not just when he's at the plate is affecting him. Cash or trash?
I'm going to trash that. I'm going to say that the reason why I brought up when we were talking about it in this segment is the fact that when your mind is so heavily focused on, like in his case, playing a position he's never played before and trying to learn it on the fly, and then obviously you're pressing because you don't want to make mistakes because they're going to be magnified and everybody's going to be talking about him, that can have a negative impact on other things like hitting. But I don't think he's had so much jeering in the last couple of years since the scandal that I don't buy that at all.
Yeah, I don't buy it at all either. Like, no chance. Eric, Altuve always had his moments, but he's fine. If the rest of the lineup was hitting, it would not be a concern. I disagree. It wouldn't be as big a concern, but we would absolutely be talking about it.
It's magnified. Yeah, it's magnified because he's one of the names we're throwing in with the guys that aren't hitting at all, because he's getting close to being on the same level as the guys that aren't hitting at all.
King of Twitch, Rangers GM Gambler on DeGrom looked like he hit with pocket aces. I couldn't disagree more. I mean, how long has DeGrom been there and how much has he pitched?
I was going to say, how many games has he missed?
Yeah,
he got there and he got hurt right away.
He hasn't hit with pocket aces. He's been really good this year. Jacob deGrom started 6 games in 23, his first year in Texas. He started 3 games last year in 24, and this year is the first year where he's actually been a regular in the rotation. That contract has not been a pass at all. It's been a failure is what it's been.
Yeah, that doesn't exactly scream return on investment.
No, it's pretty poor, really. Why do some right-handed hitters crush lefties and then can't hit righties? It's just the trajectory of pitches, really. A lot of righties have really good breaking stuff that either moves away for them, or some have really good two-seamers that cut into you. Just where you're at in the batting order in relation to the flight of their pitches can have a drastic impact. Texter.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. I agree
we
with
still
that.
say supper. Anybody who's cool says supper. The expectations of what?
In the Midwest, I'm just going to let you know that not only do they say supper, but supper clubs are extremely popular, and they're just basically a version of a restaurant, but supper clubs are very popular.
Who doesn't like suppers? I have about 2 or 3 a day. The expectation of McCullers are so low that I would be happy if he makes it to the mound without injuring himself. See, I disagree. I don't think the expectations of McCullers are universally low. They are now after 2 starts, but again, we kicked around into the audience too. Over under Lance McCullers ERA the rest of the year. We put it at 4.41, and 90% of the replies said he would be well under. Like, people were actually like saying the question was an insult because Lance McCullers was going to be so far under it. So the expectations were there before he got back.
You're right, and here's the other thing, Jeremy. It went from expectations to now a team that's going to be is actually more reliant upon and dependent upon him being able to pitch at least decently because of the other injuries that they now have on this staff. We walked into this going, God, if he could give us anything, it'd be great. If he can contribute this year, that'd be wonderful. But now, because of the injuries to all the starting pitchers, you're kind of dependent on the fact that at least in the short term, he gives you a couple outings that you can get away with.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. So rumors are flying around. NBA offseason is going to be here before we know it. Sam Amico, it doesn't matter. He's not going to be
right?
Emma here. Is it what?
Was it Sam Amick, or is there
I thought there was an O at the end.
I know there's a Sam Amick. I don't know who Amico is.
Well, anyway, this guy named Sam. He mentions that the Rockets would be okay getting rid of Alpi Şengün in a trade for Giannis. Would you be okay with getting rid of Alpi if it meant that he was part of a package for the Greek Freak? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from East River 9 on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
2-5. East River 9, the setting. We'll talk to TK, Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, coming up at the top of the hour. So there's a report out there from Sam Amick or Sam Amico or however you say his name that the Rockets would be okay giving up Alpi Şengün in a package. It wouldn't be 1-for-1, obviously. But they're not, hell-bent on, we must keep Alpi Şengün. He's not an untouchable for us. Would you be okay giving up Alpi Şengün in a package that returned you, the Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Yeah, I think I would. I think I would because of the fact that, I've seen what Alpi brings to the table, and I know that there's things that he can work on to get better. But I think I've seen enough to know that, especially the way the game is played, the style of play, and the players that are in it right now, there's not a lot of dominant centers. And I know how dominant Giannis is. And if you're giving me 4 or 5 years of a guy that can get you 30 and 10, and on a lot of nights 30 and 15, 30 and 20 in playoff games, I think that I can find others to play the center position. And I think that if you played Giannis at the 4 and you played a guy like Steven Adams at the 5, I think that from a defensive perspective, you would be absolutely fine. And I think that from an offensive perspective, you would be better. And so it's interesting for me to see all the feedback that this has gotten and all the people that are kind of throwing out, oh, you can't trade Alpi. Why not?
Steven Adams is a free agent too.
Right, but you can easily sign him back.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't, but it does take 2 to tango. It takes 2 to tango.
But you can find other centers that can play the 5.
I also I'm with you. I'm not hell bent on keeping Alpi Şengün. I like Şengün. I think Şengün has a lot of upside. I still think he can get better. I don't think he's at his ceiling. I think he's close to his ceiling, but not at his ceiling. I think he's a really good player. Obviously, he was an all-star. I think he was the best offensive player, without a doubt, in the Golden State series. There's some things that I didn't love with how he handled the Golden State series, but he's not going to be the reason that would prevent me from getting one of the top 5 players in the NBA. And then there's other elements of this, of where I think that Ime Udoka prefers this style with the style he wants. I don't think he loves the idea of Alpi Şengün. He can't switch onto screen or off of screens, switch onto guards, defend the perimeter a bit. And with Adams, you can't do that either because he's so big and he's not very quick. But I think that Ime Udoka would play Giannis a little bit at the 5 too. Now, depending on who you give up in this trade. But I could if you don't include Jabari and you don't include Amin, I could see some lineups where Amin's the 3, Jabari's the 4, Giannis is the 5, and you literally switch everything defensively. And I believe that if Ime Udoka was building a team from scratch and just had his pick of players that he could choose on his roster, I think he would have a 5 on the floor that was positionless where he could switch all over. So I think that's part of the reason where they would be willing to dangle Alpi as well.
Well, to what you said, too, I think that there's 2 ways to also add some extra to that, too. I think that he would have a guy that could either be Jabari-esque, face the basket, be able to knock down a 3 for you, and be able to be a good enough face-up shooter that you give that offense, you work that offense into the mix as a weapon, and or having a Giannis type that is so long and so athletic and also still strong enough that he can go down on the post and get you a bucket. He can take you off the dribble. But more importantly, on the break, he's almost unstoppable if he has his hands on the ball between the midcourt line and the three-point circle, because in a step and a half, he's at the rim and he draws contact. Yeah, there's a knock on it. His free throw shooting, I get it. But he opens up so many different versatile ways that you have guys on the floor that can beat you, that I think that's what Ime really wants in his system.
Yeah, sounds like we're on the same page. I wouldn't hesitate about this. And, I'm not – I would obviously not be mad at a Giannis trade. Don't get it twisted here. But Giannis isn't this, top priority for me because I still think you have some spacing issues with Giannis. If you have Giannis, Amin, and you keep Jalen in this scenario, that's not a very good shooting team. And so I don't love it from an offensive roster construct. But obviously I trade Alpi for Giannis. But because even though I'm not the biggest defender of trading for Giannis, I still have no issue trading Alpi for Giannis. He's just a far better player. Alpi's solid. Alpi's good, but Alpi's not great. And I don't think Alpi's ever going to be great. He has room to grow, but I don't ever see a scenario where Alpi should go in as a top 5 player in the NBA, ever.
No, I completely agree with that. And I think that when you're getting, like you said, you get a top 5 player in the NBA with at least 4 or 5 more good years. And you just don't know what you don't know. And injury is always going to possibly be a part of it at some point. But the guy is still one of the most dominant players in the league. And when you ask yourself, guys that are out there, whether they be free agency or when you see teams that are trying to unload players, whatever the case may be, you're gonna have shooters across the league that have played in the league, that are free agents, that want to play with that roster, that know and identify. It's like Brandon Rodgers, but almost on a much higher level, to where you say, hey, I've identified a team that needs what I can bring to the table. I think that fits me really well. I really want to play there. Just playing with Giannis is going to have guys that go, I want to play there. And I think that you would have a lot of options if shooting is something that you still desperately need. I think that the bigger question to me is if you can keep Amen out of that deal, and if there's some way you keep both Amen and Jabari out of that deal. Because I've heard from a Milwaukee perspective, one of the guys that they want, because I think I've seen his name through in a couple times, but I think it's almost a foregone conclusion. Amen won't be in the deal. Mm-hmm. But I know that Milwaukee is very high on Jabari, and I don't know that you can escape at least one of those 2 guys being in the deal.
No, I don't either. I think it would take Alpi, Jabari, maybe another prospect like Tari or Cam or Reed, and then a bunch of draft picks.
Yeah,
I think that's realistically what that trade looks like. Which, that's a tough pill to swallow. At the same time, you have too much of the young players. You have too many draft picks. Like, you have to level it up at some point. So it would be a lot, but to bite the bullet here.
Because I always say that, the analogy I make is that, like, when you were collecting cards as a kid, you had doubles. Doubles were what you traded because you had multiples of the same card. It's the same thing with this. You've got doubles at a lot of positions. You've got guys that are the exact same type player, and there's a log jam, and you've got to clear that log jam because at the end of their time here, they're going to want to get paid. They're going to want more playing time. They're going to go elsewhere. And at the same time, right now, while you can capitalize on the fact that everybody knows how good your young core is, you're never going to – realistically, you're not going to keep all these guys together anyway. If you can trade some of your doubles, so to speak, and it helps you get one of the most dominant players in the league and it makes you better – then you do that. Yeah,
at some point you're going to have to. You can't have a roster of 20 young players. And right now they have guys right now that people are mad that didn't play in the playoffs. Like, hey, they're mad that Reed Shepherd didn't play in the playoffs. They're mad that Cam Whitmore didn't play in the playoffs. You can't have a 10-man rotation in the postseason. And then you have all these draft picks to come too. So you're going to have to package these picks to level up. And like Giannis, one of the top 5 players in the NBA. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. LSU Brian, you're in the high. What's up, LSU B?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, so my opinion is, it's Giannis. Everyone's going to want Giannis.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I'm almost guaranteed you're going to have to give up so much for him that I'd rather pivot and do something else. What else? I'm not sure. But if they do go after Giannis, like y'all said, you're going to need shooter around. I'm asking for Lopez also. I think he was on a 1 year, and you tried to get him last year. They're used to each other. They play with each other for a while. And, he's a center. You put Giannis at 4, and he can knock down a 3. So I'd ask for him also. That's my thing.
Appreciate the call, Brian. Look, I think the biggest thing with that is that you're going to have to come up with salary that's going to match, and he's making a boat ton of money. If Milwaukee is going to go into this mode of trading Giannis, they're probably going to go into at least 3/4 of, if not a full-blown rebuild. And if they're trying to go to a rebuild, they would love to unload Lopez as well. But if they unload Lopez, now you're talking about Dylan Brooks and or Fred VanVleet, and that is going to be you're either going to have to get other teams involved, or it's going to be a massive trade that I don't think normally happens in the NBA.
Yeah, it's doable, but it would be massive and not one you see often. And Lopez is a free agent too. That doesn't mean you couldn't do a sign and trade. We see that all the time in the NBA too. Like they could facilitate that for each other. You're right, though. It'd probably incorporate a third team. But there's a lot of pieces there that it would make it attractive for a third team. I don't hate the idea of Lopez. He is a good three-point shooter. Well, he had been in his past. Really wasn't this year. The fact
they call
that
him Magic Mountain, Jeremy.
He was better than I thought. He was 37% this year. That's pretty dang good. I misspoke there. So he's been like a 37, 36, 37% three-point shooter the last 3 years. He's older, but because he does have the chemistry with Giannis and can shoot the three ball, I'm good with it. I don't hate it. I'm not I'm not saying that you better include him in this trade or get something done or I'm not making the trade. But if you can get him thrown in as like a sweetener in some extent, like, okay, yeah, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you're giving Alpi up in the deal, you're getting a guy that was all defensive first-team center, and early in his career, he couldn't play defense. Like you said, he's a good three-point shooter, so he brings something to the table, something to the table that Alpi's never going to do for you, and I don't think he's ever going to become. And he has familiarity with the guy that instantaneously becomes your best player, and they have continuity in the way that they play. Those are all wins. It's just the creativity that is going to be required from a financial standpoint of making the trade work for everybody involved is going to be a hell of a challenge.
Now, see, I like Brook more as a backup five than a starting five, and he's probably priced out of being a backup five because, part of the attraction that I have with Giannis is I really want to play Giannis at the five. Like, I want to get away with playing him at the five and just go positionless 1 through 5, where my every single player on the floor can switch up everything because I think that takes you to a different level defensively. And then even though he can't shoot the 3 because he's playing the 5 and not the 4, it doesn't kill you as much.
See, I like it too, but I think that what they would have to do, because he's not going to go anywhere where he's not starting. I just think that
right. You're talking about Brook Lopez.
Yes. But I think that to your point, what they could do is they could, your normal starting lineup is that, but then you could quickly switch to a quote unquote small lineup or your up tempo lineup, and then he can sit down while you are pushing tempo, and then build a lead. You're going to sit Giannis, however you look at it. Now you can go back to getting him his minutes when Giannis is sitting, depending on the opponent and the matchup. Because I do think that Giannis at the 5 should be something that's not even considered. It should be done on a regular basis.
Yeah, and no, you're right in the sense that it's going to be matchup based. Like there might be nights where, not that you're changing your starting 5, but you might reconfigure your minutes based on who you're playing. Where if Brook Lopez is your backup center, then he might play 15 minutes against one team one night, but then another night, whenever you really need him on the floor because of the size and length of the opposition, we plays 30 minutes that night.
Yeah, you play Denver, you're going to play the Lopez-Giannis traditional lineup. But if you play a team like even OKC, who's more likely to start Chet more as a 5, they have Hartenstein. He doesn't really scare me. Where you could put a body on him. Giannis could take Hartenstein. That I think that's a team that you could really capitalize on by going a little smaller. Jabari can play those guys. He can play Chet, and you can run on them.
Yeah, I just love a defensive team that can switch everything. Where I think that's where Alpi hurts you at times, is that you can't switch whenever the man he's marking is involved in the screen, and then if you do switch, you're in a huge mismatch. Like Alpi Şengün switching up on Steph Curry.
Oh my God,
that's a problem. But how about Giannis switching up on Steph Curry? Like they're probably even taking the guy that's setting the screen if Giannis is defending him, and they're moving him off the way because they don't want Giannis to be the guy who switches up on Steph Curry.
I'm trying to think of a guy that's past his prime that used to be pretty good. That even in that case, you take that guy and go, oh God, Alpi's got to guard him, and chances are that guy's dusting Alpi.
Yeah, like that's my biggest attraction of Giannis. I mean, not my biggest. He averages 30 points a game and is a freak, but I love what he does on the defensive end. And like he's been around forever. He's going to be 31 next year. Like he's got some good years left in him too. Giannis does. 713-780-ESPN. Texter, this team needs shooting. I'd rather have Giannis and need shooting than not have Giannis and need shooting. It's a good point. Touche. If you're a team that needs shooting, you're still going to be a team that needs shooting with Giannis. Why not get Giannis in the mix and then need shooting? It's a good point from the texter.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, look, I think they need shooting no matter what. But yeah, from the standpoint of what you're trying to give up and what you're getting in return, And I also think, look, there's going to be shooters that identify the Rockets as a team that they could help. But if you put Giannis Antetokounmpo as the centerpiece of your team and still keep a majority of your young players, and you still need shooting, like I said, there's going to be a long line of players that say, I'll sign up for that play the 1, 2, 3, that are combos that are going to go, that's that. I want to win. I want to try and win with that team.
Josh from Philly, not to mention we're not the only team interested with Giannis. That might have better things available to Milwaukee. I mean, the Rockets have the most available outside of Oklahoma City. Now, the other part of this, too, is that Giannis is going to have to want to play for that team. He's not going to want to trade unless he wants to go there.
Yeah, I was going to table that because I think it's a longer discussion that probably is going to get a lot of reaction. But there is something to that if he comes in and puts his foot down a la James Harden and says that's where he wants to go, then that's going to be a problem. Because from the standpoint of San Antonio and other teams that get into the mix on this, the biggest thing is right now everybody's saying San Antonio loves Harper and they don't see themselves trading that pick. If you're not trading the number 2 pick as part of a deal, then I don't know that San Antonio is going to be in the mix for Giannis, which means there's a better probability, as long as he wants to play here, that they're gonna want to deal with you if you're Milwaukee.
Hopefully Scoop B's wrong, though, and he'll play in the Western Conference and not stay in the East. So there's that element, too. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll step aside for a moment. When we come back, the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis, joins us next. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line. Killer Bees being joined now by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. Our conversation brought to you by Pipefitters Local 211. They do it right. TK, thank you for spending a few minutes with the Killer Bees this afternoon. Heck of a game last night. Astros came out on the short side, but a well-pitched game, to say the least.
Yeah, those are some of the best. I mean, I know a lot of people like run scoring and big 10-9 games, but to me, those are the best games where every play matters, where defense matters. The Rangers played great defense last night. Astros might have had a run or two had they not caught the balls in the outfield. So just one pitch, just one swing by Jake Berger, the difference. And it was one of those games that was really intense and really exciting. And unfortunately, the Rangers came out on top.
TK, I'm curious because you guys were talking about it a little bit in the splits that DeGrom had with lefties as opposed to righties, and then only having one lefty in the lineup. And honestly, the roster construction being such where you're kind of limited with the lefties you can get in the lineup. I know Dana has kind of been asked about it this week a little bit, but is that something that the Astros fans should look at as maybe a concern going forward, their inability to kind of get a few more lefties in the lineup until Yordan gets back?
A little bit. I mean, it was never a perfect roster construction coming out of spring training with all the right-hand hitters, and certainly with Yordan being down, that makes it even more difficult. There's not a lot of guys like Jacob deGrom, fortunately, or else the Astros would have a lot of trouble all year long. But to your point, when you go up against a pitcher like deGrom or somebody that really has great numbers against right-hand hitters like Jacob does, then they're going to be in a little bit of trouble like they were last night. Caratini had some good swings on him, but not many other guys did. Would it have made a difference if a John Singleton was on the roster or a Luis Guillorme or, Quincy Hamilton or Jacob Melton or one of those guys?
Ben Gamble.
I don't know. Yeah, Ben Gamble. Ben Gamble's another guy that was in spring training. I don't know. They might still have lost 1-0, but it certainly does not. It's not an easy task when you face a righty with a devastating slider and a 98, 99 mile an hour fastball, and he pitches right-handed.
Todd, the Astros in an interesting spot, too, with their pitching staff, going with a 6-man rotation with all these games in a row. Also, a bunch of relievers who are out of minor league options. So Taylor Scott was the odd man out, got DFA'd when the Astros had to bring up Colton Gordon. I really like the point that you made the other day on the broadcast. You have a 26-man roster. It's weird that Major League Baseball limits you to just 13. Does it just make too much sense to carry 14? What's the deal here, Manfred?
What is the deal? That's my least favorite rule in baseball right now because there's injuries to pitching staff all the time. We're seeing it with every team. Nobody goes the whole season with the same 5 starters. No one goes the season with the same guys in the bullpen. And why you can't construct your roster the way you want to, it should be your roster to mold it the way you want to when it's 26 men. They have certain restrictions. Guys can only be called up and sent back 3 times now. So you can't play that option merry-go-round where guys come up for a week and go back for a week. So there are little rules in place that will allow you or that force you to really still have a solid staff. But I don't know why they won't go to 14 pitchers and 12 position players. It's beyond me.
Todd, we got Lance back on the hill tonight, and we were talking about this before we got you on. In my mind, it's gone from a team that was just hopeful that at some point he could come in and help the team to a guy that they're kind of relying on now because of all the injuries to the pitching staff. And now, you are hoping that there's a better performance tonight and that we're still building towards a better performances down the road. You look at it and say, are they relying a little bit right now on Lance McCullers to be a lot better than he was last start?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, he's not just the extra guy anymore. Ryan Gusto's in the rotation. He had never started a big league game before. Colton Gordon had his turn in the rotation and should get another crack, I would think. And he's never had a major league start before last week. So that's 2 of your 6. And then Lance is one of your 4 that has experience coming into this year. So they're definitely relying on him. We don't know when Spencer Arrighetti's going to come back. We don't know if and when Hayden Wesneski is going to come back. So until any of those guys come back, Lance is definitely going to be in the rotation, and he has to give them some innings because he hasn't been able to in the first couple. Now, Was it totally unexpected that he would struggle at some point coming off 2.5 years? No. But we're 45 games into the season now. So he's got to be able to produce because the Astros definitely need him.
Voice of the Astros, Todd Callis, joining us on the HRP guest line. You have the night off. What are you going to do anyways tonight?
Well, it's actually funny because as things work out perfectly for us, my wife works in Dallas. She travels back and forth from Houston, and she's in Dallas 3 weeks out of the month. So this is one of the weeks she was here.
Nice.
So we've been hanging out. She just got off of work, so as soon as I hang up with you, I'm going to join her for happy hour and then grab some dinner. We're going to enjoy downtown Dallas for the night.
I can imagine how that conversation went. Sweetie, sorry, I got to talk to these jabronis, the killer bees, for 30 minutes and delay our happy hour. I'm sorry, Todd.
It's our bad.
Happy hours usually start to 4 anyhow. So
Okay.
She was working till 4 anyhow. It's all good. It's delayed it by like 10 minutes back.
TK, I'm curious from a lineup perspective on two different fronts. Altuve, we were talking about, he's really starting to scuffle now. That's a guy that a lot of people are going to point to because of his age and start wondering, is this the drop off from Jose Altuve, or is this something that's just we see and we just are spoiled in the fact we haven't seen it a lot with Altuve, that it's just one of those spurts where he's going through some stuff, he's got a little slump going on, but he'll snap out of it.
Yeah, I mean, whenever a guy gets into his mid-30s, you always have those questions when he struggles. For me, Altuve's metrics with his speed are really good. He's still running the same speed he ran in his 20s. So that looks good. But some of the under-the-hood metrics with his swing are not so good this year. And I think, hopefully it's just a little run here where he hasn't been very good. He was really good the first 2 weeks, first 2.5 weeks of the season. But then the last month or so, we haven't seen the Altuve we're used to. But Jose will get it figured out. I definitely don't think it's the beginning of the end yet. And he's only 35, and he's got 4 more years left on his contract. And he's going to figure it out. There's no way Jose is going to hit 250 for the year, in my opinion. But, it's definitely a trend towards a decline, but I don't think it's going to be one of those season-long slumps. I think he's just been a little bit scuffling here in the last month or so.
You know how it goes in baseball, TK. Anytime you have a struggling offense, it's switch up the lineup. The batting order doesn't work. And, we probably overemphasize how much the batting order is actually significant in that sort of thing. And until Yordan comes back, I mean, the lineup is the lineup. But how, I guess, eager or how likely would it be for a spotter to try to shake things up once Yordan comes back if the offense continues to struggle?
Shake up in terms of where
just
Yordan
move some guys around, nothing crazy, but maybe Yordan to a 4-hole, maybe Altuve 3, something little tinkering, nothing nuts.
Yeah, it's hard because you're going to keep paying 1 for sure. I think Joe likes Yordan hitting in the first inning, so whether it goes Altuve 2, Paredes 4, that's probably the likelier scenario, and then Christian Walker 5. But those 5 guys in Yainer Diaz, they're probably going to be in the top 6 anyhow. Jake Myers is making a bid based on what he's done for the first month and a half to get into that top 6 slot. But for the most part, you're going to see those 5-6 guys be in the top 6 in the lineup. And then Jake, and then whoever plays at second base, and then whoever plays between Cam and Zach would be your 7, 8, 9 guys. So I don't see much wiggle room to make a lot of changes at this point. To your point, going back to your first or second question, I do think at some point they need to find a lefty either via trade or via the waiver wire. I think that will make the lineup a little bit better. But in terms of the current guys they have, I don't see much change making a big difference.
TK, from a positive perspective on that lineup, how about the production of one Jeremy Pena since putting the leadoff spot? It's just been remarkable to see the jump. And then the question becomes, is it sustainable because of the fact that we've seen in the past, maybe he's a guy too that likes the higher he is in the lineup back when he was, inserted in the 2-hole in the past, he's succeeded, but my goodness, has he exploded as a leadoff hitter.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. We saw him and Jake Myers have really good spring training to carry forward to the regular season. I do think what we saw out of Jeremy Pena the last 3 years, that he's at a completely different level now, and I think it's sustainable, and I think he's going to continue to get better. He hit into some bad luck the first few weeks. Ever since then, he's been lights out. Will he be able to win a Silver Slugger when Bobby Witt is in the league, or even when Corey Seager is healthy in the league at shortstop? It's going to be difficult at that position, but he is one of the best shortstops in baseball right now, and he will continue to get better. I think he's going to have a monster year. I think he's going to be an all-star. I don't know if he's going to be able to win the Silver Slugger from Witt, but he's going to give it a run for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. TK, thank you for taking a few minutes hanging out with us. Please let Mrs. Callis know that we're very sorry for delaying the happy hour. We know how great that is on a Friday.
I am looking forward to seeing her soon. Thanks, guys.
All right. Todd Callis, voice of the Astros. A great happy hour spot, by the way, East River 9. You can see Blankers, too. Make happy hour even happier as soon as you walk through the door and you see Blankers 38-inch pythons. 713-780-3776. If they brought up a lefty, Blankers, how TK mentioned it would trade or waiver wire. Remember they picked up a couple of lefties on the waiver wire last year, late in the year. Ben Gamble, Jason Hayward. Who would be the odd man out, you think?
I think it's a couple of things. I think maybe we do see Cam get sent down, and or maybe Chaz is part of a trade, because maybe they do Chaz a solid depending on the kind of player you get back. If it's a speed player or a player that can play some defense as well, to where you say, hey, look, if Chaz isn't going to play all the time and he had expectations to play, and maybe there's teams out there that want a guy like Chaz McCormick that would give him more regular playing time, maybe that's something that's worked out as well.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be much for Chaz, though. Like, I can't imagine he has much value, if any. But maybe like a right-handed bat off the bench.
You get something for him, and
yeah, nothing major, but maybe
do a solid for him.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, I could see something like, I think, I kind of went back and forth seeing the lineup yesterday. And look, Cam Smith's playing today. Pena, Altuve, Paredes. Altuve's playing second. Walker, Caratini, Yiner, DHs. And then Myers, DeZinzo, and Smith. So both DeZinzo and Cam Smith in the lineup. Whenever I saw the lineup yesterday and Victor Caratini was in it as a DH, I was like, okay, maybe there's a small chance whenever they bring Jordan back off of the IL that Cam Smith just might be the odd man out because they're using Caratini more as an offensive threat. But then I started to think it was probably more because of his good BVP versus DeGrom. Actually had a couple of homers in DeGrom back whenever he was a Cub. So they probably was more of a BVP thing than like they, have bumped Caratini over Cam Smith against righties. But I do think there is a slimmer of a possibility that Cam Smith could be the guy sent down when Jordan is back. I think the possibility probably multiplies by 10 if it's Jordan is back and they acquire a left-handed bat.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. Yeah, I think that, look, I don't think that should be a slam on Cam either. I think, he needs everyday at bats. He's not getting them right now. And with DeZenzo hitting the way he's hitting, I don't know when he's going to get them again. And I don't know how they're thinking, but just from my perspective, it could be the best of both worlds. You get in a left-handed bat with some experience that you desperately need, and he gets to get every day at bats and get more seasoning, knowing darn well what he has to do at a certain point in his career when he's up there full time again.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. What big sporting events really aren't that big to you? Overrated, or you just don't care much about? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that is awesome, something that is great, that is actually underrated. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. They're the best. They're fantastic. Look, it's a Friday. Don't you wish you were getting off work on Friday and heading out to the great outdoors? You could be doing that at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Escape the rat race. Escape the hustle and the bustle. Get rid of all the traffic in your life, all the stress and anxiety that goes on. You don't want any of that. I have the best getaway idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. Book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Doesn't even have to be a weekend stay. How about a Sunday through Thursday stay? And if you book a Sunday through Thursday stay or anything in between, you're going to save 20% off on your next 2-night stay. It could be a max of 5 nights, a minimum of 2 nights, and those are on the rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. So go ahead, book that now, Sunday through Thursday, and save 20%. But get out there to the great outdoors, open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, majestic trees that are just gorgeous. And if you like fishing, some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. And it's only 90 minutes from Houston, too. So you can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're not wasting a half a day traveling via car or train train or bus or plane or however you do your travel. It's a 90-minute drive. You're there in an hour and a half, and you'll be hiking their 92-acre property in no time. You'll be kayaking on their water in no time. If you like playing pickleball, they have those pickleball courts out there too, or just sit out by the pool and have a drink. There's nothing wrong with that either. From glamping to the cabins to the tree houses, or if you have an RV, just pull up that bad boy. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What about DFAing Rodgers as the odd man out? I mean, Rodgers hasn't been great, but he might be your best offensive second baseman, though.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would DFA Rodgers before sending down Smith.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, because you're getting Gold Glove caliber second base and you've got options. And we talked about like riding the wave of, if you don't have one consistent guy that's offensively good enough to be the everyday second baseman, then as we talked about, if Dubon gets a couple of hits one night, then play him again. And if he cools off, then you got another guy you can go to. And hopefully you brother-in-law enough that you get some guys, because Rodgers has had some timely hits early in the season, that maybe you can, kind of brother-in-law together just so that you have an above-average second baseman.
Yeah, I mean, Altuve's going to be in the mix there every now and then, too. He's not going to play left field every day. He's not going to play second every day either. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. All right, so the PGA Championship going on right now. Today, day 2, and you can watch the PGA Championship out at East River 9. Killer Bees at East River 9. Blankers right there. Great spot for food. Great spot for a bite. Great spot for a drink. Great spot to watch your PGA Championship. Vegas, a 2-shot lead now as a couple of golfers falling back. Vegas at 8 under. Pavin, Pavon, 6 under. Smalley, 6 under. Fitzpatrick, 6 under as well. PGA Championship is easily the 4th of the 4 majors. I don't think there's any argument. U.S. Open, way better. I like the Open Championship a lot better, and then obviously nothing compares to the Masters. What big sporting events really aren't that big to you, or you think they're overrated, or other people love them and you just can't get into them? 713-780-3776. What is it for you, Blankers?
I got 4 of them. I got 4 of them that just, from me personally, they just don't do anything for me. And I know that they're, especially the last one, but I know that I'll catch hell for some of this, but it's my own personal opinion. I'm not a big fan of the Indianapolis 500. I just am not. I'm just not a big fan of auto racing. So with the Indianapolis 500, I'm also not a big fan of the Daytona 500. And everybody makes such a big deal about NASCAR. And oh my God, and how many times I've heard, you just got to go and experience it and be in the stands once and you'll be hooked. I guarantee you I would not be hooked. It just doesn't interest me like that. The same way the Kentucky Derby doesn't do anything for me. Now, if you want to tell me that I could go one time and experience what they say the party is in the infield and all the different parties and things that go on with it, sure, from the sake of being able to cross that off the bucket list, okay. But the horse racing thing to me is also something that I'm not very big on. And the last one, and I know it's coming to Houston, and I know Glenn Davis tells me all the time how much soccer matters. And as long as I've known him, I'm not a soccer fan. The World Cup to me, I told you, I watch the World Cup. I pull for the United States. But at the same time, I've never been a soccer aficionado, and I'm not a fan of soccer. So to me, the World Cup is not something where I'm going to say, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch this big World Cup match.
Glenn's going to start calling you that P word.
Yeah, well, he already calls me one. Hopefully it stays that one and not any others.
He's going to stop calling you a panzon because of your soccer take.
Paisan, yes. Well, yeah.
I know. I like the Derby. I like the first leg of the Triple Crown because it gets it all started. And, there is intrigue to me of, a horse winning the Triple Crown. It's kind of cool. Plus, it doesn't take forever. If you time it just right, it takes 2.5 minutes and it's over. So,
that's what I was going to say. The one good thing about it is only you can blink in 2 minutes, it's over. I'm good. But the freaking Daytona 500, give me a break.
I don't like any auto racing. If I was forced to watch an auto race, I would do F1 before the two that you listed. But I would probably do Daytona before Indy, even though Indy has more prestige and mystique. But it's also not as popular as NASCAR, and it's not nearly as popular as F1, which is IndyCar. Name me 3 IndyCar drivers. You can't. I can name you some F1 drivers. I can name you some NASCAR drivers. I couldn't name you one IndyCar driver. Not one. Not a single one. So
not one IndyCar driver you said, or NASCAR driver?
IndyCar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
NASCAR, I can name a few. They might be retired, but Harwick is one. I know Dale Earnhardt Jr. is retired. Tony Stewart killed a guy. Maybe I can't name as many as I thought. Who is that
Kyle
one
Busch.
dude? Bubba?
Yeah.
Kyle Busch. I can name a few NASCAR ones. F1, I can name probably more than NASCAR. Louis Hamilton, little Max Verstappen. What's that? Gasly? Pierre Gasly or whatever.
You could have said any
Sainz,
name right
Carlos
there, and I'd have
Sainz,
gone, okay, yeah.
Carlos Sainz, Lando Norris. I can name a few F1 guys. But I can't get into the races. I just know those guys because of the Netflix show. I like the Netflix show quite a bit. I've watched every single one of the Drive to Survives, but I try to watch a race, and I can't do it. So I'm with you on the car racing. I do like the Kentucky Derby. The other two, I watch the Preakness I watch the Preakness to see if the Kentucky Derby winner wins.
Right.
But this year, the Kentucky Derby dude's not even running in the Preakness. These athletes have gotten so soft these days, the Kentucky Derby winner's not even running in the Preakness, these soft athletes. And then the Belmont is, I don't even watch the Belmont if there's two different winners in the Kentucky and the Preakness. So I'll go Belmont there, unless there's a horse running for the Triple Crown. Any auto racing, I'm with you on that. I knocked the PGA Championship, but I'll still watch it. It's still very fun
me too.
to me.
Yep.
How about tennis majors? Grand Slams.
I enjoy them. I mean, I'll watch the finals for sure, but there'll be selective times if I'm flipping channels. With the U.S. Open, I think it's a great venue for it. I think Wimbledon, with the prestige of that, and even the French Open, I'll watch that.
I can't remember the last time I watched a tennis Grand Slam final. It used to be appointment television for me. The days of Federer, whenever he was still around. I remember watching as a young kid, Agassi, Sampras, all those people. And then there's been some really good women's tennis players too, Serena was intriguing and all that. It's probably been 5 years since I've watched a Grand Slam final. And I used to watch every single one like clockwork.
Well, you had Alcaraz against
didn't watch it.
No, there's been some good matches, but I'm with you in the Federer era and some of the eras of the past I probably watched more. But yeah, there's still tennis that I'll watch.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. What are those events to you that are just overrated? They don't do it for you. They do it for other people, but not you. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that does it for me is Monument Chevrolet. They are the best dealership out there. in a variety of different ways. First off, buying a car for them, right? If you're in the market for a new vehicle, then you need to get it from Monument Chevrolet. They're the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent. They have no hassle pricing, and you don't feel like they're pulling a fast one on you. You know what you're getting. They're very honest. They're very transparent, and that's very important when you're buying your vehicle. They're also really good on the maintenance side of things too. These dealerships, most places, their maintenance team, awful. They're the worst. They're awful. They're so bad. Not the case in Monument Chevrolet. Their service staff is fantastic. Their service is off the charts. But Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for about 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back to Monument Chevrolet because they trust Monument Chevrolet. It's a family feel, friendly atmosphere. The culture there is fantastic. They hire good people, so the culture just stays good. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. Monument Chevrolet is the place for you to buy your next vehicle. Also, their dealership out there at 225 in Beltway, it's massive. They have their own street names. Their property's so big. So they have a huge inventory. You can check out that inventory online as well, monumentchevrolet.com. But visit them in person, 225 in Beltway 8. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
East River 9, the spot to be. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Brock Purdy finalizing a 5-year, $265 million contract. $53 million per year for Brock Purdy.
That's a little higher than I thought that the Niners would go. I mean, we talked about his stats being worthy. I just thought that this was that kind of line in the sand, and with Shanahan and all their expectations with how he likes to run an offense, that they were going to lowball him. But I guess it's enough to get it done. I was a little surprised he got a 5 at the front of it.
It's the price of doing business in the NFL. You have a quarterback you feel like you can win with. You got to give him pretty close to the going rate, over $50 million. So $53 million for Brock Purdy. That's pricey. All right, that checks off $1 for the bosses.
Oh, for football,
yeah. Sporting events that you think are overrated that other people love and you just don't. Somebody said cornhole tournament. See, people don't love cornhole tournaments. You can't overrate a cornhole tournament because they're not rated that high.
Nope.
That's a bad answer there.
I know one, the Olympics. Some people love them. Some people can't stand to spend the time
You don't
watching
like
them.
the Olympics?
I love them. I'm not saying for me personally. I know people that have said I can't stand watching the Olympics. It's just aside from the patriotism, there's a lot of people that just like I just can't stand watching it. I'm like I really enjoy them.
Yeah, this guy says the Olympics here. There's a handful of events that I'll tune into, but most of it is just random filler sports that nobody follows consistently. It is that, but it's still fun because it's country.
Yeah,
I'll watch curling. I'll watch the heck out of some curling. Well, you know I do. I love me some curling. Huge curling fan. Cricket World Cup. See, Cricket World Cup's not popular in America. Like that's another. That's it's not overrated.
Certain areas of America.
What?
Certain areas of America.
No, that's not true.
I'm just telling you, out where I live, there's a bunch of people that love cricket.
There's a lot of people in your neck of the woods that are watching Cricket World Cup.
Oh yeah, and they
Popular
go
in
to this
America.
new. I'm just saying. I'm not saying all across America. I said there's certain areas like out Fort Bend County way, and there's also like cricket fields and everything like that they've just opened up. That's like almost like pickleball courts, but they have these cricket fields. They are extremely popular
For a very small collection of people.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like sweeping the nation or anything.
That's where the small collection of people congregate. That doesn't make it popular.
Yeah, well, okay, I just said with certain people, it's still popular.
The Piston Cup clears the Indy 500. You know what the Piston Cup is?
Have no idea.
Piston Cup is the race where they Lightning McQueen races in cars.
Yeah, I have no clue what the hell that is.
I've just told you. You don't know who Lightning McQueen is?
No.
Lightning McQueen's the main character in the movie Cars.
I didn't see the movie.
Wins the Piston Cup.
I didn't see the movie.
I can't believe you with kids have not seen Cars.
My daughters don't like car racing cartoons.
Oh, okay. From Raccoon Pete, I don't like NASCAR. If I want to see cars go round and round, I'd find a spot on the 610 loop and watch. Okay, Jim Rome.
That's pretty good. I like it.
That was the whole Jim Rome thing. Jim Rome, NASCAR, they never take a right turn. Not a fan of NASCAR, but I definitely would watch F1. F1's far superior than NASCAR. I don't even think it's close. Agree with Joe on all fronts, but I stopped watching NASCAR after Dale Earnhardt's accident. That was terribly sad. College Baseball World Series, says somebody. Boring. Okay, texter, you're banned for the rest of the show. You can no longer text in for the rest of the week. Ryder Cup and President's Cup. I don't get into the President's Cup.
Stop it.
I don't get into the President's Cup.
I like them both. I really like the Ryder Cup, but I will watch the President's Cup.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Like, if I'm home, there's nothing else on, but I don't make it a point to watch President's Cup. Like Ryder Cup, I make it a point to watch. I miss very little of the Ryder Cup. I watch very little of the President's Cup.
I know one for you that you're missing out on that you left off. The Little League World Series. You hate that thing.
Yeah, I do. It's weird. It's kind of creepy, too. You have grown men watching these, like, 12-year-olds play baseball, and they can't lead off. It's weird. It's not real baseball.
I remember how adamant you are on that one.
The umpires don't get paid either. Like, they're ripping them off. Like, they're exploiting cheap labor. They're exploiting free labor is what they're doing at Little League World Series. I can't stand Little League World Series. It's so bad.
They do pay their expenses, though, right? They fly them in and put them up and everything?
Sure. They maybe, but they don't pay them to do the games.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then ESPN sells all these corporate sponsors. You can't even play the umpire a little game right. Come on now.
That's pretty brutal.
It's corruption.
Yeah, because it is. That's like it's a very NCAA thing to do, to just rake in the money and then get cheap as hell on everything after the fact that you're raking in oodles of dollars.
I also hate that they don't lead off. That's not real baseball. Pony clears Little League Baseball. Pony baseball is better than Little League Baseball by a mile.
Wait, you can lead off after the ball leaves the pitcher's hand.
That's not leading off. That's getting a secondary lead. That's getting an
extension. It's still a lead. It's still a form of lead off.
No, it's not.
You can't be running on these. You can't be running on these young kids.
How old are Little League baseball players? Like the ones that we watch on TV.
1200.
Pony baseball, you lead off at like 9. These select balls around town, like when do they start coach? As soon as they start coach pitch, you can lead off. They probably start coach pitch, around 8, 9 years old, maybe? I don't know. I don't have a kid
but select ball's not for Little League.
I know. That's why it's less. That's why it's the inferior sport. Why could you lead off for a select ball 8 under, but you can't lead off at 12 under Little League ball? It's cheap. It's a bad brand.
Okay.
For real, I'm being dead serious.
I
hate
know,
that
but I'm
part of it.
saying sometimes you also have to realize that they're at those ages, we're
Well,
not
why can
looking.
you do it at 8 under in select ball, but you can't do it at 12 under in Little League?
I don't know where there's 8 under select ball where you can run on where you can lead off. I've never heard that. If you tell me that's the case,
entire
okay.
city of Houston, other than like West U.
They're doing it at 8?
How old is kid pitch in pony ball or just select ball? 713-780 ESPN.
Pony ball's older, isn't it? Isn't
Pony's
it like right after Little League?
Pony's the level, but it goes like pony, Bronco, Mustang. And in Mustang,
Oh,
you
I
start
didn't know.
pitching in Mustang. Pinto's the last year of machine pitch. And then Mustang is the first year of kid pitch. And I want to say it's like 8 years old. And they
You're
lead
going to
off
need the
then.
locals to the locals got to explain that one to you and me because I have no clue because I've never heard any of that you just said.
Yeah, the uniforms and equipment are paid for. Select ball can lead off after coach pitch. Yeah, that's my point. What is the age of that, though? Like, I don't understand why you can't lead off in Little League. Oh, because they're 12. Like, every other sport of baseball other than Little League, you lead off. It's not real baseball.
But they're saying lead off as like before the pitcher pitches the ball.
Yes, like normal baseball.
They can lead off, and the pitchers have to learn how to pitch from the stretch.
Yes.
Okay.
Like real baseball.
That's news to me. That's news to me.
Yeah, 9 under for kid pitch, says all of our texters here. Like, why can we lead off at 9 under in every other brand, but Little League Baseball at 12, they're not leading off? They're teaching these kids to like not learn the game. And here's another harsh reality for Little League. These Little Leagues will recruit select ball players who are already playing with the other brand of rules where they lead off. It's absurd. I can't stand Little League Baseball. Little League Baseball is the inferior brand by a mile. I don't know why it's so popular. My son's in a 9-10 Little League, and they lead off. Good for you. They're teaching them real baseball. As Texture says, I don't care for water parks. That's not what we're talking about. Sporting events.
No, where'd that come from?
For you. Oh, yeah, and you can't even get a lead, Texture says, until it crosses the plate in Little League. You can't leave the base till it crosses the plate. It's softball is what it is.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was when it left the pitcher's hand. Like my daughter's playing 10U softball, and you get a lead as soon as the ball leaves the pitcher's hand.
Yeah.
And you can steal it anytime.
That's also the real sport in softball. Like softball and college baseball, you can't lead till it's released out of the hand.
Right.
There's no lead like that. So they're teaching them the actual rule of the sport. In baseball, they're 12 under in Little League, and they're not even taking the leads. It's so dumb to me. A texter saying, would you rather watch the NFL playoffs or March Madness? Give me March Madness.
Ooh, boy. I'm going to go NFL. I'm going to go NFL playoffs.
Philip 68, love me some F1. No wonder they like cricket here. Any Jake Paul fight? Good call on that. Jake Paul fights are terrible.
Yeah, they are. I see they've scripted another one coming up in the very near future.
Yeah, with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. I feel so bad for Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. that he has to watch his failure of a kid fight Jake Paul. It makes me sick, actually. I don't want to.
And then part of the script is Jake Paul gets into it with Senior.
I know.
At the press conference. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's very sad. Any F1 race is overrated. I love to fish, but I'm not all interested in watching competitive fishing. With that said, y'all remember a couple of years ago when they caught the guys cheating by putting weights in fish? Yeah, I do. That was funny. We had a commercial.
We used it in a promo. Yeah, we sure did.
Weights and fish. I don't think competitive fishing is popular, though.
No.
Like, no one's watching that.
Most guys would rather be on the boat fishing than watch it on TV.
Exactly. International soccer is solid. Boring events include IndyCar, NBA All-Star Game, any girls' sports besides gymnastics. Ooh, it's a little sexist.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree with that, especially with the passion that my daughter has for softball.
But y'all don't watch softball, though, do y'all?
Oh, yes, she does. She watches it every day, and I'll watch it with her.
Well, you
and to be honest with you,
and put on a softball game.
She knows where to find it now because they're leading up to their version of the College World Series and all that. Yeah. She's watching it, and then a lot of times I'll use it as a teaching tool. If there's things that I can't get her to kind of understand or focus on from a hitting or throwing or pitching perspective, she'll put it on. I'll go, now watch so and so and watch what this girl's doing. The way she's doing this is the way you need to, and she'll be able to learn from it.
Okay, Earl Woods.
Damn right.
So does she have a team that she follows, or
she likes SEC softball? And because her coach played at A&M, and her coach takes her back to A&M, and they get on the field, and they're like the honorary team, and they're on the scoreboard, and they get all this fun stuff. She scares me in the fact that she really likes watching A&M. And A&M's the number one team in the country, I think, right now.
And if she goes to A&M, she can't be a cheerleader. So you have that going for you.
Oh boy,
it's true.
No,
They
I
have
know.
yell leaders, and they're all men.
I think that would please Lisa.
Yeah, she could go to Midnight Yell though and learn all those weird chants.
No, and the bonfire thing and all that. Okay, we'll deal with that when we have to.
They do this instead of booing. If the horse doesn't have a chance for the Triple Crown of the Belmont Stakes, doesn't mean anything. It facts. Bowl games in college football before the playoffs. That's a good call. The bowl games have been watered down, which is fine. Just get rid of the bowl games. Don't care for soccer, says Zach. NASCAR and Kentucky Derby. The easiest answer is the Olympics. World Series of Poker is trash. You hear me, Granado? That's kind of lost steam, though. Like, World Series of Poker isn't as big as it used to be.
No, there was a short window of time when it was really, really a thing. The bracelet and the whole, and everybody knew a lot of the players. And, I think it is watered down.
The Chris Moneymaker kind of popularized it. My buddy won the World Series of Poker, though, Johnny Tamayo.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
And more of an acquaintance. I wouldn't call him a buddy. He's not cool enough to hang out with me. He is now, though. Texture, it sucks as an umpire that does both. Talking about Little League. They don't allow leadoff in Little League because the base pass are too short, would make stealing bases way too easy. Well, then extend the base pass. If you can do it at 8 under in a different league, you should be able to do it at 12 under in Little League. Make the field bigger. Let them learn the game.
Isn't the proper answer to teach your pitcher a pickoff move? And if they're going to get a big lead, you pick them off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why Little League sucks. Little League's not baseball. It's some weird gimmicky thing that
it's
people
still fun
like.
for me to watch. I have no problem watching it.
9-10 can lead off, but they can't steal until the catcher catches the ball from the pitcher. Little League is for show. 9 under they can start. Pony League is 14, 15-year-olds. Okay. Yeah. Now people are just bashing Little League, which is fine by me. Bunch of creeps.
I was going to say, you got your people lined up for that one.
I did. Yeah, people don't like Little League baseball. Kind of creepy. All right, 713-780-ESP. We didn't get to Bad Take Boulevard yesterday, so let's get to Bad Take Boulevard today. What makes the list this week is the worst takes of the week. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. How about Little League Baseball? Bad Take Boulevard. A texture. I feel like the stretch.
God, I created the monster again.
It is. I do get my soapboxes. I understand that the reason is so they don't have to work in the stretch and they avoid balks. But it's not teaching the game, and they're 12 years old. Like, they're a few years away from playing high school ball. It's bad for their development.
But don't you also have to factor in? I think you have to factor in terms of their development. Like, sometimes there's just it's system overload. At that point, at the younger ages, you're trying to get them to just do fundamental things like how they catch and field and throw. And
you're underrating the 12-year-old baseball player. Like, go watch the best 12.
Well, down here, you're right.
But they're trying to portray these little leaguers as the best 12-year-olds in the country, and it's not even close. The best 12U team in Houston would mop the floor with all these little league baseball teams in Williamsport, and also they're learning the game to play it the right way by having the stretch, by having leadoffs, by working on pickoffs, and all these 12-year-olds that are good can do it. Like, you learn the fundamentals when you're 6, not when you're 12. Most kids in Little League don't pitch.
But I also think.
Yeah.
But I think that it's also because of the fact that the majority of the different states and the different cities that play, the only option you have in a lot of different areas of the country is Little League. They don't have the select like they have down here.
Well, move to Texas if you really want to be a baller. Move down to Texas, play the game, or Cali, or Florida, or Arizona. There's spots. Quote of the day: Little League sucks. It does. All right, Bad Take Boulevard, worst takes of the week. Todd the Show. Todd the Show makes the list. He said that Yao is the most overrated player in Houston sports history. Todd, go back to San Francisco or New York or Piscataway or wherever you're from. Back to one of these places where they don't know ball and you'll fit in. Todd the Show.
Yeah, that's annoying to me. And when you first mentioned that to me, I was like, you've got to be kidding with all the busts that we've seen come through this city in different sports. And you're going to tell me it's Yao? And stop.
No way. Not the most overrated.
Short of an injury, that dude's touch for his size and what he was still able to do when he was playing well for the Rockets, that's a ridiculous take.
Yeah.
You just made the list.
Is Steve Francis not more overrated than or a bigger bust overall than Yao?
Francis was good
than Yao. I'm saying of the two. But I'm saying of the two, who would be a bigger bust?
Kenyon Green.
Tony Baselli. That wasn't one of the options.
Francis of the two, Francis.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So I'm just doing that to say, look, if we can answer it that way, then Yao's definitely already not the biggest. But that's ridiculous.
Yeah. So Todd the Show made the list, as we said. Moving on, Bad Take Boulevard. How about the jabroni the other day, pulling the car the wrong way on 610, which backed up traffic, lots of damage, all of that. Know how to pull a car a little bit. If you're going to pull a car, you better know how to pull a car, right?
That whole thing was a bleep show, and I don't know what the hell went into it for how the car, you're pulling the car from the back bumper, not the front bumper, and then you're having a blast while you're swinging that thing around behind you, just playing like bumper cars with the wall, the guardrail, the other cars. It was ridiculous.
That was nuts, man. Can Joe George be on Bad Take Boulevard? Yeah, he can be on Bad Take Boulevard, but you have to tell us what he said that put him on Bad Take Boulevard. I can't think of anything bad he said. What's that?
No, he should be on for forcing football.
Yeah, it wasn't his take. He's just kind of the messenger, but yeah, I'm good with it. Tell Kevin Cato we want our money back. Yeah, I mean, how's Yao not more overrated than Kelvin Cato? Todd the Show.
For sure.
Texture puts me on Bad Take Boulevard for trying to bully you with betting and then getting defensive yesterday when Blankers tried to do the same. I wasn't getting defensive yesterday. I just said I wasn't going to give away free value. That's it. I'll bet it what I was going to say. I'm just not giving away value.
You got a little defensive.
No, I'm just saying I'm not going to give away value. I'll be happy to bet it, so I can't be defensive. I'm just saying I'm not going to trade away free value. I'm not going to bet you even money on 13 wins whenever I can get even money at 9.5. That's not defensive. It's foolish.
So you're getting a little defensive.
It's not defensive. It's foolish.
You're okay. I don't want to bore the listener with more of this. So we're good.
I don't know if it's boring.
Okay.
We make the list for not asking Todd Callis about Wisniewski.
I thought about it. I did think about it. Yeah, I thought about it, and then he kind of touched on it, but the way he touched on it was like, we don't know. I'm like, we think. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do it.
That's the thing too, is like there wasn't going to be an answer there. Like we don't know yet. We're waiting to hear back. You know what I mean? Like that question was not going to bear fruit.
Plus, what's the benefit for us when we enjoy having him on the show? He's on the show every week, and we run the risk of him not being on the show if he gets upset about it. There's more value in having him on every week than asking that question.
Yeah, he wasn't mad at us. That's good.
Yeah.
I was a little worried. David Carr is the biggest bust in Houston history, says a couple of textures. That's a good point. Number 1 pick, never did anything. They also didn't put him in a position to have any success, but yeah, that's a fair one. They should have drafted Julius Peppers. Forever. I'll go down with that take. Blankers makes bad take Boulevard for not knowing who Lightning McQueen is and hasn't seen the Cars movies.
Okay, that's why I make the list. Put me there. My daughters don't watch that, so there it is. There's that. I'm not going to seek it out and go, you know what? That's a movie I haven't seen before.
Who was the wrecker in Cars? It was voiced by Larry the Cable Guy. Was it Tobin?
Again, I'm not going to help you.
I think it was Mater. Pretty sure it was Mater. It was Larry. Mater was my favorite character on Cars. My Brandon baby loves Cars, so I've seen a lot of Cars recently. I think it's Mater. Draymond Green. Draymond Green had this take when they acquired Jimmy Butler. Here, listen to Draymond Green. Draymond Green's guaranteed that they're going to win the championship.
We're going to win the championship. Say that one more time so that everybody here can
Say that with your chest.
I didn't hear you. My earpiece.
Because they added Jimmy Butler the third. So what did you say?
81?
I'm sorry. I said I think we're going to win a championship, but I lied. We are going to win the championship. Wow.
There we go. Draymond Green.
The first wow sounded like he was doing the Texans.
You just made the list. How many of those people did you know?
A few, but
Yeah.
I did have to kind of like look at the credits to figure out who a lot of them were.
Oh, there were credits? I didn't see that. I knew like 3 or 4.
Like if you go back and look at how it's listed on YouTube, it lists everybody that makes a
Oh, does
cameo.
it?
Yeah, and I'm going, I
didn't see that.
wouldn't know half of these people.
I mean, I knew Bun B.
Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid. He's a Cougar. Go Cougs. Jonathan Joseph. Trapp was on there. I saw
Trappy
Trapp
was.
on there.
Yep, saw him. Yep.
Who'd you say?
I said Trapp was. Yep, I saw him.
Yeah. Who else was? I didn't know any of the ladies that were on there.
I didn't either.
Owen Daniels on there with
Yes,
Trapp?
he was.
Okay.
OD was on there. Yep.
Yeah. Who else was on there?
Paul Wall.
Paul Wall was on
Yep,
there.
Paul
I think that
Wall
might
was
be
on
all
there.
that I knew that I saw on there.
Yeah, I don't know if they used the whole podcasters and social influencers and stuff, but yeah, there were several that I was like, I have no idea who that is.
Same. The ESPN panel picking the Cavs Pacers series. They had 13 panelists: Tim McMahon, Kevin Pelton, Ramona Shelburne, Andre Snellings, Jorge Sedano, Jerry Bembry, Dave McMiniman, Jamal Collier, Chris Herring, Mark Spears, Jeremy Woo, Tim Bontemps, and Om Young Masuk. They all picked the Cavs to win the series. All 13 of them picked the Cavs to win the series. So all 13 of you made the list. They did not win the series.
You just made the list.
Isn't that crazy? Not one.
That,
Not one.
Yeah, I that is a little bit surprising to me because the Pacers were there last year, and the Pacers are healthy, and the Pacers should have a fighting chance to at least garnish a few votes.
That
in their
Tyrese
favor.
Halliburton being overrated thing starting to
We
be a
see
bad
killing
take,
people
too.
on that. That's fun to watch. Yeah,
It is fun to watch.
that whole revenge tour has been that's worth it all in itself. His old man drove me nuts, but
yeah.
what he's doing is great.
The last one here, Texans, they had their rookie minicamp the other day. And whenever, they have rookie minicamp, they have a roster. These guys are wearing this. And then they also list the coaches on the roster. They did not remove Charlie Strausser, who was last year's offensive line coach. The rookie minicamp roster listed Charlie Strausser as the offensive line coach. The infamous Charlie Strausser still listed. So Houston Texans, whoever did that, they make the list.
Did they call him
You
Charlie?
just made the list.
What else would they have called him?
Isn't his name Chris?
I don't remember. I thought it was Charlie.
I thought it was Chris Strausser. I'm looking it up.
Yeah, you might be right. So maybe I made the list for writing Charlie. No, it is Chris Strausser. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, they called him Chris. I wrote Charles. So I make the list.
Oh, gotcha.
Too.
Gotcha.
Right up there with
Okay.
Texans.
Didn't we have another caller or another texter, someone that we were all like, oh my God. Aside from Todd, I thought there was someone else that we were like.
it. I remember what you're talking about, but I couldn't remember the take.
Yeah, I was trying to remember too, because when we were going to do it yesterday, I was like, wait a minute, we're missing one. I know there was one during the course of the show. And then the one you missed yesterday was Tyler and Conroe's call, or maybe you were, when he called himself the man, the myth, the legend, and got crushed in car wreck of the day.
That's right. I forgot about that. That's not a bad take, though. We don't know if he's the man, myth, or legend.
Well, he also followed up and said, I hung up on him because I criticized his take. And I was like, that's not how this works. I don't hang up on anybody. And once you give us your take, I'm allowed to rebuttal it.
How about the so-called fans making death threats to Lance McCullers? We don't know who did that. So, like, why are we throwing the Astro fans under the bus? It could have been a scorned better in Vermont.
Yeah,
we don't know if
could
he's
have
an
been
Astro
some
fan or not.
Yeah, some guy named Myron that lives in his grandma's basement that's not even a baseball fan.
Yeah, but we can put whoever sent the death threat on the list, but I'm not going to say it was Astro fan. I'll say
You just made the list.
My wife makes Bad Take Boulevard for not wanting to grill steaks and lobsters tonight. We're having grilled pork loins instead. That is a bad take.
Oh, that's awful.
7308, Miss 7308, Mrs. 7308. You make the list. That is a bad take. My sister makes the list too. She runs like a newsletter thing, and she misspelled her name on her own newsletter that she edited.
You just made the list.
So, Branham's sister, you've made the list.
You live up to the fact that no one is immune from being on the list.
No one's immune. Blind Willie makes the list from time to time because he couldn't see who was pitching. He couldn't see the arm of
not touching it. Nope.
He couldn't. Made the list.
That's all you, brother.
Thought a
You
pitcher
just
was
keep-
right-handed when they were left-handed.
You keep going to that well. I'm staying away from it.
All right. That does it for me. I'm out of here. You're cool with that, right?
Yeah.
Blankers and age will take you the rest of the way. Blankers going to talk about this Caleb Williams story. And how would you feel if C.J. Stroud, it came out that he didn't want to be a Texan? Blankers will discuss that next. Take you for the final hour. Have a great weekend, Blankers. Have a great weekend. Hi, Blanks and AJ when we return. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
Hey, back for the final hour of the program. 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show right here live from East River 9. It is the place you ought to be with the best view of the skyline. It's absolutely phenomenal. The view from here is magical. It's mystical. It's wonderful. You can watch the PGA Championship all weekend long. The staff here is overwhelmingly friendly and energetic. Their dance moves are second to none. The food, outstanding. The bar environment, fantastic. The people watching, way above average. If you need more, there's happy hour. There's all kinds of things going on, but you got to get your butt here to experience it. It's in Edo. Like I said, you're going to be taking all these pictures for social media with the skyline in the back. They got night golf, the par 3 course, the driving range, the pickleball. You'll love it. We come here all the time. AJ, welcome back in his first week back. Good to have AJ back after being the car wreck literally of the month a few months ago. He's back with us. With Jeremy out, I thought, hey, AJ wants to get some reps in. Here we go. Me and AJ till 6. AJ, welcome to the program. Now you have to speak.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I love this. So
okay.
I'm ready.
I know you do. Your mom does too. She said she listens on social media. That wasn't a mom joke. But here's the thing. All right. So if you haven't caught the story, and I'm sure you have, Caleb Williams' dad, who's always been really hands-on, really involved in everything to do with his son, the quarterback, is coming out with a new book. And supposedly within the pages of this book, it details the fact that he and evidently his son too were trying to do whatever they could so that Caleb Williams would be drafted by the Vikings or acquired in a trade by the Vikings, but they definitely were trying to do whatever they could to not play for the Chicago Bears. Now, lo and behold, as Caleb is the starting quarterback for the Chicago Bears, it's one thing to say, as Joe George would probably be the best guy to answer this, but as a Bears fan, how are you handling this? But to take it a step further, what if after the Texans took C.J. Stroud and after he played his wonderful rookie season, what if there was another book written by someone in C.J.'s camp that basically detailed how C.J. didn't want to be a Texan, AJ?
Well, if I was a Texans fan or just putting myself in those type of shoes.
Let's be clear. You're a Cowboy fan, and that's disgusting as it is, but yes.
Whatever, cheesehead. Anyways, if I was a Texans fan, though, I would be like, I would be frustrated, but understand why, because how they were in 2022, 21, and 2020, after Deshaun and Watson, all that stuff went down, because they were just one of the laughing stocks of the NFL. But it would suck to see it now, hindsight, but seeing how things have went the past couple of years under the D'Amico Ryans era, no one expected those 2 10-7 seasons, particularly the first one, obviously. Last year, people expected the Texans to be really good, which they still were solid, made the division around. But if you're a Texans fan, you really couldn't blame his camp for that. But after seeing the things that happen now, I think it would be all good, because the Bears is a totally different situation. They haven't had a 4,000 yard.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I couldn't
Yeah.
disagree more. I'm going to tell you this right now, because I know that there are plenty of people in the city of Chicago that are not happy about this. And the other thing that factors in here even more so is he played less than. He is not what everybody thought he was going to be. So now you've just given your entire fan base a reason to dislike you, and maybe dislike you even more than they disliked you after your first season, because of the fact that if you love Chicago, you can get a lot of leeway. If you love being a part of the city of Chicago and the teams that represent Chicago, you definitely can catch a pass on some things. But if you play like this and then that comes out, that's a tough one, man, because I think Houston's very similar. Houston, we know there was which quarterback are they going to take? Right. They settled on their guy, and it seems like, especially if it happened after 1 year like it did with Caleb Williams, you would say, hey, my God, this is a perfect fit. They got the right guy. Everything's sunshine and rainbows. If the book came out then, I definitely think he's going to sway some people. I think there's going to be Houstonians pissed off. If you want to join in on this, 713-780-3776. If this happened, as a Texans fan, if CJ, after his rookie year, comes out with a book and it says, essentially, I was doing everything in my power to stay away from and avoid being drafted by the Houston Texans, how would you feel? Because AJ thinks everything would be fine. I really believe that a good portion of the fan base would be pretty darn upset. And I'm curious, AJ, let me know when we got callers, but I'm curious how everybody thinks about this because I just don't think there's any way that anybody's going to accept that.
For sure. And I see that point, obviously. I mean, probably a lot of people would agree with that. The only reason why I guess I said that because the Texans, they had such a monumental type of season in 2023, which no one expected. I guess that he was in good graces like that. But yeah, that it definitely would have been sour because, I mean, dang, after that type of season, after that type of love and things like that, actually how CJ Stroud is off the field as well, too, the type of person that he is, too, it would have been interesting to see that type of, that type of report about him. But yeah, I mean, I can see that for sure because Houston, they embrace their people most definitely. But when you cross Houston, I mean, they for sure let you know.
AJ, I'm going to give you the perfect example, okay? And this is one you can relate to because it's not a sucky team that you like the Cowboys.
Oh, my gosh.
Think back to the James Harden situation. James Harden, by a lot of people, regardless of how selfish he was and all the things I know that I wasn't pleased with, James Harden was an MVP. James Harden was a Rocket. So a lot of people defended staunchly, tooth and nail, their boy 13. The minute that he wanted out, he lost, I would say, 3/4 of this fan base going, if you don't want to be here, then we don't want you, and get the hell out. And they were upset because it's one thing, and there's been other examples of guys that suddenly don't want to be part of a Houston team anymore, and that just rubs everybody the wrong way, and I think it's rightfully so.
Yeah, for sure. Because when James Harden did that post game presser, he's like, we weren't good enough. Yeah, that made me mad too. Like I was not a fan of him at all either. So
you want another one?
Yeah,
Garrett Cole. It was all good till it wasn't. Yeah. The minute post game he put the Scott Boras hat on, says I don't play for this team anymore, and basically left the writing on the wall that he wanted to go to and was going to go to the Yankees. Right. People were flat out done, and Garrett Cole could kick rocks because it's one thing when you're with us. It's another thing when not only are you against us, but on your own free will and your choice, you decided that you didn't want to be here. If I'm a Houstonian, I'm one of those people. I was done with Garrett Cole when he pulled that crap. I have never been a Garrett Cole fan since, and I don't think there's a lot of Astros fans that are.
Beforehand, wasn't there like speculation that he didn't even want to be in Houston anyways?
I mean, he's been a lifelong Yankee fan. They had that video of him when he was a kid with signs at Yankee Stadium. He made no bones about the fact that he wanted to play for the Yankees someday. And the first chance he got to get the hell out of Dodge, he didn't care that he was coming off a team that lost the World Series. He cared about the fact that he was not only going to get a boatload of money, but he was going to go to the exact team that he always dreamed of playing for. And he had no remorse for the fact that he was leaving an Astros franchise that did everything for him.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think the Cole example and the Harden example are two of the best examples of how this city loves you until you don't love them, and then they're done with you.
Yeah, it for sure is. And I can see that. It's a good thing that nothing like that happened here in Houston. I mean, Chicago's been a mess for a while. I mean, they haven't won a Super Bowl since the 80s, haven't really hit on a quarterback in a long time, really ever, to be honest. They haven't had really a Hall of Fame type of quarterback. So, yeah. But Caleb, he's going to walk in a lot. And this year, he has no excuses at all because you have Ben Johnson there as head coach. You have more weapons that they added in the draft. Colston Loveland, 10th overall pick. Luther Burden, second round. So, yeah, it's going to be on him for sure.
We got some great responses. One texter ends in 1970 said, fan base got mad when CJ said the food in California was better than that in Texas. I think he also made comments about the women in both spots because he's from California. Those did not sit well. Those got hammered. So if that's the case, if he ever did something like this, whoo, baby. I mean, don't give your address to anybody because that's a bad look, man.
Yeah, it is. I didn't even know he said stuff about the women in Houston. I mean,
that was like, I think it was on one of the podcasts or something, either right before his first season or right after his first season, and people started losing their minds. Someone said, screw Cole, Springer, Correa, and Bregman the minute that they leave. So there's that. See, and again, they're not even saying anything bad about the Astros. They just left, and people already have disdain for them. Now, texter 99 ending in 9900 says, Harden is still loved here, though. Is he? I think that there is a very small portion of the population that are Rockets fans that still love James Harden. I think there are some that appreciate when he played here. How many, I mean, of this, and you are a Rockets fan, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So of the Rockets fans, how many do you think still love James Harden?
I'm not gonna lie. I think like 30%, 25%, maybe something like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's more than 30%.
Yeah.
I think that 25 to 30 I could see.
Yeah.
I mean, someone 4128 says always root against ex-Houston athletes, no matter the sport. I mean, once they leave, they're dead to you, and I understand that as competitors. So here's the other interesting one, and this AJ, you get your first gold star.
Mm-hmm.
Someone already coming through and saying, to AJ's point, they didn't hate on JJ when JJ left. Although the caveat is, did JJ leave? Or did the Texans appease him and honor him by letting him walk? Because JJ didn't want to have that kind of stank around his reputation that he asked to leave. The Texans could have traded him for a second-round pick or a third-round pick, and at the end of the day, they mutually agreed that they were going to part ways so that neither one of them got the bad look they could have got. But I understand what you're saying. No one's ever hated JJ since he left, and they didn't hate him when he played for the Cardinals. I don't think.
Yeah, same. And I wonder how people view like DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, that's one thing that's too I haven't really seen or wondered about. But that was a trade too, though. Well, actually, that was a bad trade because it was Bill O'Brien. So I think they love him still.
You think they still love Bill O'Brien?
No, DeAndre Hopkins.
See, someone said any coach that left the organization in a bad way is never going to be liked in this city again. I think that's pretty true. I mean, Cully was just completely over his head. No one likes him. Do they love Lovey or like Lovey? I don't think anybody does. I think they really they hold him in responsible. They hold him responsible for the Colts game, although it turned out to be the best thing that ever could have happened to them. They don't give him credit for that. I think that's big. So I think that's something. But yeah, I mean, I think they still love Kubiak.
Yeah, because he brought them their first division title back in 2011. Yeah.
Yeah, and Rudy didn't leave on his own, but they still love Rudy. D'Antoni, it was kind of mutual. I don't think anybody hates Mike D'Antoni.
Nah, probably not.
Yeah,
probably Steven Silas, probably.
Oh, a lot of people don't like Steven Silas. That's a fact. And of course, Peter has to get in here, and this is part of a bit that I don't know how much you know about. But Peter keeps a running list of things he thinks that I hate. So he says, blank hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, the Rockets, property taxes, beef fajitas, Draymond Green, trampoline park workers, coaches that run up the score, hates when Branham checks out. Yeah, question that one. I hate Jordan Love. I hate James Harden. There might be some truth to some of that, but not all of it. But Peter, again, thank you for your participation on the show. You're welcome for me mentioning it to you. D-Hop, someone says an exception because O'Brien made that move. See, that means that O'Brien is definitely right. There's a good question. Justin Verlander, he left. Did they hate him when he was with the Mets? I don't think so. He was in another league. He came back. Now he left again. Does anybody have disdain for Verlander? Because I don't think that they do.
Probably not. I mean, he had 2 stints, and he was a key part in winning the World Series. So, I mean, I don't think so.
Yeah, someone else said Harden's more loved by strippers than the Rockets fans. There might be some truth to that as well. Not that, I'm not going to say too much there, but yeah. And someone else backed up that and said, I'm sure there's a lot of ladies in establishments that he frequented that still love him. Okay. We're not going to read that on the air. All right, so let us know what you think. 713-780-3776. You can call, you can text, you can hit us on social media. That's the question of the day. If CJ did what Caleb Williams has done with his book and came out and said, I was trying before the draft to do everything I could to not be a member of the Texans, how would you take it after his rookie season? 713-780-3776. We'll take a break, come back with a whole lot more. He's AJ, I'm Joel. We're the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Several people said Andre Johnson played for your rival, the Colts and the Titans. No one ever really hated Andre. Was that because it was more of the Texans moving on from Andre? I don't remember how that ended, so I'm curious on that. But we had multiple people mention Andre Johnson. This is blown up. A lot of people had a lot to say. Another texter said JJ never turned his back on the fans, just the poor management and ownership at the time. So that's why no one dislikes JJ. I think also when you raise like $50 million for the city and you know that it wasn't his fault that, you know, he wanted to play where there was actually some success in winning for the rest of his career. I think that's why a lot of people, and he didn't force his way out. So I would think that's probably right. Someone else said, I don't have a problem with a former player leaving Houston when they don't trash talk the team. Okay, well, did Garrett Cole trash talk the team, or did he just make it very, very, very clear that he wanted to be somewhere else? Because I think I had a problem with that. I had the problem with the way he handled that. So that would be my response to that one. Another one, Andre Johnson, even though he went to Tennessee and to the Colts. You forgot about that, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
AJ.
Yeah, for sure. I forgot about
Okay.
it.
Here's another interesting one, AJ. Another one that I think that you either forgot or didn't know.
Right.
Someone said, what about when D'Amico left to play for the Eagles and then he sued the Texans because he blamed the turf on pallets for the reason why he tore his Achilles? I don't remember if people hated him. I think a lot of people sympathized with him to some degree, but maybe you have a better recollection than I do. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why people would even hate him for that because, I mean, Achilles injury, I mean, back in the day and nowadays is different, but that was viewed as a career type of threatening injury. So, yeah, you can't blame him for that. And then also just leaving the Eagles, I mean, maybe the Texans didn't try to pursue him as much as the Eagles did or vice versa. So, yeah.
0838 said, what about Dream?
He was out of his prime.
What about Dream, AJ?
He was out of his prime, though, wasn't he?
Well, that doesn't matter.
I mean,
I think it was more that I think people forgive him because he got into it with then owner Charlie Thomas on a negotiation and then basically didn't like Charlie Thomas, so he wanted out. Right. I don't think anybody. Someone said Peter sounds like a real Peter. I think that's accurate. That might be up for text of the day. Blaine says, I can't hate Verlander. He just got old and it was time to go. He was an integral part of the World Series team. I think that there's a special category for Charlie Morton and Justin Verlander types. Although Springer was World Series MVP, I don't think George Springer's ever going to be hated in Houston. Do you?
No, probably not, because he was a huge factor of why they won. So,
yeah, I don't think anybody hates George Springer. So, someone said only an issue if you quit on the city. I think that's accurate. Right. I think that's where if you crap on the city and or you quit on the city, that's when they will quit on you. I will stand by that one. Someone said how many people had Deshaun's back even after the allegations, after he held out and then demanded to be traded. That's when I say don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Okay, some people might have thrown in the towel before he talked about white towels, but
right.
I don't know. I'm just going to throw that out there. All right, so if you have a take on this, someone said split on Nolan Ryan. Yeah, I mean, look, Nolan Ryan played for multiple teams. I don't think anybody hates Nolan Ryan. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here on if CJ would come out and have done what Caleb Williams has done with the Bears and said he was doing everything in his power to avoid the Bears before the draft. How would you feel about CJ? Interested to hear more feedback on this. There's been a lot of responses. See if there's any more as we continue to roll forward. So Joe George should be happy. AJ, you can report to him. We have yet another segment on football that has gone well. So therefore we are appeasing our requirements as a station. Oh, wow. Someone says AJ, you're young enough for this one. Someone says I still hate Chandler Parsons. Do you?
No, and especially seeing how his career.
I mean, why would you hate Chandler Parsons? The Rockets weren't going to pay him the 14 or 15 a year. I'm sure they hated that Mark Cuban and the Mavs signed him. In retrospect, why do you hate Chandler Parsons? Because he got hurt and it was absolutely hot garbage after he left.
It was a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that one, but that's curious to me. All right, let's see what else we got today. By the way, East River 9 is going to be having specials all weekend long for the PGA Championship. We love it here. You guys should stop in here, have a good time. The food's phenomenal. If you want to play some golf, some pickleball, or the driving range, East River 9 is the place to be, and it's got great views of the downtown too. Kelly Eco is getting off a plane where he's been covering the NBA playoffs. We were trying to get him on in the final hour of the show so he could kind of talk about all these Rockets rumors, as well as kind of fill us in on the latest and go over some of the NBA playoff talk. But if he can, we'll try and get him in before the end of the show. If he can't, we'll get him on next week when we get the full show back, because there's plenty to talk about with the Rockets these days, with the rumor now coming out, as we talked earlier in the show, that if Giannis were to come to the Rockets, or they were in a trade being discussed, any trades being discussed, the Rockets are not afraid to include Şengün in said trade. What says you, AJ? Because we didn't get your opinion on that earlier.
Yeah, for me, it just really depends because, yeah, obviously you would take Giannis. I mean, a lot of the fan base loves Şengün. I also know a lot of Rockets fans that kind of are annoyed with Şengün too, but that's another thing. But if you have Amen Thompson and Giannis Antetokounmpo on the floor at the same time, you need to have shooting. That's the main thing. That's the main component. That'll be the main argument. So I'm just trying to see how that would work. And then if you trade Şengün, I mean, man, that's interesting conversation. But yeah, I think if you were to pull off keeping Şengün somehow, which I don't even know how likely that would be, have to include Jabari, probably can with more. Of course, those picks, the 10th pick this year. But I don't know if I would do Şengün. It just really depends because, I mean, you're going to have to, like Jeremy said, you're going to have to trade some of these guys because you can't have 20 young players and a young core like that. You have to make a move that helps you get into championship contention. But it's just, you don't want to move on from a player too quickly and then, boom, they end up being a superstar somewhere
Now,
else.
do you have to? You said we have to make a move to get into championship contention.
Not necessarily.
You're in the camp that, well, you kind of just said that. So I'm asking you, do you have to make a move?
I said
and does that move does that move constitute having to trade for a superstar, or is that you stand pat, you keep this team together, you keep using your draft picks the right way, and you roll with it?
I mean, I remember y'all had a conversation. I think y'all were talking about maybe trading for a player like Derek White or something like that. Like it just depends because, like, for me, I don't know about y'all, but Jalen Green, like, he really disappointed me. Like, if it was a perfect player, like a perfect like wing or shooting guard that we could trade for, like, I would do that immediately. But I mean, you have to do something because we can say now they have that experience getting to a game 7, but I still don't even know that that's enough. So it just depends on the right player because, like I said, you don't want to break up something too fast. Yeah,
and you mentioned the right player,
right.
And this was a topic of conversation with several other shows this week. I was quick to poo-poo it, but a lot of people are like, Derek White's the kind of guy you need on your team. Well, you're going to have to give up something to get Derek White, for one. For two, he makes $29 million a year. And most importantly, if this team truly needs like a superstar go-to player in order to take you to the next level, I am of the belief that that is not your guy, that he is not that guy, and that is not who I'd be trading for.
No, I agree. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, I understand why people would say a player like him just in terms of a fit aspect, how he plays offensively and defensively. But yeah, he's not a superstar. He doesn't move the needle. But even like a person from Kevin Durant.
People are saying Anthony Simons. I have no interest in Anthony Simons. Portland screwed up and they paid him too much too early. And now they're trying to unload their surplus. I don't want Anthony Simons.
Absolutely not. No, sir.
I would be interested in John Morant. I'm in the camp that I don't want Devin Booker because I believe that Devin Booker is a scorer. Devin Booker is a shooter. Do I think that Devin Booker is capable of being your 1A superstar? I don't. I think he's better being Robin or the third fiddle. And I think that I don't know that I like the fit a whole lot with the Rockets. I certainly I'm in on Giannis. The price matters. I'm in on Giannis. And the same thing with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant for 2 years means I don't have to give up a whole hell of a lot to get him so that you can get him off the Suns' books because that's what they want. If you're telling me that the Suns want their 3 first-round picks back and they want, a couple of the young core and they want, some other things, I'm out.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Because, I mean, also in that type of aspect too as well, KD doesn't fit the timeline. If you ask me who I'd rather have, KD or Giannis, yes, the price matters. I'd rather have Giannis because he's only 30 years old, still in his prime. Make an argument that he can still be playing at this level for like 4 to 5 more years versus Kevin Durant, who probably played at this max like 2 to 3 more years. So, yeah, but the price definitely is a
now.
Huge
Texters Texter says that, you don't get Giannis. He's going to San Antonio. Well, that's not what I'm hearing, because from what I'm hearing, San Antonio really, really, really likes Harper.
That's
And
interesting.
they
too.
are not interested in getting rid of him as part of a deal for Giannis.
Right.
So it looks like they would be out on Giannis. So that would be one less team that would be someone you have to worry about in terms of being competition for Giannis.
That's interesting too, though, for San Antonio, because they want Harper, but they just traded for De'Aaron Fox. They have Stephon Castle. They have a lot of guards too, though. So
See, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
More so long term, I'm wondering how Castle coexists with a guy like Harper, who I still think is, he's got the skill set, but how far away is he from being a contributor? But De'Aaron Fox, you're right. They just traded for him. They gave up a lot of assets to get him, and they got to pay him. I don't know how he fits with all those guys.
I don't know. And they have the 14.
So that's interesting to me. Key from LA being his normal self. Stop wishful thinking. What am I wishful thinking? Just because of the fact that, first of all, how'd your Lakers do, Key? Oh, well, how'd your Clippers? Okay, no, let's not worry about all that. All right, Key from LA makes the list no matter what for car wreck of the day, because he's trying to look tough, and his basketball team's crap the bed as well. We're going to take a break. We got a half hour to go on the show, or a little less. You guys want to be a part of it? 713-780-3776. You can call this number. You can text this number. You can hit us up on Twitter. You can hit us up on social media. We're here till 6 o'clock. He's AJ. I'm Joel. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at East River 9.
All right, back on the Killer Bees, final half hour of the program. Jeremy had to skip out early for a little Coug commitment. We were sitting here with AJ back in the studio and myself here at East River 9 talking about the fact that the Caleb Williams story was so big this week. His dad's writing a book. As excerpts of the book come out, basically the story goes that the family was doing whatever they could to make sure that he didn't have to go to the Chicago Bears. There's stories associated when he met with the Bears that he didn't feel comfortable. He met with Kevin O'Connell, and he wanted to try and find a way to play for him with the Vikings. Regardless, if you're as a Texans fan, how would you feel if this was C.J. Stroud? And after his rookie year, he comes back out and he says, I really didn't want to play for the Texans and was looking for any way possible where I didn't have to play for the Texans, because a lot of the responses are interesting. And someone that I really found was a good comment was Texter 2568. I wouldn't fault CJ for thinking that coming out of school, because if you remember, the Texans were a bleep show at that point. And that's absolutely true. Because if you remember, AJ, I mean, Colin Cowherd, and when they were trying to find a coach, the whole thing was before they got D'Amico that Sean Payton was out there and Cowherd was his mouthpiece of saying the ownership was a bleep show, the organization was a bleep show. It was going to be really tough to get anybody to take the job because they were a bleep show. I think there's a lot of merit to that in the fact that at that time, the Texans weren't who they are now. And I think that might have been a reason why players could have that. I'm not saying CJ did. I'm saying if this hypothetical that we're talking about would have happened, it could have been because of that.
Right. In many situations, like you can kind of compare them to how the Saints are viewed now in that type of view, because I mean, they had no direction at the time. Like you said, people really didn't want to coach that job either. So yeah, you could have had that type of aspect to it too as well. So I think that's why I necessarily don't think that he would have been blamed as much. But like I said, a lot of people probably would disagree in the Houston area.
A lot of people saying you don't hate on guys that left Houston to get their bag like Springer did. And, you know, Bregman, a different story. But, again, Breggy's a guy that went and got his bag. So that's a big deal. But yeah, I don't ever hate George Springer. And he was my favorite Astro during that run and that era because of the fact that the Astros kind of did him dirty early. And then later on, as he got a chance to actually test free agency, you knew he was going to get a lot. And you kind of already had the feeling the Astros weren't going to be willing to play ball at that number. And so that they went in a different direction. So that's why I think with guys like George Springer, Charlie Morton, Correa is an interesting one, but I think that was also a foregone conclusion that everybody realized that he wasn't going to be a guy that the Astros were willing to commit that many years and that amount of money to. I don't think anybody hates any of those players.
Yeah, same. If they contributed to winning at a high level, I think people have some more grace with them. But if, like you said, they trash him or talk about they don't want to be there, then yeah, they definitely don't have any love for him.
Ooh, here's an interesting one I didn't expect. T-Mac quit on the Rockets, and then he shows up to throw the first pitch at an Astros game in a Yankees hat. I didn't know he did that, but I can see, again, how that could rub a whole lot of Houston fans the wrong way for a lot of reasons. So I totally get that. The reason why someone texted in Bud Adams, I have no idea, but okay. A lot of people saying, and I didn't remember this at the time, now I do. Chandler Parsons, when he left, bashed Houston and said it was a dirty, trashy city and that he was dirtier than Dallas. And I do remember that severely caught the ire of Rockets fans, as it should. So I stand corrected on that one. Yeah, I do remember that now. That's absolutely the case, that they were really, really upset with Chandler Parsons. So that makes total sense to me. Someone said for the Rockets to go get Malik Beasley. Look, I think he'd be a great piece for a team that desperately needs shooting. I don't know if he's a free agent or not, but even in a trade, I don't think you have to give up much to get him. Right. But he had a good year in Detroit. I'm not sure if Detroit's willing to get rid of him because of that. So that's an interesting. But I think there are a lot of players like that for the Rockets. I think when you think about guys like Grayson Allen, like what the Bucks did with Gary Trent Jr. a year ago, there's going to be guys on the open market that are just snipers for hire that are going to want to play for a Rockets team with or without Giannis because they're good and they're on the rise and they have a chance to win, and guys want to do that. And I think that there's a lot of shooters that could find a good home here, and it wouldn't cost you a lot of these core players that a lot of people are worried about.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be an interesting thing. But that's the great thing about Houston having this type of success this year, because now it becomes an attractive place that people want to play at.
Now, someone defending Caleb Williams said, I don't blame any quarterback for not wanting to go where these terrible teams exist, especially these quarterbacks. Think about how many talented quarterbacks were destroyed by teams like the Browns in the past 2 decades. I would do everything I could to make sure I didn't come out until decades later, even after my career, to say it. But hey, that's the world we live in now, isn't it? It'll sell books. That's a great point. But I think that the toughest thing about all of that is because he did it when he did it, or maybe it was just his dad trying to make a buck, capitalizing on his son's popularity. I think it was a really, really bad choice to have it come out. You always have editorial control in the book that you wrote and you're putting your name to. So in the final edits before you go to print, if you know that he ended up with the Bears, you can say something about, we initially had some reservations about going to a franchise like the Bears because of their lack of success with quarterbacks. But in the end, we were extremely happy to go to Chicago. I wouldn't have left it as is because I think it's an awful look, and I think that he is going to have a hard time outliving this unless he plays his ass off this year in Chicago.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess, like, as a quarterback being drafted that high too, don't you want to be the type of guy that, changes the narrative? Like, for example, with Joe Burrow. I mean, yeah, they had like Carson Palmer for a little time, but you can make the argument that Joe Burrow could have had this type of mindset too. But you see, he's a top 3 to 5 quarterback in the league. So yeah, it definitely doesn't bold as the best type of thing to come out now. But yeah, I mean, it's the Bears for you.
See, but again, like, you want that level of success, but if you don't have the right coaching staff, and he really did highlight the coaches, their inability to like give him, the help he needed with film study and other things, to where that kind of lends itself to, it doesn't matter how much talent I have and what you put around me, if you're not willing to help me and understand where I might be have some shortcomings, then how am I ever going to succeed? And that is why you saw guys like John Elway and Eli Manning and so many quarterbacks that basically said, I will not play for this team, and you're going to have to do something because I will never play for you. And I think that's part of the reason why those things happen.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because it's also interesting to me too that in that report it said that he wanted to play for the Vikings. I mean, obviously that's a cool concept because Kevin O'Connell, he's a quarterback whisperer, but that never would have happened. Like a trade between Chicago and the Vikings, and right, that never would have happened.
Yeah, they're not trading interdivision, and the Vikings, I don't think were willing to give up the kind of resources to get to the number 1 pick. Because you think about like what they got the year before to trade out, and it was DJ Moore, and it was multiple picks, first-round picks, and I just don't think a Vikings team is willing to do those kind of things to get to where the Bears were. And you're right, the deal breaker is there's no way the Bears are trading a number 1 pick in the entire draft to the Vikings, knowing full well there's a chance that whoever the Vikings draft at the number 1 pick, if they succeed, you're gonna have to live with it twice a year for how many years?
A decade plus.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. So you guys have been great about chiming in on this. Certainly appreciate it. If you guys have more, get them to me. We'll try and get them in before the end of the show. There's a lot of people with a lot of comments on this, but most everybody is basically saying, if you're going to crap on the city of Houston, no matter how good you were in your first year and no matter what else you want to do in your life, if you don't want to be here, then we don't want you. And I kind of like that and respect that mentality because of the fact that the only thing that would make this very difficult, AJ, is the fact that after his rookie year, you had your franchise quarterback.
Right.
So suddenly, if your franchise quarterback, it's one thing if he's saying he doesn't like the women in Houston compared to California or the food. But if he's saying he didn't want to play for the organization, that's a tougher pill to swallow for a guy that you're basically putting all your eggs in his basket because people were talking about him as top 5 in the league going into the next season, that I think fans would have a little bit more difficulty accepting that.
Oh yeah, they definitely would. But it's a good thing that the Texans didn't have to deal with anything like this. But yeah, for the Bears though aspect of it, I mean, they still have reservations about Caleb Williams, and rightfully so. I mean, like you talked about, it was a bad coaching staff. Your offensive coordinator and head coach not watching film with you, man, that's terrible. So he definitely has a chance to redeem himself this year, but only time will tell. I am interested to see how the Bears perform this year because they have a lot of expectations from a lot of people like last year, and they still went 4-13. So.
I mean, from the one thing I will say is, at least from a roster standpoint, he had 3 above average wide receivers,
Exactly.
a good tight end. Yes, it all comes down to coaching, so I get it. But even this year, after a subpar first year, they've put the tools around him. They drafted a tight end. They drafted a wide receiver in the second round that's going to help them. They've got DJ Moore and Odunze still. They've got enough, and they bolstered the hell out of their offensive line. It's on him if he doesn't do well, and at the same time, the leash is shorter and the amount of scrutiny higher because of this book.
Yeah, exactly. That just made fans even more having their high alert on them.
No doubt. All right, we got one segment to go on the show. We got Car Wreck of the Day next. You got a nomination for Car Wreck of the Day, 713-780-3776. You can call that number, text that number. You can send them in on Twitter to us. We'll get them in before the end of the show. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. For a Friday, the Car Wreck of the Day is the only segment we got left to go in the show, and we are interested in what you guys have for us, if you have anything for us. But I'm even more interested in my man AJ, who loves to be a part of these programs and is back in the swing of things. He says he not only has one, but he has 2 car wrecks of the day. AJ, do tell, what is on your list?
Right. For the first one, which I kind of talked to you off air, it's related to the Dallas Cowboys, but it's actually, I guess, a bandwagon fan. So on this man's back, he essentially had a Dallas Cowboys tattoo that it looked like he'd been on there for a decade plus. He went to the tattoo parlor to get a cover up, and he ended up getting a Chiefs tattoo tatted over him, like a Chiefs Indian on there, and then a Chiefs logo on there. So
I saw this.
Yeah, you saw it?
It wasn't his wife who also has tattoos. I saw she had like a neck tattoo.
Right.
But I saw that she was the one basically calling him out on this.
Yeah.
And this thing ain't small. This is like the size of his back.
It's huge. It's huge. So yeah, I mean, I saw like in the Cowboys community, they're just saying like it's L fan. He must be from California, bandwagon fan, stuff like that. They're mad about it too. But yeah.
Yeah. What kind of fan tattoos organized fertilizer on their back?
I know it's a dumb
I
thing.
mean, that's the crap show we're talking about, right? It's the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, clearly, I mean, he's
Well,
not
you
a
did
Cowboys
agree
fan.
with me, by the way, when I said that, so that will be on record.
No.
Oh, but
'Cause
you did.
I wouldn't ever tattoo a professional sports team on me. There's Celtics fan that do that. There's all types of people who do
No,
that.
but you admit that it's been an organized crap show for a fertilizer, which is crap, for like as long as we can remember. To pull the curtain back, AJ and I during the break had a discussion where he was trying to defend the success of the Cowboys, and I said, since the Texans have been in existence, who has better success, who has more playoff wins? And AJ's like, we have I said Super Bowls don't count because that was before the Texans were in existence.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said, what have the Texans done? That's what I said.
Okay, and the Texans have done more. All right, what's your second one?
Oh my gosh. Anyways, so Emmanuel Acho, the other day after the Celtics won against the Knicks, he was basically just saying that how the Celtics look better without Jason Tatum. And I think that's a terrible look, especially considering how he was playing in that game, but also the injury that he had before. And he had 42 points and then tearing his Achilles like that too. I just think that's an awful take. And a lot of people, I've seen some people saying that too as well, saying that, oh, they look better without Jason Tatum in game 5. So
I saw Acho saying that. And I was like, what are you talking? And then Dan Patrick last week, I had it as my car wreck of the day, killed him, saying it's only because of the Celtics that Tatum is regarded as one of the top 5 best players in the league. And then Tatum went out for 40-some points. It's like, shut up, Dan. I mean, do you watch basketball?
Exactly.
That's ridiculous. All right, I got a couple. Your favorite team in the WNBA, the Golden State Valkyries, have declared their final roster for public consumption. They have absolutely 0 players from their inaugural draft class on their final roster. You had a top, 5 pick?
I thought so, yeah.
Not one of your draft picks makes your roster? Boy, if you suck, that's not a good look. And then the last one, and I think the best one for Houstonians getting ready to go to the weekend. Let's all celebrate this car wreck as Kendrick Perkins craps all over public enemy number 1 from the last month or so in Houston sports, Draymond Green. You got it, AJ? All right, AJ's pulling it up. Kendrick Perkins had plenty to say after Draymond Green not only said they were going to win the championship, but how he played following the Rockets series. AJ? All right, AJ, tell me in my ear when you got – what's that? Okay. Well, essentially, it's worth a listen. We can't get it right now, but he basically went off and said you were a nothing burger the entire series. You didn't show up. Julius Randle used you, and we're all over the place. And he went nuts, so much so that Udonis Haslem came in afterwards and piled on and said, Perk, you're absolutely right. Draymond, for all the talking you did and all of the bullying you did in the Rockets series and all the things that you did that you thought was helping your team win, that when Steph Curry went down, it wasn't only on Jimmy Butler, it was on you too. You didn't defend, you didn't play defense, you didn't show up, and you lost. And I loved every single bit of it because Draymond needs to wear this because of how he acted throughout the Houston series, and then suddenly he disappears in the biggest series of the year when they needed him most, when Steph was out. All right, so that'll basically do our car wreck of the day. You guys didn't have any extras. Alex, I thought you'd kill somebody, but I haven't seen anything yet. But we appreciate you listening. We always appreciate you being a part of the show. Jeremy's going to be back on Monday, so is BMAC. We're going to have plenty more for you. So what we need you to do is make sure you hang tight, stay with us. AJ, what's coming up next on the network? Is it network programming?
Yeah, it's just network programming.
All right, so ESPN network programming coming up. I think there might be a bullpen tomorrow. But have yourself a great weekend, Houston. Enjoy everything. Thank you to East River 9. You guys have been great to us. You always take great care of us. We love being here. Come on out here this weekend and watch some of the PGA Championship, play a little pickleball, hit some balls on the driving range, play a little par 3 golf even at night. But tell them we sent you by because we love being out here. For Jeremy, for AJ, for Brian, who's out today, and myself, Joel, we always appreciate you. Thanks for being a part of the Killer Bees. We'll talk to you Monday on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.